I pioneered scientific magic. Chapter 251, Rebel Professional Householder Raydell, subscription required. Rupert quickly noticed the actions of these miners, and his complexion suddenly became gloomy. He swung his long whip at one of them and yelled sharply, "Get out of here and go to work!" The miners who were on the sidelines hesitated for a while, but picked up the picks again, carried the stones on their backs, and continued to dig. Rupert turned his gaze back, and looked at Raydell viciously. If the other party had not learned some medical skills and could save the Baron a fortune, he would have killed a thorn like this a long time ago. But after thinking about it for a while, Rupert quickly had an idea, with a playful smile on his face. "It's not impossible to let me spare him, but the ore output mined this week will increase by another 10%. Choose yourself." Rupert smiled ferociously. Raydell clenched his teeth, furious to the extreme, but Ham was seriously injured, his body was bruised, and if he didn't receive treatment, he might really be unable to hold on, so he could only nod his head in agreement. "By the way, you will make up for his work today, otherwise you won't have dinner later," Rupert said loudly so that every miner present could hear him. The mine slaves who were still standing on Raider's side couldn't help complaining in their hearts, and many of them secretly blamed Raider for meddling in their own business. The tasks Rupert sent to them before were already extremely heavy, and adding another 10% to the output would simply kill them. Raider didn't dare to look at the eyes of everyone, took out herbs from his pocket and treated Ham's injury briefly, and left the rest to his fate. Then Raydell didn't stop any longer, picked up the pickaxe, and did it work harder than anyone. There are thousands of miners in this mining area. Although Ham is missing, Raydell is the leader. In order to have dinner, everyone is working hard. Rupert did not dare to starve these people all night because of such a trivial matter. If he delayed the ore mining work tomorrow, he would be the one who would be scolded. After a busy day, most of the miners still received today's dinner, a piece of black bread and soup made from wheat leaves. There is no nutrition at all, and it is even difficult to swallow, but every miner eats very quickly. The heavy physical work has made them forget about other things. They just want to stuff things into their stomachs. Their eyes are rare and delicious. However, Rupert was very stingy, and the food he gave was not enough to fill their stomachs. They could only barely keep them from starving to death. Some miners who were so hungry and uncomfortable even dug up the grass roots on the ground. Ham, who was lazy just now, naturally didn't get any food, and Raydell, who couldn't bear it, had to share his share. When he first came to this mine, Ham had taken care of him, so Raydell naturally can't leave it alone. The finely crushed wheat leaves mixed with the dark soup were slowly poured into Ham's mouth, allowing the seriously injured man to recover a little bit of strength, but he shook his head when faced with the black bread Raydell handed over. "Refused. I'll just eat this." Raider opened his bag, which was full of unknown herbs. "This is Suzuki grass, and it tastes much better than hard-to-eat black bread." Ham reached out to take the small piece of black bread, and devoured it. If he didn't eat more, he might not be able to survive tonight. While watching Ham eating, Raydell stuffed the Suzuki grass in the bag into his mouth. This kind of grass leaves were very bitter, and he didn't know whether this thing could be eaten, but since it could heal wounds, it must be non-toxic. Yes, it's better than starving anyway. Ham quickly stuffed all the black bread into his mouth, licked off the bread crumbs that fell on his hands, and then tremblingly held the wooden holy light mark hanging on his chest with his right hand. "I began to pray devoutly, telling my sins and sufferings to the great Lord of the Stars and Goddess of the Moon Isla, and begged him to bless me through the night." "Uncle Ham, is prayer really useful?" Raydell couldn't help asking. In the entire mine, there are not a few miners who believe in the goddess Ella, but many devout believers also died in the last mine disaster, which made Raydell feel extremely puzzled. If that goddess really exists, and is as holy and compassionate as people say, why doesn't she protect her followers? "It will be useful, it will be useful," Ham said as if dreaming. "This is the great Lord's test for you and me. The sufferings we have suffered in this life will allow our souls to be sublimated, and we will enter the Lord's kingdom of God after death. Otherwise, after death, you will fall into the boundless hell, and perish forever in the fire and hot oil." Ham said in fear. He didn't know if the suffering he had suffered was enough, let alone whether he was pious. To impress the great goddess Ella, but survival is instinct, and prayer is the only thing to do. For these slaves who lost their homes and were caught in the mines due to war and famine, and have no future, they can only hope to enter the kingdom of God after death and enjoy eternal joy. Redder looked blank. He had heard similar remarks more than once, but his heart became more and more confused. However, the guards of the mine did not give them a chance to talk in detail. They waved long whips one by one to drive the miners to go to sleep. It is forbidden to talk to each other in the middle of the night, and they only have 5 hours of rest. Redder had no choice but to suppress his doubts to the bottom of his heart, lying on the bed made of grass leaves, and the exhaustion brought about by a hard day's mining of ore soon made him fall into a deep sleep. About half an hour later, a guard holding a torch put a delicate ring on Redder's hand while there was no one around. At the same time, in the dean's office in the port of Iida, Lynn also received Raydel's message synchronously. A young man with a little knowledge of herbal medicine, with the spirit of resistance, has accumulated some prestige among many miners. The problem is that he is a little young and has insufficient experience, so I am afraid that he will not be able to cause any trouble. But people can be cultivated. Lynn touched his chin. Since the magic field can simulate a small universe, it should not be a problem to reproduce some classic historical scenes according to the computing power of the brain. Like the Yellow Turban Uprising, Weigong Uprising, and Huangchao Uprising, there are not too many of them. Just like clearing the game, it can quickly make a person a professional rebel. Lin En called up various historical materials of peasant army uprisings and looked at them, then give him a magic version of the day's township uprising first. Chapter 252, Do you want a fish belly library, a wild fox howling at night, or a vision from heaven? Seeking subscription. In a daze, Redder had an extremely strange dream, dreaming that he had become another person, a poor laborer of a huge empire, who was conscripted to Yang to guard the border. Wake up! Wake up! A burst of eager shouting reached his ears. Raydell opened his eyes wearily, and in front of him was a man with a beard. Wu Guang. The name of the other party suddenly appeared in Raider's mind. This is his good brother, a trustworthy person. Because of their outstanding abilities, the two were temporarily promoted to be the head of the village, assisting the officers of Dakan to 900 civilians to Yang to guard the border. And his name seems to be Chen Sheng. Redder looked bewildered. In fact, he felt extremely unfamiliar with these two names, but in his dream he had already forgotten everything before. Redder hesitated for a while, until the other party called his name again and again, and then he came back to his senses. Looking at the dark sky and continuous heavy rain outside the station, he asked in a puzzled manner. What's the matter, Brother Ang, are you leaving again before dawn? No, I just got bad news. Wu Guang said with a sigh. Due to the continuous heavy rain in recent days, the road ahead has been blocked by falling rocks and muddy water. Even a detour is not enough to reach Yang within a month. Alas, the Qin law has always been strict. If the time limit is exceeded and the frontiers are not guarded, they will be executed according to the law. I'm afraid you and my brother will have to confess their wealth and lives. Hearing this, Redder was also taken aback. He didn't understand the so-called Qin laws and Qin laws at all, and he didn't even fully understand why he was here. There were only some vague memories in his mind. But he has a natural closeness to the man in front of him. His good brother will not deceive him. That is, they are dying soon. The fear of death suddenly flooded Redder's heart, but most of them were at a loss. Listen to me, good brother, since early death and late death are death, then we might as well not do one thing, and simply turn against him. Wu Guang said impassionedly. The tyranny of the Qin dynasty carried out large-scale construction projects and years of wars, forcing us and the poor people to suffer unspeakably. Now that Zilong is dead and the second generation succeeds to the throne, the cruelty is even worse than that. He even conspired to kill Fusu, who should have succeeded. Young master, who in the world can obey? Now you and I will raise an army, and everyone will respond, enough to build a career. For the common people in the world, for the lives of all brothers, for the glory and wealth of you and me, let's go for it, just today. Wu Guang patted Redder vigorously, and said very excitedly. Although Redder didn't understand at all, the blood in his heart had been fully mobilized, and he still understood one thing: since he was dead anyway, it would be better to fight him directly. However, this kind of enthusiasm only existed for a short moment. As an honest boy, Redder dared to resist the supervisor with a moment of anger, but he had no experience in rebellion at all, so he could only weakly ask Wu Guang for help. But, what should we do? Don't worry, I have already arranged everything. Wu Guang said confidently, and stuffed a roll of white silk into his hand. When you go out fishing tomorrow, find a way to stuff it into the belly of the fish. Raider took the white silk carefully, only to find that there were several large characters written on it with paint as red as blood: De Chuxing, King Chen Sheng. Raider was completely dumbfounded. He remembered that his name seemed to be Chen Sheng. Is this a little bit bad? How about you instead? However, Wu Guang didn't give Redder a chance to shirk at all, and Dang even presented a wonderful strategy called Fish Belly Collection. The honest Redder never expected that the uprising could still play like this. Isn't this a fool? Remember, if you want to save them, don't think those folks are too smart, let alone tell the truth to them. Wu Guang reminded. The next day, Redder, who stuffed the white silk into the belly of the fish as instructed, soon witnessed the performance of his good brother again. There was fish belly collection before, and wild fox howling at night later, which made all the peasants stupefied for a while. Radel also keenly noticed that the eyes of these people looking at him were somewhat different from before. The time has come quietly. Taking advantage of a certain time when the officer escorting the team was drunk, Wu Guang started his career as a film star again. First, he deliberately threatened to run away in front of the other party, angering the general officer, causing the other party to humiliate and whip him in public. Arouse the anger of the people. Then, together with Redder, he grabbed the sword and beheaded the two accompanying officers, gathered everyone together, and delivered an exciting speech. What is Qin's laws are strict, and you should be executed if you miss the deadline. Laird stood on the high platform in a daze. Although he was the protagonist among the protagonists, the King Chen Sheng in Wu Guang's mouth, he was at the mercy of others like a marionette. In a trance, his soul seemed to be moving away from the body. Laird saw himself standing on the stage with his hands raised high, and an inspiring roar came out of his mouth. Prince and General Xiang Ning have kindness. In an instant, the response sounded like a roar of mountains and a tsunami, resounding through the heavens and the earth. The peasants below held up the torches in their hands one by one, and cheered in unison. Great Chu Xing, King Chen Sheng! Amidst the loud shouts, Redder woke up from his sleep, and was frightened into a cold sweat. In front of him was still the familiar cold mine, and all the lost memories came back to his mind. Is it a dream? Redder thought so, but everything he experienced was so real, almost the same as reality, and he could even clearly remember every detail of the dream. For a moment, Redder couldn't tell whether he was Chen Sheng, the commander of the empire, or Redder. He didn't know what Zhuangzhou's dream butterfly was, but he had the same feeling at the moment. Suddenly, Redder felt something strange on his hand. He looked down and realized that at some point, there was an exquisite ring on his right index finger. He had never seen such a beautifully crafted object, with extremely mysterious patterns engraved on the ring surface, which still shimmered faintly. Creation of the devil? Red Laton thought of this when he was young. The Church has been propagating that there are a group of believers of evil gods and devils in the kingdom of Hadrada. They possess extremely strange witchcraft and can do many incredible things. If anyone sees objects engraved with weird rune patterns, it must be a trap set by the devil's followers. As long as you touch it, you will become unlucky, and even pollute your soul, dragging people to hell. Thinking of this, Redder quickly took off the ring and was about to throw it away, but when he thought of everything he experienced in the dream just now, he became hesitant again. Chapter 253, The Dragon Slayer will eventually become a dragon. What's wrong? Redder, did you have a nightmare? In the cold mine, a faint voice rang in his ears. Raydell, who was taken aback, subconsciously stuffed the ring into his pocket, and turned his head to see the speaker Ham. Uncle Ham, how are you feeling? Raydell lowered his voice and asked with concern. It's better, it seems that I can't die. Ham said weakly. Uncle Ham, tell me, why do we have to stay in this mine all our lives and work so hard to eat black bread and wheat leaf soup, while those noble children don't have to do anything, but they can live in a very large in the manor, eat delicious food? Raydell asked in confusion. Ham was also asked by Raydell for a while. He had never thought of such a question before, and he hesitated for a long time before sighing. This is life. The poor are born poor, and the nobles are born noble. Everything is the will of the goddess. This is also the tempering of you and me. Ham whispered, holding the wooden mark of holy light on his chest. Is everything preordained? Redder's heart was empty, but soon the roar in the dream echoed in his mind. Princes and generals have a kindness. It came from another world. The poor people's voice of resistance to the kingship shocked Redder, and also imprinted the mark of resistance in his heart. But it is obvious that nothing can be done with a passion alone. Redder's thoughts of resistance were all extinguished when he saw the heavily armed guards. After all, he is just a young man in his early 20s with a little knowledge of herbs. He can't defeat the dozens of guards in the mine. What's more important is that reality is different from dreams. Without a resourceful Wu Guang beside him to make suggestions, he can't do anything. Redder could only continue his work in a daze. Seeing Ham, who had not recovered from his old injury, support his body and carry heavy oars, he was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Until the night came again, Raydell hesitantly put on the ring, hid his hand behind his back, and fell into a dream. As he thought before, he entered the magical dream world again, but this time he did not lose his memory. As Chen Sheng, he led 900 civilians, preparing to resist the rule of tyranny. But this time it was not as smooth as before, and the experience could no longer be described in terms of difficulties and obstacles. Because of being too good, he was seized by his best brother Wu Guang, die. Want to attack Xi County, but the secret was exposed, death. When he managed to organize his manpower, and when the regular army of the empire came to kill him, he would still die. Redder was about to feel depressed. He remembered that it wasn't that difficult before. Redder didn't know that Wu Guang, who was loyal and advised him before, was actually a kind of novice protection. In reality, there are so many people who are thoughtful, resourceful, and not betrayed. After half a month, he couldn't count how many times he died, and the content of each dream was not exactly the same. Sometimes he is Fang La, who needs to lead the poor who are oppressed by the Song court to rebel, like the of war who mows the grass. His only advantage is that after death, everything will be reset, and he still has a chance to come back. Redder is extremely difficult but also growing bit by bit, but what impresses him the most is not the pain of death again and again, but the human tragedy of changing children to eat each other on the vast land, and no chicken crowing in 100 miles. This is a world where individuals cannibalize people. The endless oppression of the poor by bureaucrats and nobles makes Raydell feel extremely angry. Finally, he led a group of ragged poor people, defeated wave after wave of encirclement and suppression, and finally obtained his own territory. However, Redder found that his subordinates had changed, and they started to burn, kill, and loot like the regular army he regarded as cruel, enslaving the poor, obsessed with wealth and power, and unwilling to make progress. The originally oppressed, after gaining power and status, immediately changed their appearance and became the person they hated and despised the most. Why? Why? Redder fell into deep confusion, lost his former vigor, and even gave up resistance, allowing the city to be breached and die in the sword. This time, he did not escape from the dream, but came to a very wonderful place. Surrounded by the deepest darkness, only bits and pieces of light shone in the distance. And in front of him, stood a figure. It was an exceptionally young man, perhaps even younger than himself. "Are you a devil?" Redder summoned up his courage and asked. "What do you think?" Lynn asked rhetorically. Redder hesitated and did not answer. Lynn said with a smile. "Of course I'm a human being, just like you. People who insist on telling the difference may just know more and know a little bit of magic." "Magic, wizard? Believers of evil gods and devils," Redlaton said subconsciously. "In fact, wizards don't believe in evil gods or devils, at least most normal wizards do," Lynn explained. "If there is anything wizards really care about, it is to explore the truth of the world." "The truth of the world?" Redder murmured in a low voice. "Why do people stand on the ground but cannot fly in the sky? Why does the sun rise and why does it set? We discover the laws of the world's operation and gain power from it, and call it magic." Lin En's voice kept echoing in this dark space, beating on Redder's heart like a bell, but it made him even more confused. "People can't fly, isn't it because they don't have wings? What else could be the reason why the sun doesn't rise and set?" Redder was very puzzled, but he obviously didn't pay attention to these things now. After hesitating for a while, he couldn't help asking. "Why do I have these strange dreams? Why do those poor people clearly endure the pain of being oppressed, but after gaining wealth and rights, they in turn inflict the same pain on others? This is due to human nature. It is a disadvantage and an advantage. It just depends on how you use it and what kind of world you want to create," Lin said lightly. "Desire is not only the driving force that drives people forward, the cause of change is also the root of corruption and greed. The dragon slayer will eventually become a dragon. This is the biggest problem faced by reformers from all over the world." Chapter 254, We Are In Right Now. Superior. Raider fell into a long thought. Given his age and experience, he couldn't understand Lin's words, but everything he saw in the dream made him gradually understand what the other party wanted to express. "Then is there any way to avoid this?" Raydell asked at a loss. "No, unless human desires are completely eradicated, but in this way, it is no different from those walking dead." Lin shook his head, paused for a while, and spoke again. "Of course, if you insist, establishing beliefs and suppressing desires may be a way." "Faith? Do you mean belief in the goddess of the moon Isla?" Redder frowned involuntarily, but the Baron was also a believer of the goddess, but he still treated them harshly. "No, to be precise, it would be more appropriate to describe it as belief," Lin explained. "The first is to establish strict military discipline, so that those who follow you understand what the purpose of your resistance is, what you want to do, and put forward corresponding programs and goals. It is best to be directly related to everyone's interests, such as everyone is equal, equalizing the land and so on. Gather together those who have firm beliefs to form a personal guard, let them spread your ideas, and at the same time eliminate those who violate the rules to ensure the purity of the team," Lin said eloquently. "Thieves pass like a comb, and soldiers pass like a grate. This is not an empty talk. Let alone ancient times, even in modern times, it is common for regular troops to slaughter and loot cities after they break through. But there are not no exceptions. For example, the famous Yu family army in history has the concept of freeze to death, do not demolish houses, and starve to death, do not plunder. Similar to this is the Qi family army. The best in this regard are naturally those proletarian revolutionaries. So although desire cannot be eliminated, it can still be suppressed by faith and discipline. The most important point is that the upper and lower ranks should work together. If the upper ranks are corrupt, the soldiers below will not be stupid. These are just symptoms, not the root cause. You can manage an army, but you can't manage a huge kingdom. You can also find your own answers in dreams. Lynn said slowly. Raider nodded, half understood, keeping these words firmly in his heart. Then what are these dreams? Are they all imagined by me? Raider looked confused. Because the scenes in the dream are so real, and even have cultures and customs that are very different from this world, sometimes he can't tell which side is reality and which side is a dream. Who knows? This world is huge, and the experience you have in your dream may be happening in a certain corner of this world. Lynn said with a smile. Then what do I need to pay? Redder took a deep breath and prepared himself. His experience in the dream world has already made him understand that there is no free lunch in the world, and all the gifts have already been marked behind. Price. Is the soul sent to after death? Raydell asked nervously. Hell. Lynn couldn't help laughing, then shook his head and sighed. Think about it, isn't the place you are staying in right now hell? Could it be that this is the legendary hell? Redlaton made a moment, but before he could ask, the entire dark space vibrated violently, and then he left the magic field. It wasn't until this moment that Redder realized that the vibration around him hadn't stopped, but had become more violent, and exclamations resounded in his ears. The mine has collapsed, run, the mine has collapsed. Mining disaster? Raider's pupils shrank slightly. Having stayed in this mine for 5 years, he was very aware of the horror of the mine disaster, so he didn't even have time to pack his things, so he hurriedly followed the chaotic crowd and ran out of the mine. The minefield outside was in great chaos. It was raining heavily in the sky, and the icy cold rain was pouring on everyone, mixing with the cold night wind to disperse everyone's drowsiness. Amidst the lingering fears of the surrounding miners, Redder realized that it was a small underground mining area, which suddenly collapsed due to the continuous infiltration of rainwater in recent days. Fortunately, this collapse did not continue to spread, otherwise all of them might die in their sleep. Rupert, who was the supervisor, had a dark face. After counting the number of people, he found that there were more than 30 people missing, which meant that they were all left in the mine or trapped in the collapsed road section. Or simply crushed to death by falling ore. Why is it at this time? Rupert was extremely annoyed. In 2 days, the convoy to transport the ore will arrive. If the ore mined by then fails to meet the Baron's requirements, he will probably be punished. However, he has no intention of organizing rescue immediately. The situation in the mine is not clear yet, and going in rashly may cause a second collapse. The most important thing is that Rupert is very clear that in the event of a mining accident, the chances of those trapped inside surviving are very small. Instead of spending a few days digging out the corpses, it is better to hurry up and go to other mines to mine more. Or, let's deal with this month's mission first. These miners are just consumables. Every month, dozens or hundreds of miners are brought to this mine, and they die as soon as they die. Master Rupert, Carlo, my brother Carlo is still inside, please, please save him. A man dressed in rags begged Rupert to gather people to carry out excavation and rescue work. Rupert, who was already annoyed, cursed in anger and kicked the opponent, venting his anger, and even blamed the collapse of the mine on Carlo and others who were trapped inside. Body. The begging and crying kept ringing in my ears, and the big raindrops soaked the top of my head and slid down my cheeks. Raydell looked at the collapsed mine, Rupert who was waving a long whip, and the crowd. The miners who were watching numbly were completely awakened. They are in now. An inexplicable courage rose from his heart. Redder clenched the manuscript in his hand, and walked firmly into the mine. What are you doing, Redder? Rupert quickly noticed the other party's movement, and snapped sharply. I'm going to dig that mining area and rescue Carlo and others. Raydell said loudly, and then looked at the surrounding miners and shouted. I have asked just now, the mine collapse should not be serious. I hope everyone can work together to clean up the collapsed soil and ore, otherwise, the next time there is a mine disaster, don't expect others to come to rescue you. Chapter 255, We are in right now. Down. Redder's words made the miners hesitate, and the man who begged Rupert before immediately spoke out excitedly as if he had grasped the last straw. Thank you, Redder, I'll go with you. With a leader, more and more miners picked up the mine manuscript and made a decision. It's reversed, everything is reversed. Rupert was furious and shouted loudly. I want to see who dares to move. The power Rupert has accumulated over the years is undoubtedly terrifying. Cooperating with the 30 knife-wielding guards around him, he instantly suppressed hundreds of miners. Immediately afterwards, Rupert looked at Redder, who repeatedly provoked his majesty, and now even dared to incite the miners to disobey his orders, which had reached his bottom line. Without warning, Rupert struck Redder directly with a long whip, a bloodstain exploded on his chest, and a severe pain surged into his heart. This time, Redder didn't evade, nor was he knocked down. He just stood there and stared at Rupert. Rupert's heart trembled for a while after being stared at by Redder, and then his eyes became more and more fierce. How dare a miner dare to use such eyes, it is simply reckless. Thinking of this, Rupert whipped him again, this time aiming directly at his head. Bright anger appeared in the eyes of the miners who were on the sidelines. In order to save the miners who were in distress, Raydell, who dared to stand up against Rupert, had won the approval of the vast majority of people. The heart of man burns. Redder noticed this change. This time he was not hard blocking, his right hand grasped the whip that came from the whip with incomparable precision, and then suddenly stepped forward, rushed forward, and put the tip of the mine manuscript held in the other hand stabbed fiercely into Rupert's eyes. Bright red blood sprayed out immediately, and miserable cries resounded throughout the audience. Rupert had no idea that the thin Raydell would suddenly attack and strike so fiercely. In fact, if it was half a month ago, Raider would never have such courage, let alone such superb fighting skills. But the honing in the dream world has already transformed Redder. He didn't give Rupert a chance to fight back at all, and the mind draft in his hand was stirred vigorously, and it was sent into Rupert's mind. Rupert's body quickly fell to the ground, with a huge blood hole in the socket of his right eye, and his face was full of disbelief and horror. All this happened in just a few seconds, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. Ham and others were all stunned, even the guards were no exception. They didn't react until Rupert's right eye was pierced. Come here, Chi drew his knife and rushed towards Redder. We've had enough. Kill them all. Redder's roar resounded throughout the world, and the miners whose anger had been ignited subconsciously moved. The man who had begged Rupert jumped up from the ground, waved the mine draft, and hit it on the heads of the guards. The stingy Baron would not specially equip the guards who manage the mine with high-end items such as helmets, and the heads immediately blossomed. Immediately after, more and more miners rushed forward, and the few dozens of guards had no ability to resist at all. In just a few minutes, they were hammered by the mining drafts coming from all directions. Even so, the miners who were accumulating anger on weekdays still did not let go of the corpses of these people. After venting for more than half an hour, everyone woke up and realized what they had done. We actually killed Rupert. The Baron will definitely execute all of us. Ham stunned, as if he had just realized it, and screamed. Seeing the muddy corpses of Rupert and others in the mine, many miners fell to their knees and shivered on the ground, obviously at a loss. Ham! Do you think we can survive if we stay in this mine? Raydell shouted sharply. Rupert doesn't care about our lives at all. It was Carlo who was trapped in the mine accident this time, and next time it will be you, and it will be me. Rupert wants all of our lives. Raydell looked at the people present and shouted loudly. I've had enough of being in the dark, sunless mine every day, wagging my tail like a poor hyena, begging Ruperts for a few more hard-to-eat rye breads, and worrying about one day the ore above the head will fall down and bury us forever underground. I believe you haven't forgotten Timmy, Fines, Tierney. Redder pointed out one miner after another who died in the mine. Some were buried in a mine accident, and some were beaten to death by Rupert with a long whip. After talking for several minutes, he read 60 or 70 names, and these were just some of the people who died in the past 3 months. In order to please the Baron and mine more ore, Rupert didn't care about their lives at all. Also led to the frequent occurrence of recent mine accidents. We can't fight against Lord Baron, all of this is the Lord's arrangement, otherwise all of our souls will fall into hell. Ham said tremblingly. That's all lies. Redder roared angrily. Wake up, Ham. Nothing is worse than this. Aren't we in right now? Redder's sharp words made Ham speechless, and then he led a group of miners to open the storage room on the mine, let everyone have a good meal, and nearly 1,000 miners divided into 2 batches. Some people stayed in the mine to dig and rescue the trapped Carlo and others. The other part of the people attacked the guard camp at the foot of the mine with him overnight, changed into the clothes of these guards, and sneaked into the barony. Raydell moved quickly and planned very carefully. It took almost no effort to occupy the entire manor, and captured the Baron of York who was still asleep. The extravagant manner of the aristocrats made every miner who entered it feel frightened and angry. Redder even held a denunciation meeting on the spot, counting the crimes of the other party, and stabbing the terrified Baron of York into a sieve with one knife. The last is the church. Relying on dozens of crossbow arrows looted from the manor, the pastor in the church was executed at the cost of more than a dozen casualties. Although everything is progressing very smoothly, Redder is very clear that he has only completed the simplest step. He must rescue more miners as soon as possible to strengthen his team. Chapter 256, The only thing that can compete with firm belief is real benefits. Good performance. In the port of Iida, in the dean's office, Lynn used the secret ring to spy on Redder's every move thousands of kilometers away. He was thinking about helping the other party a little bit, but he didn't expect Redder to be more powerful than he imagined. With the help of the collapse of the mine, he successfully aroused the anger of the miners and overturned him. Those guards uttered the roar that miners will never be slaves. Then give him witchcraft after a while. Lynn thought for a while and made a decision. It's better to come to him when the other party is in trouble, rather than him taking the initiative to come to the door. Be misunderstood. At the same time, he also put away a list on the table. These are the information of some suitable leaders found by Lauder and others in various mines. Since Redder performed better than he expected, there is no need to find others for the time being. Handing over the ring of the secret law would take a lot of risk. If you encounter a stubborn person and firmly believe that this is the bewitching of a demon, report it directly, which will attract the attention of the Holy See. In Lynn's view, the biggest problem for wizards who want to gain a foothold on this continent is how to solve the problem of belief besides facing the so-called God's fall. You must know that throughout the Sekus Empire, the power of the church spreads all over every town, and even a small barony will have 1 or 2 priests stationed there. Although these people are limited in strength, they only release a weak ring of magic through prayer, which is barely better than apprentice wizards, but they are the foundation of the church and spread the faith of Ella to every corner of the empire. Even a subsidiary kingdom like Hadrada is no exception. If this is not resolved, even if they gain control of the kingdom, the people below will spontaneously resist them and become the eyeliner of the church. This is also the reason why he took so much effort to fool Redder into a rebellion. The only thing that can compete with firm belief is real interests. These miners and poor people either believe in Isla and spend their entire lives digging ore in the mines, being exploited by the nobles and the church, or they work in workshops. Although they are a bit tiring, they can get rich rewards. Except for a few fanatics, other poor people and miners will naturally know which side they should stand on. Boom boom boom. Lynn was thinking about it when there was a knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, the door was gently opened, and it was Philip who entered, holding an orange envelope in his hand. "Dean Lynn, it's an invitation letter from the Parliament." Lynn reached out to take it, opened the envelope and glanced at it, and then found that the council was planning to hold a grand meeting in the evening to discuss the future of the Wizarding Land. Lynn immediately realized that things should have changed again. "I just don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. But in any case, such an important meeting still has to be attended. Now the technology of internal combustion engine airships has been very perfect. It only takes less than 3 hours to travel from Ieda to Greenreal City, which is very convenient." In the evening, a huge airship slowly landed outside the Corona Tower, and the attendants at the door were no strangers to it. But for Lynn, the new magic star, no one dared to neglect. The great wizard Sanchez, who was stationed personally, came out to welcome him, and at the same time thanked Lynn well. When he was fighting against August, if Lynn and Raphael hadn't rescued him in time, he might have died long ago. "Don't say that, Master Sanchez. August is not something that can be defeated by 1 or 2 people. If you hadn't bravely rushed to the front to attract the opponent's attention, the result would have been unpredictable," Lynn said humbly. Said in response. The two talked all the way, and soon boarded the realm of the sky. The spacious conference hall was already full of people, and several legendary speakers had already arrived. That is to say, he was the last one to come, so he hurriedly sat down. "Cosimo is dead." After the meeting started, Harav didn't mean to greet, but said directly, "Who is Cosimo?" Lynn was taken aback for a moment, and after thinking about it, he immediately realized that Cosimo was the one who brought the statue of the evil into the land of wizards, and his true identity was probably a saint, or at least a cardinal. However, Lynn thought that Harav and the others would have killed him long ago, but he didn't expect it to take so long for this guy to die. It wasn't until after listening to Harav's narration that Lynn realized that the souls of high-ranking members of the Holy See like this had long been deeply bound to the kingdom of God. Once the other party died, their souls would be attracted and absorbed by the kingdom of God. So the council directly imprisoned Cosimo, and tried to use magic to probe his memory to understand the plan of the Holy See. As a result, Cosimo's will was extremely firm, and they did not get 2 useful clues, and they were unable to stop him. The opponent actively chooses to die. It can be seen that before arriving at the wizard's land, Cosimo was already prepared to be arrested, and set up the corresponding spell. That's why Cosimo's soul has returned to Isla's kingdom of God. Lynn frowned suddenly. "No, we destroyed his soul and body together." Harav shook his head, and then continued. "But I think she should also be able to sense this. Lynn is thoughtful, just like the spiritual link of the brain, he can also know the mental state of these people at any time. The goddess of life and death of ordinary believers may not pay attention at all, but a powerful one like Cosimo not sure about the soul." Many counselors present were all sad. Although the Sea of Mist technique was destroyed before, they still had a little bit of luck in mind. If the Holy See did not discover this secret during this period of time, then they could continue safely practice magic. Now it's clear that their idea was lost. But the war faction like Sanchez is very happy. Although the power of the Holy See is huge, the land of wizards is no longer what it used to be. They have long been tired of staying like captive camels on this palm-sized island. In short, this war is probably unavoidable, and Ieda Harbor bears the brunt, and it is likely to become a battlefield. Harav looked at Lynn, who was on the side, and reminded him. Ieda has a very good geographical location, it is a natural seaport, and it is also facing the Sekas Empire, so there is a high probability that it will be attacked. I have a proposal. Lynn, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke and looked at the congressman present. Why don't we lead the battlefield to other places? Fighting in the wizard's land is not a good choice. Chapter 257, Create a Paradise for Wizards. Lynn's words echoed continuously in the sky. Of course, the members of the House of Representatives would not fail to understand this truth. Once the battlefield is placed in the wizard's land, even if they win in the end, they will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Even if you fail, the end of the wizard is coming. But the problem is that even the most confident main fighters are not sure of victory. If they take the initiative to attack them, they need to disperse their forces. Some people will defend in the wizard's land, and the other part will go to the Seekus Empire. If it was the other way around, and they withdrew their power to stay here, then the Holy See would have to cross the entire Sea of Fog and come from afar. And they can also use the various protective circles deployed in advance to fight against the enemy, which will greatly make up for the gap in combat power between the two sides. You can speak directly if you have any ideas, Mr. Lynn. Aurora said suddenly. She knew very well that since the other party dared to make this suggestion, it would naturally not be aimless. Under the eyes of everyone, Lynn stretched out his hand and tapped the conference table a few times. The table rippled like water, and then a huge map covering the entire conference table appeared on the crowd in front of. That is the territory of the Seekus Empire. It is about 4 to 5 million square kilometers from south to north, and there are tens of millions of people. This is only the number recorded in the book. This is undoubtedly a giant, and the land of wizards has also been marked out, only the size of a finger. The gap between the two is self-evident. This is the kingdom of Hadrada, and it is also the largest kingdom under the rule of Seekus. Lynn quickly pointed to the right side of the Seekus Empire, a large piece of territory along the coast, which made people confused. The crowd explained Anthony's plan for the Magic Kingdom. To put it bluntly, it is to be supported by wizards, split within the empire, let them fight themselves, and if the situation permits, seize control of the entire kingdom and turn it into a paradise for wizards. Under Lynn's constant talk, Sanchez and the others felt their eyes light up. Looking at the map, you can see that the kingdom of Hadrada occupies nearly 1/5 of the territory of the empire. If this plan can be successful, it will definitely be a major blow to the Holy See. This is much better than staying in the wizard's land and waiting for the opponent to attack. It is equivalent to transferring the battlefield to the territory of the Seekus Empire. Even if the final battle is unfavorable, they still have a way out, at least they can win more time, until the legendary spell Fog of Lost is completed again. And the concept of the Magic Kingdom itself makes people feel a burst of enthusiasm. Is that Master Anthony another member of the Arcane Society? After listening to Lynn's story, Harav asked in a groan. Not bad. Lynn nodded. Now it's not just Harav, but other members of parliament are also interested. Since Lynn has made a big splash in the wizarding land, Secretary Society has become the talk of everyone after dinner. Because this unique magical organization is too mysterious, the only member of the Mystic Society from the outside world that most people can see is Lynn. Although Tick, Alva and others would brag about the profound wisdom that Master Leibniz possessed, the Magic Daily also published a lot of cutting-edge calculus knowledge, so that those wizards who are eager to learn the Olympiad they rejoiced for a while, but many still had doubts about this too mysterious organization. Master Anthony is one of the members of the Mystic Society. He has been planning a plan for the Magic Kingdom in the Empire. Now that it is the end of the day, he is also willing to cooperate with us. Lynn said with a smile. This is the best news I've heard. Harav's solemn look dissipated a little. If some members of the Mystic Society can also participate, it will undoubtedly share a lot of pressure. The other counselors were very curious about this new member of the Mystic Society from the Seekus Empire, and asked questions in a hurry. Lynn didn't hide anything, and immediately told Anthony that he had created a unique method that allowed formal wizards to successfully use electromagnetic power. Probably it was given to Anthony before. These research results on electromagnetic magic, the other party did not ask him to hide his intentions, or in other words, Anthony thought that the method he researched secret society was not at all attractive, and hiding it would only make people laugh out loud. After learning that this method is to introduce the power of thunder into the body and let the magic power in the body be analyzed passively, everyone present couldn't help breaking out in cold sweat. Although it is not uncommon for a wizard to use their own body as an experiment, the power of thunder is extremely terrifying. Even a great wizard will risk death if he introduces thunder into his body. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a member of the secret society. This spirit of dedication to academics is amazing. Of course, after decades of research, the secret society has now mastered the safe method of learning electromagnetic magic, and even the method of making lightning without using magic, and there is no need to risk your life as before. As for the specific, the method is only open to members of the secret society for the time being. Lynn talked eloquently, and with Anthony as a cover, it would be much more convenient for him to propose various electromagnetic theories. Lynn's words undoubtedly whetted the appetite of everyone. The power of electromagnetic magic does not need to be described too much. It can be seen from the lightning passing through the clouds and the occasional thunderstorm in the wizard's land. Manufacturing thunder and lightning is undoubtedly the key to learning thunder magic, otherwise they can only wait for the thunderstorm to fly thousands of meters above the sky to receive the lightning strike. You must know that the electric current that uses magic power to simulate is still magic power in essence. After the analysis of material deconstruction technique, you can get nothing but magic power. Therefore, if you want to really learn magic, you must find the most primitive element. Tick, Alva, and Ellison, who joined the secret society because of learning Olympiad, were pleasantly surprised. They did not expect such benefits. Okay, about that electromagnetic magic, everyone please discuss it after the meeting. Harav interrupted everyone's discussion and said solemnly. Now, let's vote on matters concerning the Magic Kingdom. The discussion in the Sky Realm came to an abrupt end. After pondering and hesitating for a moment, more than 140 members of Parliament spoke out to vote, and finally ended the meeting with nearly 80% of the members supporting the Magic Kingdom plan. Chapter 258, The Earl Joyce Who Was Scared and Fled Overnight. After the meeting, a group of members of the House of Representatives left the territory of the sky with heavy hearts. After Lynn got acquainted with several great wizards, he also took the time to ask about Green Real's combat readiness. In the past few months, the Parliament has convened and trained an army of 20,000 people. Compared to the Empire and the Church, this is obviously not enough, but the population of the Wizarding Land is limited, and the total is only 600,000 to 700,000 people. It is impossible to engage in crowd tactics like their enemies, and they can only win by quality. Although this so-called quality is just an extravagant hope, after all, these legions don't have much combat experience at all. Besides, the magical beasts domesticated by potion wizards may also come in handy. Then there are magic crystal cannons and golems, which are the killers of wizards. First of all, the magic crystal cannon, its principle is to compress the magic power stored in the magic crystal and fire it out in the most basic way. Simple but effective. Ordinary magic crystal cannons are about as powerful as third ring magic, while advanced magic crystal cannons can be compared to fourth ring magic. Although the gap is only one ring of magic, the power has increased by more than 10 times. In contrast, the cost of advanced magic crystal cannons is also extremely expensive. Every time a bombardment is fired, a fist-sized magic crystal needs to be consumed, which means that hundreds of magic gold coins are only enough to fire one shell. Lynn had the honor to experience and control this special alchemy weapon before, and he also had a rough estimate of its power. In terms of destructive power alone, it is much stronger than the cannon produced in the workshop. The disadvantage is that it is expensive and has a limited range of attack. Since there was no need for war in the wizard's land before, and the manufacturing process itself is very complicated, even if the two kinds of magic crystal cannons add up, the number is only 100, and most of them are arranged in Green Real City and Magic Crystal Cannon around the quarry. But this is all an illusion. It was not until the Parliament was preparing for the war that it was discovered that due to lack of maintenance and even being sold by someone, there are only 50 guns left that can be used. As the president of the Alchemy Association, magic creator Vittorio was furious, and the Alchemy Association was severely rectified. The second is the golem, which is even more expensive than the magic crystal cannon. It is all made of solid mithril, forming a unique magic inscription circuit inside, and a part of the consciousness is projected into the golem by the Shinnik wizard. Take control. After patchwork from various schools, they managed to scrape together 70 golems. At that time, the Spiritual Academy will send corresponding personnel to assist in the battle. Hearing the news, Lynn couldn't help but laugh. It seems that there has been peace for a long time before, and these wizards have never thought about going to war. If the church suddenly called, then the entire wizarding land is estimated to be 10% to 50%. Can't make it out. Your Excellency Lynn, I heard from Master Raphael that the A.K.A. school has developed a new type of weapon called a musket, which is much more powerful than a crossbow and can easily penetrate armor and even mage shields. Is that so? Sanchez asked curiously. They have all read the report submitted by Raphael, and it is clearly mentioned that this is a weapon that can allow trained ordinary people to threaten wizards. Not bad. Lynn nodded. What's the price of this thing? Sanchez continued. He has been in charge of the training of the newly recruited 20,000 new troops, and he is naturally the most concerned about this new weapon. 2 magic gold coins and a musket. Lynn said after pondering for a long time, offering a price that was neither high nor low. The cost of making a musket alone is about 15 magic silver coins. Considering the cost of labor and transportation, it needs to be doubled. Just go. And compared to the musket itself, the ammunition that is constantly consumed is the most profitable. In view of the sale price given by Lynn, Sanchez did not hesitate to purchase 10,000 muskets. Now it was Lynn's turn to make trouble. Right now the musket workshop's output is still very limited. How about this? I can give you 2,000 flintlock guns first. It's no problem to rotate them for daily training. It doesn't matter how accurate they are, as long as they know how to use them. I'll make up for it later. A.K.A.'s musket-making workshop has been expanding recently, and now it can produce about 3,000 muskets per month. After those workers are skilled, they should be able to continue to increase production, but they want to get together in a short time. 10,000 muskets is not an easy task. As for the leak of technology, this is inevitable, and Lynn doesn't care much about it. Darren and others are already researching the production of percussion guns. Wait until someone can reproduce the flintlock gun, it is estimated that this thing has become an obsolete thing. After discussing the sale of muskets, Lynn and Sanchez turned to discussing the training of the army. Sanchez, who was born in the land of wizards, was completely blind to the training of the Legion. Fortunately, he managed to figure out some methods, such as how to make them cooperate with the wizard's magic, and simulate the two armies. Rivalry or something. Lynn's method is much more straightforward. For the musketeers, discipline is the first priority, and the second is the adaptability of the battlefield. How to face the enemy's mass charge, or even the arrow rain, and still stand still and complete it calmly. Actions such as cleaning the rifling, placing ammunition, aiming and firing. So he directly asked the wizards who were idle in A.K.A. to catch some monsters, and let the musketeers form a small team to fight. The deterrence of these monsters is not weaker than that of the battlefield. Facing a fire lion that is flying towards you, who can complete reloading, shooting, and shooting is a qualified musketeer. This method is not bad. Sanchez said appreciatively, and there would be no major problems with wizards watching from the side, so he immediately decided to promote it. The recruits who were training far outside the city of Greenriel didn't know that their nightmare was about to begin. While the land of wizards was urgently preparing for war affairs, the mighty minor liberation movement in the kingdom of Hadrada became more and more intense. Starting from the small barony of York, it took less than a month for Raydell to have swept nearly 1/7 of the Hadrada kingdom's territory, and organized a team of tens of thousands. Elder Earl Joyce was so frightened that he fled overnight, and spread the shocking news to Hadrada King's capital. Chapter 259, Those Miners, They Don't Talk About Martial Arts. Hadra Tower in the royal capital, a grand palace banquet is being held in the luxurious and exquisite palace. The nobles in gorgeous clothes hold transparent glass wine glasses and walk among the young maids and beautiful ladies. Tasting the delicious food, the face is filled with flattering or self-satisfied smiles. The two protagonists of the banquet are naturally the two crown princes of Hadrada, Harold and Hader, surrounded by the crowd, which also makes the originally lively banquet a little more tense. On the throne of the palace, Bazel, the monarch of the kingdom of Hadrada, was left aside, but he didn't seem to care about the offense of the nobles, and looked at the dispute between the two princes indifferently, as if it's like watching a boring drama. Just as the banquet was gradually reaching its climax, the door of the hall was suddenly opened. It was as if a disgusting maggot was inexplicably added to the delicious food. Hearing the extremely presumptuous sound of pushing the door, all the nobles present turned their heads to the door, wanting to see who was so bold. It was a disheveled, unkempt middle-aged man who broke in. The exquisite clothes on his body were covered with dust and mud marks, which formed a sharp contrast with everyone in the banquet hall. The guards guarding the door are struggling to drag him out. "Earl Joyce, what's the matter with you?" The eldest Prince Harold walked forward quickly, and said with an unswerving expression. Joyce was one of his supporters. Not only did he miss the banquet today, but he also barged in with his clothes disheveled at the critical moment of the banquet, without the slightest aristocratic demeanor. "Your Highness, the miners, those miners are crazy." Joyce gripped Harold's cuff tightly with his dusty hands, and complained tearfully how the miners suddenly he broke into his territory, burned, killed, and looted, so that his castle and manor were seized by those miners. Listening to what Joyce said, the nobles almost laughed out loud. Before they saw Joyce in such a state of distress, they thought it was those vicious believers of evil gods who jumped out to make trouble again, but it turned out to be a riot of a group of miners. Of course, this is not to say that similar things are rare. In fact, it is exactly the opposite. Minor riots are common in the Hadrada kingdom. Once these humble poor people are full and gain strength, they will start to be dissatisfied with the status quo. You must know that every miner is bought by them with money, and digging ore is their job. However, no matter how many miners there are in this group, they are just a rabble. Usually, it only takes a few rounds of salvos from hundreds of guards holding crossbow arrows, and they will disperse, just like hordes of rats trying to provoke a fire lion. Just as ridiculous. This time is different," Joyce said in a hurried tone. "What's the difference, Earl Joyce? Can't those miners still fly into the sky and shoot arrows at you?" Hatter asked with a sneer. "They not only occupied my castle, but also destroyed the church and the statue of the goddess," Joyce said tremblingly. The banquet hall, which was originally full of laughter, immediately became extremely quiet, and needles could be heard. In the past, it was not a case of a cowardly nobleman who was killed by rioting miners. However, it was the first time that churches and goddess statues were attacked. Once. How dare they? Crazy, just crazy. This group of damned blasphemers. A archbishop almost fainted on the spot after hearing the news. How dare these lowly miners blaspheme the gods? Are you sure they are just a group of miners? A cold voice suddenly sounded, and it was Cardinal Enrique who spoke. The nobles gathered around Joyce immediately dispersed. The burly Enrique in a red and gold robe walked in through the gap made by the crowd. He stood there like a towering mountain, which made everyone present felt a great sense of oppression. Every earldom has at least one bishop and several priests stationed, plus thousands of soldiers guarding the castle. A group of riot miners alone is not enough to capture it, and destroying the goddess statue is not like what miners would do. Matter. I'm not sure, Lord Enryoke, but I only saw those miners. Joyce replied hesitantly. Before he received news that a group of rioting miners had captured one of his baronies and killed the Baron of York. Naturally, Joyce couldn't bear it, so he summoned 1,000-man guard and personally went out to suppress the riot. As a result, the miners don't talk about martial arts at all. They come and go like the wind, appear and disappear, poison, dig traps, and engage in internal affairs. They don't give themselves a chance to fight positively. His guards were led into the trap by these miners, and died under the falling rocks and the spikes in the pit. In the end, Joyce tried his best to fight a road under the protection of the guards. As a result, he was about to return to the castle. When he summoned the army to fight again, he found that those shameless mine slaves were playing tricks. At that time, he had already captured his castle, so that he was almost ambushed on the way back. Joyce, who had lingering fears, could only run to the capital in disgrace for help, and he also found out a piece of news. After conquering the Baron of York, the leader, a miner named Ritter, distributed all of Baron York's money and land to the poor in the territory. He also captured the local church and killed the local pastor. As for the current situation in the Earl's land, Joyce doesn't know yet, but he probably won't end well. After Joyce eloquently explained everything, anger and a little fear surged in the hearts of all the nobles. The Grand Duke Rickman roared that he would send out an army immediately to kill those lowly miners. There are also several large mines in his territory, so naturally he will not allow such a thing to happen. These blasphemers will be punished and fall into eternal purgatory. Enryoke said in a deep voice, and then turned his head to look at King Basil, who was sitting on the throne and had not said a word until now. Your Majesty Basil, I heard that you are hesitating about making a crown prince recently. The minor uprising affecting the southeastern part of the kingdom is the best opportunity for the two princes to show their abilities and decide who will be crowned prince. How about becoming the next crown prince? Enryoke's words immediately won the approval of the nobles, and they echoed them repeatedly. King Basil watched the voices of nobles and priests come and go, and it took him a long time to reply. Can. Chapter 260, This is all the plan of that adult. The festive and lively banquet in the royal capital came to an end in Joyce's disturbance and the turmoil of setting up the crown prince, but for most of the nobles, the dispute had just begun. As the number one supporter of the eldest Prince Harold, the Grand Duke Rickman announced in a high-profile manner after the banquet that he would follow God's command and personally lead the army to the Earl of Joyce to fight against the rioting miners. The rest of the nobles who supported Harold also responded one after another. Even in order to hurry up and avoid being preempted by the subordinates of the second Prince Hatter, a dozen or so nobles decided to gather their private soldiers together after deliberation. In addition to recruiting some serf soldiers from the southern part of the kingdom, an army of 15,000 people could be assembled within a week. Enough to crush those rioting miners into powder. On the contrary, what surprised everyone was that, as a strong contender for the crown prince, Hatter did not make much action. In fact, after returning from the palace, Hatter immediately summoned the nobles who supported him, preparing to pull out an army as soon as possible to fight against the riots in the southern part of the kingdom. It just didn't start yet, but was stopped by Anthony. Since Harold is so active, let them go, those miners are not so easy to deal with. Anthony said with a sneer. Master, is it possible that the riots of these miners are related to wizards? Hatter hesitated for a moment, and asked in a slightly puzzled voice. He didn't think these people could make any waves. Although the Earl Joyce bragged about the so-called leader of the miners, in his opinion, it was nothing more than a cleverness. The opponent was caught off guard. Untrained poor people will never be able to resist living in the battlefield, even with the help of wizards. After all, the behavior of those miners blowing up the statue of the goddess has angered the church. Cardinal Enryoke even bluntly stated at the banquet that he will send several archbishops and a team of priests to go there. Unless Anthony, who is a great wizard, is willing to do it himself. Anthony did not admit or veto it. Now is not the time to expose the secret society and the place of wizards, but said ambiguously. If the kingdom has been stable, you probably won't have any advantage. Even if the factor of church interference is put aside, Harold's supporters are more powerful than you, and only a suitable change can turn you around. Current disadvantage. In short, you just need to do it, and you will naturally be able to ascend the throne when the time comes. Although Anthony doesn't know much about these miners, he knows that this is the arrangement of the adult, and these hastily assembled troops alone cannot wipe them out. Hayter took Anthony's words as acquiescence, and the urgency in his heart was much less. It was just that he simply let the Grand Duke Rickman and others go to the Earl of Joyce, which still made him feel a little unsafe. It was the first time his father, King Basil, mentioned the establishment of a crown prince so clearly, and it was in front of all the nobles in the entire empire. In addition, this matter was proposed by Cardinal Enrique himself, which means that who can to deal with those miners, even if this candidate makes the two of them dissatisfied, they cannot easily go back on their word. If Harold messes this up, it will be difficult. Hatter hesitated whether to organize a large army to follow the opponent, pretending to go together to suppress the riots, and then turned against the water temporarily, and cooperated with the miners and wizards to cooperate internally and externally, and counted all the private soldiers of the dozens of nobles who went to the Earl's land to crusade against the miners' annihilation. Anthony was also taken aback by Hayter's fierceness. After pondering for a moment, he did not agree with Hayter's risky move. Unless he could guarantee that the entire army would be wiped out, he would only be caught. You can send a team to investigate the situation, and it's not too late to make a decision later. Anthony said hesitantly. At the same time, the final battle is going on in the Earl of Joyce. Playing a game of smacking east and west, Raydell, who easily captured the castle, after solving the guards, encountered the biggest problem since the uprising, that is, disintegrating the local church. Unlike the baronier where there is only one priest stationed, there is a bishop and 5 priests in the church. In addition, when they dealt with the guards, they made a lot of noise, which has already alarmed the church. There is no possibility of fraudulent sneak attack, the only thing we can do is to fight with all our strength. This is a battle between the poor and the extraordinary. In the pouring rain, thousands of miners surrounded the church with captured crossbows, spears or sharp knives. Dozens of bows and crossbows shot out together, and the flying arrows fell like a torrential rain. However, the bishop just raised his hand, and an invisible barrier blocked the rain of arrows that filled the sky. The arrows shot on it and filled the sky, but they couldn't break through it in a short time. Although the power of a well-made composite crossbow is not inferior to that of a flintlock, it is based on the breakthrough in material science and the invention of the pulley block, and the strong crossbow made by the craftsmen of the Empire is not satisfactory. It is impossible to defeat the second ring magic shield of holy light. On the contrary, if the other party attacks with a holy light, dozens of people will die. As for the miners who rushed up and tried to besiege them, they all fell to the ground crying and kneeling under the light of the divine spell confession of sins, piously repenting for their blasphemy by smashing statues. Such a terrifying scene made the miners who occupy an absolute number retreat in fear. They dare not take a step forward, and only dare to fight back with bows and crossbows from a distance. The gap between the extraordinary and the poor can be seen. Is this the real clergyman? Redder looked at the bishop in the church who was easily coping with their siege, and then at the dozens of corpses lying on the ground. The long knife in his hand tightened and tightened. He really wanted to rush up and fight with everyone, but he was extremely clear that this would not help at all. That's right, so I told you that the real difficulties have just begun. Lynn's voice rang in his ears. The bishop stationed in the earldom should be a second-ring priest. Is there any way to kill him? Raydell asked eagerly. 2 ways. First, you can wait until his power is exhausted. Lynn said casually, whether it is a wizard or a priest, casting spells must consume mental power. However, in the church, the other party seems to be able to receive a certain bonus, so under the circumstances of sheltering those priests, the power has not been exhausted for a long time. What about the second method? Redder directly rejected the first method without even thinking about it, because if you wait a little longer, several miners will die. Chapter 261, Could it be that Redder is the messenger of God? The second way is to learn magic. Lynn said. Magic? Now. Redder couldn't help but paused. He was naturally very interested in the very magical and powerful magic. During this period of time, Lynn would stuff a lot of novel knowledge into his mind from time to time, which seemed to be called physics, chemistry, and Olympiad. It is said that it is a must-learn basic course for becoming a wizard. When he has free time, Redder will also look at it roughly several times. The knowledge is very fascinating, ranging from the movement of objects to the formation of everything. Perhaps this is the world in the eyes of wizards. There are certain laws that operate, and magic is the reproduction of these objective laws. But, didn't you say that my magic talent is very limited? Raydell asked in confusion. I'm afraid it's too late to learn magic now, right? I have a way to make you a spellcaster in a short period of time. Of course, this is an experiment, and I don't guarantee the success rate. Lynn said bluntly. Come on. Redder took a deep breath, ready to face everything, and then felt a tingling pain in his brain, as if someone was using a mining pick to keep stirring in his brain. Although Rattle is just an ordinary person who doesn't know magic, after being tempered by the dream world, his will is much stronger than ordinary people, and the discomfort caused by being forced to break through the mental defense line is particularly obvious. Even if Redder has a certain magical talent, it is not easy for the opponent to gain the ability to cast spells in a short period of time. The most critical factor is where the magic power comes from. Even a wizard apprentice can't cast a few first-level magic, let alone the apprentice is not Rattle. Lynn chose a tricky approach. He has already recorded the magic he has mastered in the magic field, forming a large number of spell slots. In this way, Redder can release magic through the deep spiritual connection with the brain. This is Lynn's attempt to explore the secrets of divine magic. Just after the deciphering of the mental frequency reached 50%, Redlaton suddenly felt that his brain seemed to explode, and his consciousness entered an extremely mysterious field, and there were countless grey runes floating in a void space. These runes look very complicated, and they are composed of lines that cannot be described in words. Redder was amazed when the two runes at the bottom suddenly lit up. At the same time, the corresponding information appeared in his mind, and Lynn's voice rang simultaneously. This is a ring of magic lightning attraction and lightning strike. One ring magic. Redder was a little surprised. Just now Lynn said that the bishop was a second ring priest. These two first ring witchcraft alone might not be enough to defeat him, right? Lynn said with a smile. Sometimes the strength of magic cannot be determined simply by a few rings. Some specific spells can often achieve good results with the help of natural power. For example, now. Lynn's voice fell, and a thunderclap sounded in the sky. Do you still remember the physics knowledge I passed on to you? About the formation of lightning strikes. Lynn said with a smile. The reason why the thunder hits the ground at a height of thousands of meters is because the accumulation of electrons in the cloud layer increases the potential, forming a potential difference with the ground, and when the potential difference reaches a certain level, the molecules between the cloud layer and the ground surface will be ionized, forming positive energy. Negative charges, attracting each other to form a falling lightning strike. It's just that the air is not a good conductor, so most of the lightning is directly interrupted in the air and cannot reach the ground. The technique of attracting lightning uses this principle to control the formation of lightning strikes by affecting the electric field on the surface. Under Lynn's explanation, Redder quickly tried it. The influence of the first ring spell on the electric field is very weak, but this is enough. After all, lightning always falls on the easiest path to ionize. The next moment, under the guidance of Redder, a burst of violent thunder exploded in everyone's ears. It was the explosion produced by lightning breaking through the air. But lightning comes faster than sound. A white beam of light instantly broke through the clouds and fell straight down from the sky. It was just that Raydell, who was casting the spell for the first time, was a little off and didn't hit anyone. The falling lightning hit the ground, blasting a big hole in the solid masonry. Everyone present stopped what they were doing, obviously stunned by the sudden flash of thunder. God's punishment, this is God's punishment. The bishop shouted loudly, and the priests on the side were also rejoicing, thinking that it must be their devout prayers, or the blasphemous actions of these miners, that attracted the true God. His anger drew down the thunder from the sky. Compared to the rejoicing bishops and pastors, Ham and others paled for a while, showing horror. Some even threw the mine manuscripts in their hands on the ground and knelt down to beg the goddess for forgiveness. Great Moon Goddess, please lower your anger and punish the blasphemer in front of you. The bishop was so excited that he opened his arms and looked towards the sky, shouting loudly. Then go meet your goddess. Redder roared angrily, raised his finger to the bishop, and activated lightning attraction. In an instant, the incomparably bright light fell again, which is the mighty power of nature. The bishop, who was spreading his arms, looking up at the sky, and praying for the coming of the gods, also saw the dazzling light. Tens of millions of volts of high-voltage lightning directly penetrated the holy light barrier that made them helpless, and the powerful current instantly penetrated the bishop. Whole body. Everything happened so fast. At the moment of welcoming death, the bishop still had a look of excitement and joy on his face. Seeing the lightning falling from the sky split the bishop into a scorched corpse, this scene of divine punishment stunned the priests who were praying devoutly. It is possible that the great Lord of the stars and goddess of the moon has completely given up them? The faith of several priests showed faint signs of collapse, but Redder had no sense of mercy, and immediately commanded Ham and others, who had just woken up from a dream, to use crossbow arrows to kill the remaining priests. Used the lightning drawing technique twice in a row. Although the magic power consumed was directly drawn from the magic power field, the consumption of mental power also made Redder's brain a little tingling. The miners on the field looked at Raydell with a look of astonishment, excitement, and shock. A thought popped up in Ham's mind: could it be that Redder is the messenger of God? Otherwise, how can you call the lightning from the sky? Chapter 262, Lynn, God of Miners? Ham, take someone to search this church, and remember to destroy the statue of the goddess, so as not to make any mistakes. Raydell ordered against the tingling sensation in his brain, and then did not rest, leading the rest of the people, start cleaning up the battlefield, especially burying the bodies of those miners. More than 40 people died in the capture of this church, and Redder couldn't help but sighed. Although he already valued these priests very much and brought all the captured crossbows with him, the opponent's strength was still beyond his expected. Fortunately, everything is over. After cleaning up the things here, it was already evening, and Ham and the others had already counted Earl Joyce's finances. Boxes of gold coins and treasures filled the entire treasury, making people dazzled. Raydell started the usual action again, which was to gather the poor and miners of the entire town together, and divide the treasure from Joyce's land. Is it really going to be divided? Ham couldn't help asking. When he was in the baronier, he felt a little incredible when he saw Redder divide the property. It was worth at least tens of thousands of imperial gold coins. Of course, according to His Excellency Lynn, the Earl squeezed the wealth out of the poor, and now I'm just returning it to them. Redder said solemnly, and after a pause, he continued to speak. Or can we take all these things away? This is obviously impractical. Redder knew that although he had captured the Earl's castle, they couldn't defend the castle with their stragglers, let alone confront the regular army, so they could only keep running and shifting positions. Bringing these treasures will only slow down their speed of action. Wouldn't it be better to have extra bags and clothes for food? Ham admired and regretted watching Redder's personal guards open boxes full of gold and silver and distribute them to miners and poor people. Many people are afraid to accept the good intentions of Radel and others, and even wonder if they have some ulterior motives. Radel doesn't care. Trust always needs a process. Under the temptation of real benefits, the vast majority of miners and poor people chose to accept their good intentions. Joyce's wealth seems to be a lot, but many of them are treasures that cannot be valued. The rest is divided, and each person can only receive 30 silver coins. As for the miners who participated in the battle, they got 1. Gold coins were rewarded for their valor. Redder's generosity is also the reason why these people are so motivated and dare to smash the statue of the goddess. After dividing the gold and silver of the Earl and bringing the relationship closer, Radel took out his trump card, which was to hold a large bonfire banquet, and everyone gathered to complain about the harsh treatment of the supervisors and nobles in the past. For example, Baron York is greedy and stingy, and the manor he built is extremely luxurious, but he is even willing to give them a few pieces of black bread and unpalatable wheat leaf porridge to these miners who risk their lives to dig ore in the mine. Eating half full is a luxury. Another example is that a brutal official whipped himself in public for no reason after being drunk. There are not too many similar sufferings, even if you can't finish talking about them for a few days and nights. Those high-ranking nobles don't regard them as human beings at all. To live is already a luxury. At first, the poor people in the Earl only dared to stand and listen from a distance, but soon the more they listened, the more angry they became, and finally joined in cursing. There were so many angry poor people that Redder had to let his personal guards come out to maintain order, and then ordered people to bring up all the delicacies stored in the Earl's treasury. Many poor people and miners are eating delicious white bread for the first time, and they can also eat a piece of lamb leg, or drink a little noble red wine, and experience the luxurious life of an aristocrat. Master Redder, when we were in church today, were you calling for God's punishment to come? When the bonfire banquet was in progress, a young miner couldn't help asking. For a moment, Ham and the others also looked over quickly. The scene in the church was simply beyond their cognition. Successive lightning strikes fell from the sky, almost shattering their eardrums, and instantly blinding their eyes. When the invincible bishop was split into a scorched corpse, only divine punishment was enough to describe such a terrifying scene in the minds of Ham and others. No, that's not God's punishment, it's the law of electromagnetism. Radel hurriedly explained. It's just that everyone present is in a cloud of confusion. What kind of charge accumulation and potential difference are far beyond the scope of their brains. Most people firmly believe that Redder must have been favored by the gods. Some miners from the barony even bragged about how Redder led them to kill the evil overseer. They attacked the Baron at night and killed York in his sleep. He was so frightened that he ran away, not even daring to return to the castle. Amid the bragging of the crowd, Redder's cheeks were flushed, and his face was a little more embarrassed. Some of these many deeds were indeed written by him, but many of them were not his credit. Especially when dealing with Joyce, he, who lacked experience in leading the army, often consulted that mysterious Lord Wizard, and even the method of calling on everyone to complain was given to him by the other party. You must have been guided by a real god. A miner shouted excitedly, since it was Redder who told them that the so-called goddess of the moon Ayla is just a false god, using belief to fool them, and the legend there is no difference between the terrifying and evil gods and devils in the movie, but they hide deeper. Then Redder must have been received by the true god, or obtained divine revelation in a dream, to know all this. Hearing this, Redder also fell silent, because so far he has not figured out who the mysterious and powerful wizard is, and why he chose himself. I only know that the other party's profound knowledge is as vast as the sea, and he can even bestow magic on himself. If the other party didn't call himself a wizard, he would probably be like these people, thinking that he had received a real divine revelation. However, in Redder's eyes, Lynn, who knows everything and has shown all kinds of magical abilities, is no different from a god. He is still a who is willing to save these humble miners. Chapter 263, Raider who does not talk about martial arts. Amidst the shouts of cursing at the nobles and boasting of Raider, the miners from the barony and the poor in the castle quickly became acquainted, to the point where they talked about everything. Obviously, the complaining method that Lynn told him is very effective, and the hostility of most poor people has been disintegrated in just one meal. After drinking and eating, Raider rejected those poor people and miners who wanted to join the team and liberate themselves, and asked them to think about it for a few days before making a serious decision. It is urgent to expand the team, but he is more aware that recruiting too many unqualified people will only make the army loose and have no combat effectiveness. You will lead the vigil tonight, you must pay more attention, and don't take it lightly. Raider appointed a personal guard and instructed. Although the soldiers in the castle have been killed by them, this does not mean that they are completely safe. Before, he ordered people to arrest and hang all the notorious wealthy households and minor nobles in the castle. The treatment may not be clean, and it is necessary to beware of the remaining forces sneaking in at night. After arranging everything, Raider, who had been tense to the extreme, finally relaxed a bit, and was about to go back to have a good sleep when Lynn's voice rang in his mind. It seems that you are already very experienced in doing these things. Raider has long been used to the occasional voice suddenly appearing in his head, so he was not surprised at all. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "This is also thanks to your guidance, Your Excellency Lynn." Without those miners around him, Raider took off his disguise. He was not very old, but he had to pretend to be an old man in order to give everyone confidence. It's just a guide. When you actually practice, you still rely on yourself. Lynn responded with a smile. Raider's performance was even better than he expected. At the beginning, the arrangements for leading the battle and tactics were almost I have to hand over it by myself, and now I can make some arrangements by myself in just over half a month. However, I have to tell you a bad news. The Earl Joyce who was let go by you has fled to the palace, which means that your liberation of the miners in the southern part of the kingdom has been exposed. Lynn continued solemnly. The legion that came to attack you was led by Duke Rickman, a total of 15,000 people, and several bishops and some priests came with the army. The expression on Raider's face immediately became extremely dignified. Just one bishop alone caused them great trouble, not to mention that there will be several coming this time. Although the lightning attraction art is powerful, it can only exert its extraordinary power in thunderstorms, allowing him to compete with those bishops who can perform divine arts, and it will not take a few times. A regular army of tens of thousands of people can easily destroy them. You must know that Joyce, whom he dealt with before, only brought 1,000 people with him when he came to conquer them, and the guards in the entire earldom were only about 2,000 people. Most of them were serf soldiers recruited temporarily. They all need to rely on bluffing to win. Raider struggled for a long time, and finally said with a sigh, "It's impossible for me to defeat them. It seems that I can only hide in the mountains. This is the only way out." "No, that's not necessary, I have a way to make you defeat that Grand Duke." Lynn's voice sounded again. Red Laton's eyes lit up, and he had no doubts about Lynn's statement. He had seen all kinds of fantastic tactics of the opponent, and they were very powerful, and they turned Earl Joyce around. "I sent you some reinforcements. Of course, you still need to buy some time, about 10 days or so, and the legion led by Rickman can arrive in 5 or 6 days at most." Lynn explained. "It is not easy to transport the entire musketeer team from Ieda to the Hadrada kingdom, especially the transportation of the artillery, it will not be fast." A few days passed in a flash, and the army gathered in the capital, under the shout of the Grand Duke Rickman, swaggered towards the earldom. However, just halfway along the road, Rickman realized how ungrateful those lowly Kuang slaves were. They not only set many traps along the road, but also sent a guerrilla team over to hide in the nearby mountains. During the day, no one could be seen at all, and when they were about to rest at night, these miners would suddenly rush out and shoot a wave of rockets at a distance, and then fled without hesitation regardless of whether they hit or not. Although the arrows were not very accurate because they were too far away and it was the middle of the night, they basically didn't hurt a few people, but they still disturbed their peace. These people are like rats squeaking in your ears, and when you get up and want to hit them, you can't find where they are. As a last resort, Grand Duke Rickman had no choice but to rescue the bishops who accompanied the army, and used magic to eliminate all these elusive and unwanted rodents, and captured 150 crossbows in one go. What a stupid tactic, to send such a precious bow and crossbow to the door! Rickman said with a sneer. Before, he thought that the leaders of those miners were tricky and difficult to deal with. Now it seems that they will make it just some cheap tricks. For an earldom, if you can search for 300 crossbows, you will be able to reach the sky. It is also the only means for those mobs to fight against them. The opponent actually gave away half of them at once, which can only be described as stupid. It took almost 8 days to arrive at the destination after stuttering all the way. Rickman did not directly choose to attack the city, because Joyce dug a road from outside the city in order to leave a way for himself to escape. The secret passage to the inside of the castle, now is the time to use it. Rickman immediately dispatched an elite team, together with a bishop, through the secret passage, sneaked into the city at night, closed the gates of the city, and even contacted the little nobles in the city to cooperate with each other. Things went extremely smoothly. Less than half an hour later, the closed city gate was opened. Rickman immediately led people to kill him, but was surprised to find that all the rebellious miners had withdrawn. It was like punching cotton, making Rickman very depressed. Joyce returned to the castle with tears in his eyes, but when he hurriedly led people back to the manor to open his treasury, what he saw was an empty scene. All the gold and silver were distributed by Redder, and the inestimable treasures were buried, leaving only 4 white walls. These despicable thieves! Joyce was so angry that he vomited blood and almost fainted on the spot. Chapter 264, Reinforcement from the Sky. The Grand Duke Rickman led the army to take a short rest in the castle. Angry Joyce arrested several citizens and interrogated them fiercely, before he realized that Redder had distributed all his wealth to the poor in the castle. And some people followed each other and ran away before they arrived. Joyce was so angry that he cursed, immediately gathered all the poor people who were still stranded in the territory, and ordered them to return all the property they had collected, and to hand in an additional 20 silver coins as punishment. If you can't afford it, you will be whipped. At the beginning, Joyce executed it himself. He pumped several citizens until they were bloody. He breathed a sigh of relief when he was tired and out of breath, and handed over the matter to the guards for execution. Some poor people who were reluctant to part with their fields and houses, or who were not optimistic about Raydell, did not obey the other party's orders to escape outside for a while. All regretted it very much, and at the same time, their resentment towards Joyce was even deeper. As for the nobles and wealthy businessmen who hid in tunnels and dark rooms and escaped everything, they rejoiced. After Joyce denounced Redder's robbery, they even spontaneously assembled a private army of 500 people to let Joyce SI is in charge of the command, kill those miners, and their treasure back. For Joyce, this was obviously a surprise. Before that, he even considered whether to recruit some poor people to form temporary serf soldiers, at least to strengthen his momentum, so that he would not be completely without manpower and could only rely on guards of the Grand Duke. Now it's much more convenient, and it's really a disgrace for nobles to send their own troops to carry hoes and or manuscripts on the battlefield. At night, the spies dispatched earlier reported that they found traces of the miners more than 10 kilometers away from the castle. There was a sparse crowd, roughly tens of thousands of people. It seems that they haven't gone far. Rickman heaved a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that these people would be broken into pieces, slipping away, unable to fulfill the prince's entrustment, and that would be the real trouble. Up! Continue to track me down, but don't alarm them. Rickman ordered, and he didn't mean to pursue it at night, but was going to rest here for a night. The previous encounters have made Rickman understand the insidiousness of the opponent, and chasing him in the middle of the night might run into something bad for him again. Try to intercept the opponent on the plane in front, and all the conspiracies and tricks will be invisible. Thinking of this, Rickman shook his head, and said with a sneer, "If these stupid miners stick to this castle, maybe it will take some more time to deal with them. They must have heard of your reputation before they were frightened and fled in a hurry. Even with the strong castle wall as their backing, they can't make up for their inner weakness." Joyce flattered. Rickman couldn't help laughing, and a group of nobles echoed their words one after another. They gathered together to talk loudly, imagining how generous the generous herald would reward him after this victory. "By the way, where is His Royal Highness the Second Prince? Why didn't I hear about his actions when I was in the capital?" Listening to everyone's bragging, Rickman suddenly remembered this matter, and felt a little uneasy in his heart. This matter related to the establishment of the Crown Prince, and the other party should be very anxious. "I heard that His Royal Highness Hatter and several earls had a disagreement on the deployment of the army. It may be because of this that they have been delaying." A Baron responded with a deep voice. "There is internal strife at such a critical juncture. The second prince is really not suitable for the throne," Rickman said mockingly, and his heart was completely relieved. A spies reported earlier that an earl who supported Hatter led a small army of pioneers, hanging far behind him. It seemed that he was unwilling to do so, so he sent people to observe them all the time. Trend. Then let them watch with their own eyes how we crushed that group of miners," Rickman said decisively, and then raised the wine glass in his hand. "For our victory, and for King Harold." All the people present also raised their glasses and shouted in unison for His Majesty Harold. The next morning, when it was daylight, Grand Duke Rickman summoned the army to chase after him. He was inevitably escaped by these people, so he even sent a cavalry brigade to go there first and drive them to a suitable place. Rickman has a big appetite. Not only does he want to defeat the rioting miners, he is also going to wipe them all out in one go. Such a hearty victory is the best gift he can give to the new king. However, things did not always go as expected. Under the pursuit of the cavalry, Redder led his men all the way to a valley and defended on the spot. It did not work as Rickman expected. Due to the unfavorable terrain, the cavalry did not continue to pursue. "If we knew we would be blocked here, we might as well defend in the castle, maybe we still have a chance," Ham complained and said, "Now trapped in this valley, they can't even run. That fortress belongs to Earl Joyce. No one knows if he has left any behind. At that time, internal and external difficulties will be more troublesome," Redder explained, and then said with a smile, "And our waiting is not fruitless. Reinforcements have arrived, haven't they?" "Reinforcements? Where are they?" Ham asked in confusion. "It's in the sky," Redder said confidently. Ham and others blankly looked up at the sky, but there was nothing above. Redder didn't see anything either, but he firmly believed that the reinforcements had arrived, because the wizard had told him himself. The next moment, the miners felt the ground vibrate violently, and then there was a burst of light in the empty valley, and airships appeared in front of everyone. Ham and the others stared dumbfounded at the exquisite creations in front of them that could not be described in their shallow language. Each of them was more than 20 meters high. Then recalling that Redder said that the reinforcements came from the sky, someone immediately shouted. "This must be the creation of the gods. God has come to save us." In the eyes of these desperate miners who have never seen magic, these airships that suddenly appeared in the valley seemed to be sent by God to save them. For a while, shouts spread throughout the valley, and many miners knelt down one after another, worshipping these behemoths that were taller than the houses. Chapter 265, Darren, my cannon is already hungry and thirsty. Hey? What are they doing? Lydia was the first to run down from the airship, and she was stunned for a moment when she saw thousands of people kneeling and kowtowing towards her. After hearing everyone's shouts clearly, Lydia's expression was also a little strange. It turned out that she was the messenger of God. Why didn't she know? Behind him, soldiers in fine leather armor and muskets also got off the airship one after another. After several months of special training, these people no longer looked like recruits in the fight and killing of monsters, and each of them was filled with a sense of murder. Although Rattle didn't make a fuss like those miners, thinking it was a gift from God, he was also shocked to see dozens of airships appearing out of thin air in the valley, and thousands of people came down from them. For the first show of the Musketeers, Lynn naturally attached great importance to it. He brought almost all the airships manufactured by the workshop, including the batch that was originally promised to the Parliament. A total of 70 ships were assembled. It was to transfer the entire musket and artillery team from A.K.A. to here in one go. It is possible to have such a terrifying carrying capacity, thanks to the alchemists who solidified magic such as wind language and lightness on these airships, which greatly improved the carrying capacity of this thing. This is why it only takes 1 day to get from A.K.A. to the kingdom of Hadreda, but Lynn asked Raydell to delay for 10 days, just to wait for these airships to complete the modification. In addition, Philip and others who were in charge of making the airship also came. However, they are not here to help, but to test the performance of the weapon. Only in the real battlefield can the advantages and disadvantages of this new weapon be tested. Darren led a group of halflings to carry the new artillery, and then asked impatiently, "Where is our enemy? Where? Where? His cannon is hungry." The airship came in the opposite direction to the Imperial Army, and they didn't hit directly. There is a cavalry team guarding outside the valley, about 1 or 2 kilometers away from here. As for the army led by the Grand Duke, there is no sign yet. Redder explained. "No, they are already here, and they will arrive in about half an hour," Philip said seriously, and put down a cylindrical thing in his hand. This is a telescope made using the principle of glass concave convex lens. They also blessed the outermost lens with the eagle eye technique, which can see far and far away. It is much more powerful than the alchemy eyepiece invented by the Alchemy Association. I heard that Dean Lynn plans to get a bigger astronomical telescope that can clearly see distant galaxies. Where is it? This time it was Redder's turn to be confused. Philip smiled, and handed over the telescope in his hand. Raydell reached out to take it, and after asking how to use it, he put the cylindrical thing in his eyes. In an instant, his field of vision seemed to have passed through a distance of tens of millions of meters, and he could even see a piece of it intuitively. Mottled texture on a tree. This is the magic of the combination of magic and technology, which has the effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Redder sighed in his heart. Having experienced many wars in the dream world, he certainly understood how important it is to have the ability to observe the movements of distant enemies at any time. After adjusting his emotions, Redder turned his head and started searching, and soon found his target. In the far distance, banners with different shapes and family crests were flying all over the sky. More than 10,000 soldiers marched in line. Cold light. There are over 10,000 people, not to mention these heavily armed elites. It is impossible for any nobleman in the kingdom of Hadreda to have so many armored soldiers, but this conquest has gathered more than 20 noblemen, hundreds of private soldiers, hundreds or thousands each, forcibly scraped together this large army. Raider, who was watching from a distance, felt a chill in his heart. Although there were tens of thousands of people on their side, their positions were sparse, and even the guys in their hands were not neatly arranged. Face to face will collapse. The only thing they can rely on is this reinforcement that appeared out of thin air. Raydell looked at the musketeers in front of him, especially staying on the strange long sticks in their hands for a long time, thinking, should this thing be used for striking? Wouldn't it work without their hose? And the number is only 3,500 people. It is still unknown whether they can fight against the regular army of the kingdom. In contrast, Redder is more concerned about the 70 behemoths in the valley. Perhaps this is the killer of the wizard. Can the artillery hit at such a distance? Philip asked. It's too far away, it's better to be within 1 kilometer, so the accuracy is better. Darren pondered and responded, although Dean Lynn asked them to make a cannon that can shoot 2 or 3 kilometers away, but this idea so far it's just a blueprint. In this case, it's not too late to wait for them to attack, just in case they run away. Philip nodded, and then ordered the wizard apprentices to start adjusting the artillery. The others also took action. Lydia and the others returned to the airship, activated the polarizing magic, and ascended to the sky. The musketeers quickly reloaded the lead bullets to ensure that the first bullet could be fired immediately during the battle. On the other side, Duke Rickman led the army to the outside of the valley. After receiving the report from the cavalry, he shook his head with a sneer. These people hid in the valley. Although they could rely on the terrain for defense, it was equivalent to blocking their retreat. This is simply asking for death. Just when Rickman was about to rush into the valley and start a massacre, he was surprised to find that Raydell led someone out of the valley. A miner was dressed in rags, holding a long knife, broad axe, the hose and mine drafts were reluctantly lined up in a queue. Seeing this scene, the nobles present laughed out loud. Joyce's face was extremely ugly. He had already felt the mocking eyes of everyone, and he was so ashamed that he wished to find a crack in the ground. Being beaten by such an army, he ran away with his head in his arms. We'd better be careful. Under such unfavorable circumstances, if the other party dares to come out, he probably has something to rely on. Archbishop Nyoda reminded suddenly. Before he went out with the army, the cardinal warned him that the riots of these miners in the southern part of the kingdom were too strange, and it might have something to do with wizards. Chapter 266, This is the mighty power of technology from another world. Nord's careful reminder did not attract much attention, and Joyce eagerly urged Duke Rickman to launch an attack. He couldn't wait to wring the heads of those rebels off. If that's the case, it's up to you to take the lead, Earl Joyce. Rickman patted him on the shoulder and said encouragingly. Master Rickman, is this not very good? The conquest of these miners is related to the candidate for the crown prince, and the first work should be given to other talents. Joyce said hesitantly, he only had borrowed miners. Hundreds of people, if they rushed too far and fell into the enemy's siege, these people would not risk their lives to block the knife for themselves. Go away if you have no guts, Joyce, no wonder you were driven out of your territory by these lowly miners. A young earl said mockingly. Johnson, you. Joyce was angry, but before he finished speaking, the earl looked at Grand Duke Rickman and offered to ask for a fight. He was willing to personally lead the cavalry brigade to crush these rebels broken. Okay. I will give you a brigade of 2,000 cavalry, and I will disperse them as quickly as possible. Rickman said in a deep voice. If you fail, I think you should know the consequences. Johnson confidently patted his chest and assured that the cavalry was extremely powerful against the infantry, not to mention that his opponents were just a group of poor people with hose and mine drafts. As long as one group charged, the rest would be massacres. The rest of the nobles also looked at Johnson with envy. Before, they were unwilling to lose too many personal guards, so they didn't mean to fight for the first place, but they didn't expect Grand Duke Rickman to be so generous. Johnson was allowed to command the entire cavalry brigade. Needless to say, after this battle, Johnson, who won the first prize, will definitely be praised and rewarded by the new king. Bishop Nord, I will trouble you next. Rickman turned his head to look at the priests in white robes, and said very politely. Get ready to perform spells, everyone. Nod nodded, put his hands on his chest with a group of priests and bishops, made a strange gesture of prayer, and chanted in an erratic singing tone. Great Lord of the stars, Goddess of the moon, Creator of all things in the world, I am here to pray for your mercy and bestow endless courage and strength on your humble servant. A burst of loud and clear hymns resounded in the wilderness, and the dazzling white light shone on everyone. Both the nobles and the soldiers present felt that their bodies were full of vitality. Swept away. This is the magic of the four rings, God bestowed, hymn of courage. Compared with the one-ring divine spell Eliminate Fear, the scope of its cast has been enhanced by thousands of times. It needs to be guided by 7 bishops and dozens of priests to work together to cast the spell. In just 2 or 3 minutes, tens of thousands of people were shrouded in the divine light of the Lord. Go, warriors of the Lord, use the most heroic battle to crush those blasphemers, the Lord will watch you from the other side of the majestic kingdom of God. Nord's loud and clear voice resounded on the battlefield. For the great moon goddess. God is with you and me. 15,000 soldiers shouted words of praise to the Lord as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Johnson took the lead and led 2,000 cavalry towards a crowd of miners. Grand Duke Rickman also led the remaining legions to advance quickly, forming a half-encirclement trend, and it is bound to kill all these blasphemers here. The tremor of the horse stepping on the ground was like a harsh drum beating in the hearts of Ham and others. Looking at the elite cavalry bathed in white light coming like a wave, Ham could not help swallowing. If Philip and others hadn't the scene of the divine soldier descending from the sky gave them a little more confidence, so he would never have the courage to stand here. In the valley behind, hideous cannons were neatly placed. Due to the limited carrying capacity of the airship, only 50 of them were brought in this time. Those who are in charge of manipulating these cannons are a group of apprentices from the A.K.A. Academy. Airlock, Pierce, Johnny, and others are quickly calculating the wind speed and distance in their hearts, and building a mathematical model in their minds to draw a parabola. All of this sounds very complicated, but for the calculation power of the apprentice, it only takes more than 10 seconds. After doing mental calculations, Johnny was the first to ignite the burning wire, and then A.I. Look and others also completed it. Calculate. Cover your ears. A.K.A. yelled loudly. It's just that the people present couldn't hear it anymore. The violent roar directly covered the tremor caused by the horses stepping on the ground. It was the volley of artillery. Is the power of technology from another world. Huge shells roared in, and even the Grand Duke Rickman, who was hundreds of meters away, could hear the violent shells clearly. Sure enough, it's a wizard. Nord's expression on the side suddenly became very dignified. He obviously regarded the salvo of the artillery as some kind of powerful magic, but he quickly comforted him. Don't worry too much, Grand Duke Rickman, I've considered this a long time ago. The magic spell of the 4 rings I just cast has a strong magic breaking effect. Under the protection of the Lord's divine light, those weird witchcraft can be played. It doesn't do much. Rickman's tense expression suddenly relaxed a little, and he was about to shout out God's gift, when continuous artillery rain fell from the sky. Not far in front of them, a cavalryman who was charging was unfortunately hit head-on by a shell, and the whole person was directly smashed into a ball of dust. The shock wave and the dust from the explosion knocked the cavalry around them upside down. The splashed blood and mud directly stained Rickman's luxurious clothes. Scenes of tragic scenes were staged in every corner of the battlefield. Rickman was stunned for a moment, and looked at Bishop Nord with a pale face. Is this what you mean by demon breaking and divine light protection? At this moment, Nord was also stunned. He could naturally see that this magical technique specially used to resist magic did not play any role at all. Could it be that those believers of evil gods have developed witchcraft that can evade the protection of divine magic? Nord's complexion also became a little ugly, but he still said firmly. It seems that the believers of these evil gods are more powerful than I imagined, but they won't last long, and the magic power consumed by such powerful magic must be extremely terrifying. There shouldn't be an entire army of wizards hiding behind the valley, bombing randomly, right? This is inside the kingdom, it is absolutely impossible for so many powerful wizards to sneak in. Chapter 267, The Battle Song of Blood and Fire and the Firing of Artillery. At this moment, on the battlefield intertwined with blood and fire, 2,000 heavily armed cavalry brigades galloped, but they encountered continuous artillery fire head-on. Almost every minute and every second, several, or even dozens of artillery pieces fell beside them. Even on the head. Cavalrymen kept falling off their horses, and the pressure on their hearts was enormous. If it weren't for the divine spell hymn of courage that bestowed them with extraordinary psychological endurance, under the bombardment of several rounds of artillery fire, the entire night brigade would have collapsed and fled. Even if people can bear it, the horses under them can't bear it either. Even so, the galloping artillery fire was still wearing away their courage bit by bit. Although the power of the four-ring magic was incomparably terrifying, it was scattered among 15,000 people, leaving only the level of the first and second ring magic skills. These wizards. A trace of fear emerged in Johnson's mind, for fear that the next moment the artillery fire would fall on his head. Like Nord, he regarded such a terrifying rain of gunfire as the wizard's magic. "Let me charge, don't stop!" Johnson shouted loudly. Fear is nothing but fear, but he understands that once the cavalry starts charging in groups, they can't stop rashly. The speed rushed over and crushed them all at once. With such a powerful magic, accidental injuries are also extremely serious. The only way to rush into the team of those miners is the safest way. God is equal to me. The surrounding knights also roared inspiringly, but their voices trembled slightly. At this moment, the miners facing them in front suddenly spread out to both sides, and Johnson's pupils shrank slightly, because behind them were thousands of musketeers in exquisite armor and holding flintlock guns. Stepping, raising guns, and pulling bolts, the actions of thousands of people are uniform, without any unnecessary movements. This is what they have trained the most in the past few months. As for the cavalry rushing towards them, no one feared or hesitated. After all, how could this compare to the terrifying tide of corpses and terrifying giant beasts? The next moment, dense gunfire rang out, and the cavalry brigade pouring in like a tide seemed to hit a solid wall head-on, and more than 200 cavalry in front fell to the ground instantly. The refined armor on them did not play much of a protective role. They were easily pierced by super-high-speed lead bullets. The neighing of war horses and tragic wailing sounded one after another. Johnson, who rushed to the front, was unsurprisingly the first group to be hit by muskets, but the magical barrier surrounding him saved his life. This was a gift he received for his bravery in a certain crusade. It is also the reliance for him to dare to lead the way. It's just this magical barrier that can protect the crossbow arrows, and cracks have appeared at this moment. Johnson didn't care, he only had one thought in his mind, and that was to rush over. Especially when seeing those enemies holding strange long sticks, Johnson had already seen the dawn of victory without continuing to shoot. Obviously, this powerful weapon cannot be used continuously. However, the joy only lasted for a few seconds, and then they saw the musketeers in the front row put the weapons in their hands into the back row, and replaced them with a new one in their hands. There are many ways to use the musket three-stage attack. Both the East and the West have summed up their own routines in ancient times, which can be roughly divided into Japanese-style three-stage attack with front and rear rows exchanging muskets, front row firing and rear row loading, and front and rear three-row shooting. Ming and European three-stage shooting in rotation. These two methods have their own advantages and can be adapted to different battlefields. This time, there is no need to retreat and deter, so the musketeers used the former method. Under the constant rotation of the flintlock in his hand, a continuous rain of bullets shot out. Although the destructive power and deterrence of muskets are not as terrifying as artillery, they are more numerous. A short distance of tens of meters is like a road to death. Hundreds of cavalry will fall down every time a concentrated fire is fired. The amulet that Johnson hung on his chest burst as early as the second round of shooting arrived. Fortunately, he escaped the third round of shooting, but was still shot in the abdomen in the fourth round. Fortunately, his armor is unique and blocked most of the damage. Johnson was almost knocked off his horse by the impact, but finally he stabilized his body and endured the pain. The obsession with killing the miner and the wizard who performed the spell together. Not to mention that he couldn't stop at all now. He was less than 10 meters away from the musketeers in the front row. It was too late to turn the horse's head at this time. "Charge! Charge!" Johnson roared hoarsely, and then saw the musketeers in front of them all aiming their guns at him. It was only then that he realized that his side was empty. He turned his head and took a look, only to find that the cavalry brigade, which suffered heavy losses, had already fled in all directions, and he was the only one who rushed to the front of the musketeers. Before Johnson had time to yell, he was smashed into a sieve by more than a dozen muskets, and fell to the place only 5 or 6 meters away from the musketeers. Looking at this scene, Rickman felt his heart was about to break. He didn't care about Johnson's life or death, but he felt extremely distressed for those fallen cavalrymen. You must know that these 2,000 cavalry are not all his strength, and Prince Harold's personal guards are also added. The loss this time is so heavy that the eldest prince must tear him apart. "Fire back with arrows, and cover the cavalry for me to withdraw," Rickman shouted angrily. The charge and sacrifice of the cavalry were not worthless, at least to cover them under the attack of the artillery and reach the point where they could use arrows and crossbows. The distance to fight back. However, after witnessing the tragic situation of the cavalry brigade, the army of tens of thousands of people has already become a mess. Seeing that the situation is not good, several nobles are ready to lead people away. The priests on the field tried their best to appease the army, so that the army was not completely disintegrated. Only Rickman's soldiers obeyed the order faithfully, but just after shooting a wave of arrows, the continuous artillery hit them on the head. "Stop shooting! Stop shooting! Stop!" Rickman, who was afraid of being targeted by artillery fire, quickly changed his mind. "It seems that we overestimated them, these people are simply scattered." At the same time, Lynn's figure appeared in front of everyone. "But that's right, this legion was improvised by dozens of nobles' personal soldiers. It can be dispatched and commanded at will. It's okay to fight against the wind, but once the wind blows, they will all go their separate ways. It's entirely thanks to the magic that they can withstand the invasion of artillery and the salvo of muskets without being completely collapsed." Chapter 268, Nord, the Great Lord will use the fire of purgatory to burn everything. Raider, Ham, and the others were stunned by the sudden change in the situation. They couldn't see the scene of the blasting artillery firing in the valley, they could only hear the continuous sound of artillery fire. "I can see clearly. These people just put something like long sticks in their hands horizontally in front of them, and pressed a small pull ring, and a burst of fire burst out with a loud noise, and then those fierce cavalrymen fell off their horses one by one. Down! Your Excellency Lynn, what kind of weapon is this? Is it the power of magic?" Raydell asked curiously. "No, it should be said that this is the power of technology," Lynn said with a smile. "Technology?" Red Laton paused, with a blank expression on his face. "That's right." Lynn nodded. "Actually, to put it bluntly, whether it's a musket or a cannon, in the end it's just throwing stones with greater strength." Ham, who was eavesdropping on the side, had a very strange expression. He felt that this mysterious adult must be joking. How could such a powerful weapon be associated with throwing stones? Philip and the others also had dumbfounding expressions on their faces, but they couldn't refute Lynn's words. After all, what the other party said was correct. The principle of muskets is to use the impact force generated by flames and explosions to throw stones. "How about it, do you see anything?" Lynn asked with a straight face. "The number of musketeers is still too small. If the cavalry hadn't retreated just now, they might have rushed over," Orlando said in a deep voice. "The effective range of the flintlock gun is only about 80 to 90 meters. For the cavalry, it is a matter of charging. If the double deterrence of the artillery and the musket did not make those people lose their courage, they would probably cause a lot of casualties. The speed of fire is the biggest shortcoming of this thing. It would be great if it could load 2 or even 3 projectiles at once," Orlando said with emotion. Philip shook his head. He felt that the flintlock gun was already a perfect creation. If it could fire multiple shots, wouldn't that skilled gunner be more powerful than many wizard apprentices or even a ring wizard? Don't panic, those believers of the evil gods will not be rampant for long. The great Lord of the Stars is watching us from the flaws of the kingdom of God. Those who died heroically will gain eternal glory in the kingdom of God of the Lord. On the other side of the battlefield, Grand Duke Rickman shouted loudly, trying his best to maintain the order of the Legion, but his voice trembled slightly. Apparently his heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. At this moment, Rickman is already on the verge of riding a tiger. Because this operation is related to the throne, when he assembled the army to go south to crusade, he reorganized the army with the mentality of holding the lion and fighting the rabbit with all his strength. 2,000 cavalry. This kind of power is more than enough to deal with a small minor riot, even as the main force to conquer a kingdom. Who would have imagined that thousands of well-trained regular soldiers armed with strange weapons suddenly popped up among those ragged miners, and beat his cavalry regiment to pieces? They bombarded. The cavalry brigade, which fled in a hurry, finally returned to the queue successfully, but it paid the price of nearly half of the casualties. Most people died from the blows of muskets and artillery, but many people fell under the stampede of their teammates and the collision when they fled. Seeing these people's plight, Joyce's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, the reckless Johnson saved him, otherwise he would be the one who died on the battlefield now. But before Joyce could rejoice, Rickman had already grabbed his collar and said viciously, "Earl Joyce, is this the minor riot you told me about?" So many wizards and a legion of thousands of people appeared in the Earl at the same time, mixed with those rioting miners. Joyce, as the Lord, could never be unaware of it. And thinking about it now, how could it be possible to drive Joyce, who is a lord, out of his territory with just some unorganized miners? This is clearly the help of those evil gods behind the scenes. Joyce didn't mention all the information. Rickman couldn't help wondering if the other party was a spy sent by the second prince. A kind of nobles present also wished to kill Joyce alive on the spot. Facing the Grand Duke's questioning, Joyce was also speechless. After all, he really knew nothing about the forces behind these miners. Now is not the time to question the crime, Rickman. First find a way to end this battle, and then slowly settle it after returning. Archbishop Nord said in a deep voice, and the priests behind him set up a strong barrier of divine arts, blocked the incoming artillery fire. But they obviously can't take care of every part of the battlefield, they can only shelter a small piece in the center of the battlefield. The sound of gunfire is continuous, and Nord is also very anxious. Is it possible that the magic of these wizards is unlimited? Rickman pushed Joyce away in annoyance, and then he calmed down a little, and asked solemnly, "Bishop Nord, do you have a way to use magic to destroy those wizards hiding in the valley? This is the key to breaking the game. As for those musketeers with weird weapons?" After the initial horror, Rickman quickly noticed a shortcoming of this weapon, that is, the range was less than 100 meters. Once the cavalry brigade crossed this distance, the weapons in their hands would no longer be able to break through the armor, and the musketeers would stop shooting immediately. The effective throwing distance of the longbow is about 130 meters. They can take advantage of the long-range throwing of bows and arrows to fight back with bows and arrows where the opponent cannot hit. Then, the heavy armored infantry with shields advanced slowly, fixed in front to attract the attention of these people, and the remaining 1,000 cavalry attacked from both wings, driving away the miners and letting them squeeze the musketeers inside, interfere with their actions. The battle-tested Rickman is undoubtedly keen. After calming down, he quickly thought of a way to deal with it, but the most important problem is to stop these round bullets constantly flying from the valley, otherwise their long-term archers simply can't stand still. Nold was thinking about what kind of magic could span a distance of hundreds of meters, but still retain enough power. "We can beg the Great Lord to send down the Last Judgment, and use the eternal fire of purgatory to burn everything, but we need some time to get the mercy of the Lord," Nord said slowly. Chapter 269, this is at least 5-ring magic, no, even 6-ring magic. Moved, they moved again. While paying attention to the battlefield all the time, Redder sensed the enemy's movement for the first time, and the chaotic army in front of him gathered again. Thousands of shield soldiers lined up neatly, like a solid city wall, walking slowly. Advancing forward. A continuous rain of arrows flew over again. Immediately afterwards, a melodious hymn resounded on the battlefield. It seems that these bishops are not giving up, and they are planning to do something new. Lynn frowned involuntarily. Judging from the information he got, the cardinal should still be in the royal capital. This time, only a few ordinary bishops and a whole group of priests came with the army, but it seems that they are not so easy to deal with. You can get a glimpse of some clues of the powerful divine art. Lynn guessed that it should be some kind of magic that can strengthen the will to fight. Otherwise, the moment the shelling sounded and the guns fired, the horses under the cavalry's feet would have been frightened and scurrying around. However, it is obviously not an easy task to break the rules and use more powerful power. The previous hymn lasted for more than half a minute. They must not be used again. Lynn said with a serious face, the magic of Jeohuan can completely dominate the outcome of a local war. Except for the 3,000 musketeers who are well trained, the rest are just refugees. Once attacked, they are likely to collapse on a large scale, which will affect the performance of the musketeers. Do you need to mobilize the gunners to concentrate their firepower? Philip asked. No, let them keep an eye on the longbowmen. Lynn shook his head. The number of artillery pieces is limited, and those longbowmen are the only ones that can threaten the musketeers. Does that mean you want to use that? Orlando said in surprise. It's also a good time to try its power. Lynn nodded, and then a fireball condensed on his right hand, sending it into the sky. At the same time, 70 airships were hovering above the battlefield at a height of several hundred meters. On the largest leading airship, Lydia was lying on the edge of the cockpit, observing the battle situation below with the help of binoculars. Seeing the charging cavalry brigade falling down in a row like cutting wheat, she couldn't help but pouted. How's the situation? A group of halflings asked eagerly. This kind of alchemy telescope is still a novelty, and each airship is equipped with only one, so they can only wait for Lydia to report the battle situation. These people are too weak, and everyone is scared out of their wits. Lydia said rather depressed, which means that the new gadgets they prepared may not come in handy. Darren rolled his eyes. He had personally seen the power of the cannon. Anyone who faced this thing would be terrified. Suddenly, a burst of fire burst into the sky, interrupting the conversation of several people, and a brilliant spark exploded behind the airship. Lydia's expression immediately became extremely excited, which was the signal agreed between Lynn and them. Quick, quick, I'll do it myself. Lydia jumped off the stool, quickly ran to the pilot's seat, pulled the joystick, and drove the airship over the pasture group. Darren and others moved a cannonball the size of a human head, stuffed it into the drum, and quickly fell into the bottom cabin along the pipe. Launch! Lydia yelled loudly, and slapped her palm heavily on the button. Almost at the same moment, the cabins at the bottom of 70 airships opened with a bang, and countless shells scattered from the sky, accompanied by bursts of flames, and then exploded in mid-air. Countless dots of fire appeared in the sky, and white fireworks swayed all over the sky. On the other side, Grand Duke Rickman is dispatching and commanding the army to put pressure on the opponent to prevent the opponent from sending all their firepower to this side. The continuous gunfire sounded again, and Rickman's heart was suddenly clenched, but he was relieved to see those black projectiles flying into the line of crossbowmen as he expected. However, a guard beside him shouted in horror at this moment. Look at the sky, the rain of fire, the rain of fire. Rickman and the others all looked up at the sky, and as expected, the firelight was falling from the sky. Nord and the others who were singing and begging the Great Lord to bring down the fire of purgatory were excited. Could it be that the wrath of God has finally come? But just now they seem to have not received God's response. Nord was wondering, but soon realized something was wrong, because these flames were flying towards them. It's the wizard's magic! Joyce yelled in horror, which also woke up everyone present. A solid protective barrier appeared above everyone's heads, but it was a protective divine spell jointly deployed by Nord and others before singing and casting the spell. Sparks swaying with thick white smoke slowly landed on it, and there was a sound of, which was the sound of the divine magic barrier being gradually corroded. And those soldiers who were not within the range of divine magic protection could only watch the sparks falling from the sky fall on themselves. "Don't panic, this is just a way for the enemy to intimidate us," Rickman shouted loudly. According to his judgment, although the fire rain this time is very wide, it is only some sparks that fell. It may be the enemy's means to make them mess up. It's just that as soon as his words fell, successive screams resounded on the battlefield. Soldiers were constantly touched by the so-called Mars, and then fell to the ground and kept rolling, and some even took the initiative to unplug themselves. The armor, just to dig out the white phosphorus fire that has penetrated into the flesh. A round of bombardment attacks covered almost half of the battlefield. Whether it was the shield soldiers who were advancing or the crossbowmen who were pulling their longbows and preparing to shoot, they were all hit without exception. More rain of fire fell from the sky. The thick white smoke, pungent smell, and soldiers running and rolling to extinguish the white phosphorus fire constituted a path to hell. This terrifying scene almost caused Rickman to fall off his horse. Even the resounding chants had stopped, and Nord and the others looked at the nightmare-like scene in front of them in horror. The protective spells they had deployed before had been corroded and hollowed out, and the fire rain was flowing these holes fall. Such a terrifying range, such a terrifying power, this is at least 5-ring magic, no, it may even be 6-ring magic. This must be the 5-ring magic meteor fire shower. Great Wizard, it's the Great Wizard. Quickly withdraw! Quickly withdraw! An archbishop shouted frantically. Although they can barely perform the 4-ring magical technique together, they have absolutely no chance of winning in the face of a real great wizard. Chapter 270, Our real enemy is a high God. Hell is coming. God, save your devout believers. On the chaotic battlefield, shouts and screams were intertwined, and some people even knelt and prayed, hoping to get God's salvation, but everything was in vain. The direction where Rickman and the others were located was even more targeted, and 10 airships bombarded them non-stop. Those high-ranking nobles who imagined how to curry favor with the new king before the battle, now only regret in their hearts, wishing that the horses under their feet would grow 6 legs and lead them away from the coverage of the fire and rain. Joyce was no exception. Seeing that the situation was not good, he took his own soldiers and ran away. Even so, he couldn't run away from the rain of fire that fell from the sky. Bits and pieces soon fell on his body, part of it fell on the solid armor, and part of it seeped through the gaps between the armor and got into his body. A severe pain and burning sensation welled up in his heart, distorting Joyce's face for a while, but he forcibly held back. The idea of survival overcame everything. The tragic situation of those soldiers before has clearly told him that this kind of fire cannot be extinguished by ordinary means. Now the only way is to escape from the coverage of the fire rain and then find a way to treat the injury. Joyce endured the burning pain, but the war horse below him was the first to be unable to bear it, let out a shrill neigh, and threw the earl above him with all his strength, and then the war horse twisted its body. He walked away without looking back. "Horse, my horse!" Joyce felt dizzy, shouted at the top of his voice, and tried to get up from the ground with both hands and feet, but one hand firmly grabbed his thigh and dragged him back. After Joyce turned around in horror, he found that the Grand Duke Rickman was right behind him, apparently also fell off his horse, but his appearance was worse than his own, and his back was covered in blood and flesh, as if he had been trampled by a war horse. "Joyce, you bastard, shameful betrayer! Hatter's lackey!" Rickman's eyes were red, and his expression was ferocious, as if he wanted to swallow Joyce alive. "Let go, let me go." At the critical moment, Joyce kicked Rickman's head in a panic, regardless of the other party's identity. Rickman held on tightly to Joyce's thigh. His spine had been broken. Now that the bishop and priests were overwhelmed, it was impossible to escape from the rain of fire. Even if he managed to escape to the capital, this shameful defeat would be enough to destroy his reputation. After all, there are more than 10,000 armored soldiers and 2,000 cavalry brigades, which are almost half of the kingdom's elite forces. Whether it is the king, His Royal Highness, or the Holy See, it is absolutely impossible to let him go. In Rickman's view, all of this was caused by Joyce's intentional concealment of information about the wizard. Even if he died, he would drag him together. "Go away!" Joyce yelled frantically, drew out the long knife at his waist and chopped off Rickman's right hand that was holding his thigh. After a while of delay, the next wave of fire rain has already floated down from the sky. "Go to with me, Joyce!" Rickman shouted frantically. "The damned person is you!" Joyce dragged Rickman over, preparing to use the opponent's body as a cover to avoid this wave. How could Rickman let him succeed? The two noble identities, the great nobles, scuffled on the battlefield like this, and were swallowed by the falling fire rain. What a terrifying power! In the distance, looking at the battlefield shrouded in thick smoke and flames, Philip couldn't help but say, although they had experimented with the power of this weapon with monsters before and had a general understanding of its effects, they didn't think of it. It's so terrible to use it on people. As the commander of the musketeers, Rowan was also extremely emotional. Before that, he did not believe that a war could end without any casualties. The scene in front of him is undoubtedly the best proof. Lynn taught him a real lesson on how to fight a war when he has absolute firepower. But these weapons are a bit too scary. This is war. Kindness to the enemy is often cruelty to oneself. Lynn's face remained unchanged, obviously he had expected it. White phosphorus is somewhat inhumane, but it is the best way they have to hit the opponent's morale. Lynn didn't know what kind of magical spells those priests were preparing, but since these people did not choose to retreat, it must mean that the Grand Duke Rickman believed that they still had the possibility of defeating them. In this way, even if they can win in the end, they will inevitably have to pay heavy casualties. "Your Excellency Lynn, are we going to pursue it now?" Raydell hurriedly asked. He didn't really fight many battles, but anyone with a discerning eye can see that now is a good opportunity to pursue and expand the results of the battle. The wizards didn't seem to give orders at all, which made him somewhat anxious. "No, there is no need to chase. Some of the cavalry have already escaped. I'm afraid we can't stop these people from passing the situation here to the capital." Lynn shook his head and retorted. "The most important point, he didn't say it, the smoke is highly poisonous. Before the smoke and dust cleared, if you stepped into it rashly, you might not even know how you died. This thing can't tell the difference between friend and foe. Moreover, most of this army has been damaged, and there is no possibility of fighting again. Fear will always be rooted in their hearts. It seems that this war is not as difficult as the speaker thinks," Orlando said in a relaxed tone. In the past, when the Wizard Conference was held in Greenriel, the speakers all looked sad, as if the land of wizards was about to face disaster, and some people even suggested whether to find a new paradise on the sea to prepare a rainy day. Now it seems that the Empire is nothing more than a larger number of people, and there is nothing special about it. If they assemble all the more than 20,000 new troops in the wizarding land, these people are nothing more than chickens and dogs. Presumably this victory can greatly boost morale. Don't be too careless. This time we just caught the opponent by surprise. I'm afraid the battle after that will not be so easy. Lynn reminded, and more importantly, their real opponents were not these soldiers with swords, guns, bows, and crossbows, but that high god. Chapter 271, The Big Defeat That Shook the Capital. Lord Guard, does the second prince just let us follow? Grand Duke Rickman has already led people to attack the group of miners, and it is estimated that he will return triumphantly soon. In a field about a few kilometers away from the battlefield, a knight couldn't help asking when he saw his Lord Earl walking so slowly. Crusading those rioting miners was a great achievement for nothing. Could it be that they just gave it up? Then what can we do? We only have this few people under our command, can we still beat them? Earl Gad sighed helplessly. His Royal Highness the Second Prince only gave him 1,500 people, and he couldn't do anything with this manpower. He didn't even dare to get too close to the battlefield, for fear that the Grand Duke would suddenly turn his gun and directly kill them all. Thousands of people were wiped out, and then evaded to those miners. Don't think it's impossible, it involves a battle for the throne. If there is a chance to eliminate dissidents, the other party will never let it go. Gade sighed for a while, and really couldn't figure out what the prince was up to. Even before leaving the capital, Hayter even gave him a very absurd task. Suddenly, everyone present felt the ground shake violently, and then the sound of violent artillery fire came from a distance, which could be heard even several kilometers away. The battle is so fierce. Gad was also a little surprised, and then thought that the bishops might be using some powerful magic. It seems that the winner will be decided soon. Just as Gad had imagined, a dense crowd appeared on the horizon of the distant wilderness. This should be the defeated miners, right? Thinking about it, Gard drew out the long sword at his waist, and the knights and guards beside him also clenched their weapons tightly, showing excitement on their faces. Unexpectedly, Grand Duke Rickman brought so many elites, but he failed to wipe out all the miners. But this is a good thing for them. They cut off the heads of a few miners and brought them back. Wait, that seems to be the Duke's army. A sharp-eyed personal soldier suddenly noticed something was wrong. Gade paused for a moment, and suddenly realized that some of the fleeing people were still wearing armor with the kingdom's logo printed on it. This could never be a miner. And he is very familiar with the one rushing to the front, it is the Marquis Salem of the kingdom. More than 10 days ago, the other party led his own soldiers to follow Duke Rickman to send troops to conquer. He still remembered the high-spirited appearance. However, at this moment, the Marquis of the kingdom completely lacked the aristocratic demeanor of the past. His whole face was full of blood-stained, torn clothes, messed up. The soldiers following behind looked even more tragic. Almost everyone had disheveled hair, their armor was damaged, and they kept shouting, "Hell! Hell has come! The great Lord has abandoned us, God's punishment, this is God's punishment. Master Salem, what happened?" The horrified guard hurried forward to stop the other party, and asked, "Fire rain! Fire rain everywhere! The army is defeated. Earl Johnson is dead, and Grand Duke Rickman is dead. It is the Great Wizard. The riot of these miners is related to the Great Wizard." Seeing Gard, Salem said as if seeing a savior, he said with a pale face. He saw Grand Duke Rickman fall off the horse with his own eyes, and this meeting may have been fatal. Under Saren's constant narration, Gard finally figured out what had happened. It was a terrifyingly powerful wizard who appeared on the battlefield and released an extremely powerful magic, which caused the Legion's defeat. Defeating an army with his own power, Gard couldn't help but gasped, what a terrifying power this must be. Quick, those demons may catch up at any time, me back to the capital, and report the matter here to His Majesty and the Church immediately. Salem said eagerly, holding Gard's arm tightly. Don't be in such a hurry, Lord Salem, where is Bishop Nord, are they behind? Gard pulled Salem's hand from holding his arm, and asked again. Salem shook his head in horror. They seemed to have been targeted by the Great Wizard. The fire and rain had been chasing them just now. An archbishop was even hit in the head by a huge shell that flew from nowhere, blood splashed, and he died on the spot, so they had to flee in all directions to have a chance of life. Since this is the case, it will be easy. Gad's eyes flickered, and he said regretfully. I'm sorry Lord Salem, I'm afraid I can't send you to the capital, but I can send you to see the Duke." Hearing this, Salem's face changed suddenly, but Gad had already swung the long sword in his hand and slashed at his head, and a stream of blood sprayed out immediately. Saren's body slumped down and fell off the horse, with an expression of disbelief still remaining on his face. "Do it, kill them." Earl Gad held up his blood-stained sword, pointed at the soldiers with uneven armor behind Salem, and shouted loudly. "Those who can follow guard to inquire about the situation are his and Prince Hader's private soldiers, and they will execute no matter how outrageous the order is." After a short period of confusion, a massacre began. The soldiers who fled along with Salem never imagined that just after escaping from the hellish battlefield on their front feet, they would be betrayed by their own people again on their back feet. In order to escape for their lives, they have already thrown away the heavy weapons in their hands. They have no ability to resist at all, and the escape is futile. No matter how fast they run, they are not as fast as arrows and crossbows. Gad brandished the long sword in his hand, harvesting one soldier after another. This is the secret order given to him by the second Prince Hader, to keep these people here as much as possible, and weaken the power of the Church and the great Prince Harold. Before, in his opinion, this was completely a fantasy. How could those miners, he compete with the regular army of the kingdom, and what waves could be caused? Now the facts tell him that this is more than waves, it is simply a landslide and tsunami. After the 4 massacres of artillery, muskets, fire rain, and guard, in the end Rickman brought 15,000 elites to fight against the miners, leaving only a few dozen cavalry to Archbishop Nord, and fled back in a hurry. The king's capital. At the same time, the news of the big defeat quickly spread throughout the entire capital. Chapter 272, Panicked Kingdoms and Nobles. Hadra Tower. In the royal palace, King Basil, who was holding a regular meeting to discuss this year's taxation, soon received a report from his attendants. The Archbishop Nord was outside the palace, asking for an urgent matter. Before King Basil could reply, Harold said with a smile, "It seems that this war has come to an end. Where's Grand Duke Clement? Didn't he come back together? Shouldn't he still be strangling those hidden miners in the earldom?" Having said that, Harold turned his head triumphantly and looked at his younger brother Hader. He wanted to see the helpless and furious expression on his face, but unexpectedly found that Hader also had a smile on his face, as if he was congratulating him. He became the next king in general. The attendant lowered his head and did not reply to Harold's question. "Invite people in," Basil said in a deep voice. He had already keenly realized that things might not be that simple from the reaction of his attendants. The door of the palace opened quickly, and Archbishop Nord walked into the hall quickly, with a look of fear on his face, and more than 20 people with uneven armor came in together, covered in dust and blood-stained night. This time, even Harold, who was belatedly aware of it, noticed something was wrong. "My Lord Bishop, what happened? Could it be that the situation on the front line is unfavorable?" Harold asked eagerly. The worst situation he could think of was that Grand Duke Rickman was ambushed by those miners and suffered heavy losses, and then the Archbishop ran back to the palace to seek reinforcements. "There is no front line now, Your Highness Harold. Grand Duke Clement is dead, and several Marquis and His Excellency the Earl have not been able to escape. They went to crusade against more than 10,000 miners, and I am afraid that only a few of us are left." "Already?" Nord shook his head bitterly. When Clement fell off his horse, he was by his side. After hesitating for a second between rescuing the opponent and protecting himself to bring the information back to the capital, Nord decisively chose the latter. "After all, this news is really important. Clement is dead? 15,000 elite troops wiped out?" Hearing these two pieces of news, Harold was stunned and almost fainted. All the nobles present were also shocked and disbelieving, and almost wondered if the bishop was joking with them. For this battle for the crown prince, the supporters of the eldest prince can be said to have used their strength at the bottom of the box. In addition to more than 10,000 private soldiers and 2,000 cavalry, they also have the help of church priests and bishops. When these people gathered outside the capital, everyone was a little worried that the other party would suddenly turn their guns and cause a palace coup. Who can destroy such a powerful army? Even King Basil, who was sitting on the throne, couldn't help standing up, his eyes wide open, looking at Nord and the knights below like a lion. You must be lying, this is absolutely impossible. Harold's eyes were even more red, and he reached out and grabbed Nord's collar tightly, growling hoarsely. With those lowly slaves with hoes and mines, it is absolutely impossible to defeat my pro-army even with the most humble and despicable means. It's a pity, but that's the truth, Your Highness Harold. Nord struggled to break free from Harold's shackles, and then under the gaze of everyone, he detailed what happened on the battlefield a few days ago. Say it again. The knights next to them also stumbled to make supplements. They had personally experienced the tragic scene of being attacked by muskets, artillery, and white phosphorus bombs. Although they escaped from the battlefield by chance, the hell-like scene was engraved in their hearts, so it was inevitable to bring a bit of exaggeration when telling the story. For example, when they were charging, a large group of well-equipped regular legions suddenly popped up among the ragged miners, holding extremely powerful witchcraft in their hands, which seemed to be able to control the power of thunder and flames. They only heard bursts of thunderous noises, and the companions around them fell down in rows like cutting wheat. The rain of fire all over the sky is even more terrifying, just like the hellfire in the endless abyss in the Bible. Once it is contaminated, it will burn people to death like tarsal maggots. The narration of Nord and more than 20 knights made everyone present shiver involuntarily, but there were still doubts that followed. Archbishop Nord, you just said that there are thousands of rebels who suddenly appeared, and everyone has a witch weapon? I am afraid that the followers of evil gods who are hiding in the ground are all combined. There are not that many. A kingdom noble said questioningly. Although it is rumored that those wizards were bewitched by devils and evil gods, possessed unimaginable power, and it is not surprising that they did horrible things, but they are not the group of fools who are easily fooled. Even some nobles have had some contact with those wizards who master magic in private, and they can clearly distinguish what is an alchemical item and what is magic. Besides, no matter how powerful a wizard is, there is a limit. How could he cast spells continuously for more than 10 minutes without stopping? The voices of doubt continued one after another, and even became more and more intense, but there was a faint trace of fear in these voices, because they were unwilling to believe that this was true, so it could only be a lie. I dare to swear to the Lord, everything I said is true, and there is absolutely no lie. Nord's roar was deafening, suppressing all doubting voices in the hall. A priest who is willing to swear in the name of God means that it can never be a lie. Nord's angry words shattered the last illusion of everyone. This means that their enemies have almost completely defeated the elite troops of the kingdom led by Duke Clement. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence, and fear spread like a plague in the hall. Clement brought so many elites and was beaten to the ground. If the other party came to the king's capital, what would they do? Isn't it just about killing people? Harold was even more mournful. He stood in the hall stiffly in a daze. His soldiers and supporters were killed and injured in this war. He knew that he was finished. King Basil's complexion was also pale, and he staggered and fell to the throne behind him, making one suspect that he would be drawn directly in the next moment. Your Majesty the King! The attendants on both sides wanted to step forward to help, but Basil stopped him with a wave of his hand. He braced his body and looked at Nord tremblingly, and said in a trembling voice. What about Cardinal Anrioch? Does he know the news? Chapter 273, Do you dare to swear to the great Lord? I have ordered someone to notify the Cardinal. Facing King Basil's inquiry, Nord said in a deep voice that there were 2 priests who fled back with him. Because the situation was too urgent, they were directly divided into 2 teams, in order to report the news as soon as possible, and the church and the kingdom would discuss a solution together. In addition, I suspect that a great wizard was involved, and even planned this miners' riot behind the scenes, trying to subvert the entire kingdom. Nord added. Because the terrifying fire rain that covered the audience at the end might be the 5-ring magic meteor fire rain, but he has never seen this thing before, so he is not completely sure. The nobles present were completely in panic and fear, and some even proposed to seek help from the empire. Their strength alone was far from enough to deal with the rebellion. Amidst the cries one after another, King Bazel was hesitant. Hadrada, although the kingdom is a vassal of the empire, due to historical reasons, it still maintains a relatively high degree of autonomy. Once he decides to ask the empire for help, the other party will definitely take this opportunity to station and march in the kingdom. All the efforts made to consolidate the kingship for most of his life were in vain. Hadar is also unwilling to be interfered by the empire. After all, the survival of this group of miners is directly related to the position of the crown prince. Even though Harald, who is a competitor, has lost most of his forces, this righteousness is still very important. Important. Thinking of this, Hadar quickly stood up and said loudly, "Father, I don't think it's necessary to ask the empire for help. Things haven't gotten so bad yet." Grand Duke Kariman was caught off guard this time. Coupled with his mediocre ability, this led to the loss of the kingdom's elite forces. "I am willing to lead the army personally and go together with Cardinal Anriok to solve the problem of the miners." "Rebellion," Hadar said solemnly. Hadar's words surprised everyone in the hall. What Nod and the knights just said is very clear. Grand Duke Kliman was not caught in a trap, but was defeated head-on by the group of rebels with a nearly complete victory. A total of 15,000 people were wiped out, and even the Duke was unable to escape. This means that the horror of the enemy is far beyond their imagination. This is simply a fire pit, and now Hadar wants to jump into it actively. Some smart people even recalled it quickly. You must know that when they discussed the crusade against these miners half a month ago, Hadar had been procrastinating and not taking any action. Now he is very active, which is obviously very uncomfortable. Normal. Wait, Your Highness Hadar, you didn't seem very surprised when Bishop Nord reported just now. A court minister suddenly asked in a cold voice. Harald also reacted immediately, and instantly thought of Nord's mocking gaze when he looked at him when Nord entered the door. A chill came to his heart from the solace of his feet, but more of it was anger. Hadar, it's you must have colluded with the believers of the evil gods and planned this riot of miners, so that you can push yourself to the throne. Harald roared angrily, and then turned his head to look at Kingdom of Bazel on the throne. Father, the spies I sent to monitor Hadar reported that a group of unidentified people wearing strange costumes often entered and exited his mansion. Most of them are believers of those evil gods. Hadar's face remained unchanged, and he spoke sarcastically. Stop your groundless fantasies and suspicions, Harald. Why don't you say that the entire kingdom is occupied by believers of evil gods? You didn't seem to be eager at all to conquer the miners and become the crown prince. Harald sneered and countered unceremoniously. I'm not as impatient as you, Harald. A few days ago, I had some conflicts with the Marquis of Vichy on the matter of conquering those miners, so it was delayed for some time, so I had to send Earlgard first go to find out the situation. Hadar said slowly. After a pause, he continued with a sigh. As for now, Earlgard may have been killed by those mobs. Do you dare to swear to the Great Lord that the miners' riot and those wizards who appeared in the Earl have nothing to do with you? Harald said viciously. He knew that Hadar must be lying. Everyone in the hall looked at Hadar with questioning eyes. After all, the nobles who conquered the miners this time were all loyally surrounded by Harald. They died, and Hadar would benefit the most. That one. Under the questioning eyes of everyone, Hadar broke out in cold sweat on his forehead, swearing in the name of the true God, this is not a joke. But he is more aware that once the matter is exposed, what awaits him is the most severe trial of King Bazel and the Holy See. Of course. I dare to swear to the Great Lord. Hadar forced himself to be calm. Like each of you, I only heard Earl Joyce's mention of those miners half a month ago. Before that, I didn't know anything about it. Otherwise, I will die under the punishment of the Lord. In the endless flames of hell. Hayter's voice was very firm, without the slightest wavering. After all, he did not lie. He knew nothing about this matter half a month ago, and it was all planned by that Master Anthony. Afterwards, Hatter didn't wait for Harold to continue questioning, and said triumphantly, "Father, please allow me to personally lead the army and wipe out all the rebels and followers of evil gods who are ravaging the kingdom. I will discuss this matter with His Excellency Anrioke before making a decision." King Bazel's words became much more indifferent, and he immediately announced that the meeting was over, and brought along several guards, and Bishop Nord hurriedly left the palace and rushed to the church. Hayter stayed where he was in confusion. He couldn't figure out why his father rejected his proposal. Could there be a more suitable candidate than him? What made Hayter feel even more anxious was that King Bazel's attitude had become particularly strange, making it difficult for him to figure it out. When Rickman assembled the army outside the capital to show off his might, he heard from a bribed attendant that Bazel smashed a favorite vase in anger. Hayter also understands his father's reaction very well. His elder brother not only has the support of nearly half of the nobles in the kingdom, but also has the help of the church, which is even stronger than the kingdom itself. Although the kingdom suffered considerable losses in this battle, it may not be a completely bad thing. At least some of the kingdom's unstable factors have been removed. But now Bazel's reaction made Hayter feel extremely confused. Here's a guy who might have the answer to his own question. Chapter 274, We might as well enter the palace and take his throne. After the regular meeting in the palace, Hatter rushed back to the manor without stopping, ordered someone to invite Anthony over, and immediately told the whole story of the meeting, and then he was very confused. Asked, "Master Anthony, what is going on? Why did father change his attitude so suddenly?" After listening to Hatter's narration, Anthony thought about it, and soon had a guess in his mind. If they had only defeated the army of Grand Duke Rickman, the kingdom of Bazel would certainly not have such a big reaction. But it is different now. The tens of thousands of legions and dozens of nobles who went to the Earl's land were all slaughtered. Not only did it seriously affect the balance of power within the kingdom, but the power they showed naturally made His Majesty the King feel fear. But this is exactly what Lynn wants. If he doesn't show off his muscles, how can those sloppy nobles believe that they can fight against the powerful church? It seems that I made some mistakes in my previous predictions. I am afraid that your good father is not planning to put you on the throne, but just uses you and me as a bargaining chip to balance the power of the Holy See. Anthony shook his head and sighed. Before he underestimated the King Bazel, who had been in charge of the kingdom for decades. Anthony originally thought that the other party was dissatisfied with the church's excessive interference in secular affairs, so he was determined to put Hayter, who had a tendency to rebel against the Holy See, on the throne. However, judging from the reaction of His Majesty the King, the matter is not as simple as he thought. Bazel just wanted to use their power to weaken the power of the church, thereby strengthening the kingship, and did not intend to really fall out with the church. Under Anthony's explanation and analysis, Hayter's pupils shrank slightly, and his heart felt cold. He didn't want to believe this, but when he thought of his father's reaction in the hall, he had to believe it. This time Harold's conquest against the group of miners was defeated, and directly lost nearly half of the kingdom's elite forces. Although the enemy's strength far exceeded expectations, his good father did not pursue any punishment. For Harold Rhodes didn't even have a reprimand, and his bias was already obvious. "Master Anthony? So what should we do now?" Hayter suddenly panicked. In the past, he only had to think about how to please his father, hoping that the other party would allow him to ascend the throne, but now this idea has come to nothing. It depends on your supporters, whether they support His Majesty Bazel or you, the new king. Anthony said calmly. Hada paused for a moment, his eyes flickering. Of course he could understand what Anthony meant, but he couldn't make up his mind for a while. Facing big aristocrats like Rickman and Joyce and Harold's supporters, he could order the slaughter without hesitation, but when it came to the real conspiracy, Hatter was a little hesitant. Anthony reminded Hatter when he saw this hesitant look. Now is the time when the resistance forces in the kingdom are weakest, and it is also the best time for you to ascend the throne. The death of Rickman and other dozens of nobles means that the factions loyal to the Holy See in the kingdom have been hit hard like never before. If Hatter can seize the opportunity at this time and deal with those vacillating nobles, he will be able to directly ascend to the throne. Take the throne by physical means. In addition, your defense and reaction in the hall revealed a lot of flaws, so there shouldn't be too much time left for you and me. Anthony continued to add. These wizards can stay safely in the palace not only because of the help of the second prince, but also because of the acquiescence of King Basil, but now the situation may change 180 degrees. Hayter's complexion changed again and again, thinking of all his hard work and flattery. In exchange for his father's indifference, his eyes became more and more fierce, and he had already made a decision in his heart. The battle for the throne can often only end in victory or death. If his elder brother Harold succeeds to the throne, he will never let him go. Master Anthony, I have a question. How many wizards did you dispatch to destroy the legion led by Grand Duke Rickman? How many great wizards are there? Hatter asked calmly. I think you probably misunderstood. Just because there are more than 10,000 people is not enough for wizards to set foot on the battlefield. Anthony said proudly. The ones who did it were just some ordinary soldiers who held alchemy creations and went through some simple training. Hayter was astonished. Regardless of the reports from Nord and the others in the hall, or the secret reports sent by the Gardners, the above information is enough to be described as exaggerated. I heard that the entire sky was covered by fire and rain, the thunderous noise was enough to burst eardrums, rows of soldiers continued to fall, and the entire battlefield was like a purgatory. This is really only based on the ability of some ordinary people with alchemy creations. Did you do it? The Archbishop of Nord swears that there must be an extremely powerful wizard who appeared on the battlefield and carried out a shameless sneak attack on them. When he first heard this information, he thought it was Anthony himself who made the move, but after asking the spies, he found out that the great wizard had not left the capital. Without such power, how can we fight against the Church and the Empire? Anthony said with a sneer. Anthony's words undoubtedly reassured Hayter, so much so that the second prince had an illusion in his heart that the Empire and the Church were nothing more than this. Fortunately, Hatter was not dazzled by such fantasies, but asked the second extremely critical question. After I succeed to the throne, what kind of gifts do you need? Of course, it is to allow wizards to walk in the secular world in a fair manner. As for the others, just like before, the magic belongs to the wizard, and the secular one belongs to the kingdom. Anthony said with a smile. Of course, it's best to have a part of our territory exclusively. Okay, no problem. Hayter agreed without hesitation. Although there are not many territories directly under the royal family, when he ascended the throne, he had to clean up a few ignorant guys, such as Rickman who had lost power. Family, just take back the territory and find a few canonizations. Hayter is not very worried about these wizards crossing rivers and demolishing bridges. After hundreds of years of propaganda by the Church, the idea that wizards represent evil is deeply rooted, and the other party needs to rely on them to survive in this kingdom, not to mention the common enemy of the Empire and the Church. Thinking of this, Hatter and Anthony discussed the plan to seize the position. Chapter 275, Lynn, I am the ignorant person. The southern part of the kingdom, within the Earl of Joyce. Those rich businessmen and nobles who were rejoicing and looking forward to the triumphant return of Grand Duke Rickman never imagined that Redder, who was bound to be crushed by the army in their eyes, brought a large group of people back to kill him the next day. This time, Redder did not intend to keep his hand. The house that should be ransacked and the house that should be purged should be purged. After a few days of tossing, it is considered that they have truly occupied the entire territory. The subsequent actions to take over various towns and villages were also very smooth. The local nobles' private troops and resistance forces often lost their ability to resist after a few rounds of flintlock shooting. In the kingdom of Hadrada, territorial claims and annexation wars among nobles are not uncommon. In the past, the counties have also experienced several wars. No matter which family's army it is, once they invade the territory, the soldiers will inevitably burn, kill, and loot, sometimes even more viciously than the bandits. So the poor are closing their doors, and even abandoning their homes to flee. But they soon discovered that this group was holding strange long sticks in their hands, and the group was an exception. After looting the nobles who supported the army and resisted, instead of begging for anything from them, they even planned to distribute food to them. Coins and land. It's like a dream. However, there are also many people who insist that this is the other party's means to deceive themselves, in order to deceive everyone into the square, and then slaughter them. The rumors were shattered after a few days, because those poor people who had the courage to receive money and food were still alive and well, and the group of guards had no intention of stopping those who were about to leave the village with money and food. Everyone realized that this might not be a hoax. Could it be that their devout prayers moved the great Lord of the Stars Ila, so he sent an envoy of God to build the world into a kingdom of heaven? Countless rumors spread in the territory. After a few days of getting along and communicating with each other, the poor and miners in the Earl's territory gradually realized that these musketeers holding strange long sticks and able to use the power of flames were not it comes from the heavens, and it is not a messenger of God. Instead, it comes from the land of wizards, a holy land ruled purely by wizards without kings and nobles. Wizards are undoubtedly a symbol of evil in the Sekas Empire. It is rumored that these fallen people who worship evil gods and are bewitched by the devil will abduct children, dig graves, spread diseases and plagues, and curse those they hate. They are a collection of all evils. As a member of the Musketeers, Old York couldn't help laughing at the nonsense of these foolish people. Why don't you think about it carefully? Will the devil's followers distribute food, wealth, and land to you? And what have the church and nobles done for you? These people will only let you stay in the land and mines all day long, toil day after day, and then reward you with a few pieces of hard-to-eat black bread. After all, who are the followers of the devil? The poor people present were immediately stunned. If there hadn't been a complaint conference a few days ago, they would have thought that all of this was a test by the gods, in order to enter the kingdom of God and enjoy the glory in the future without falling into hell. And those noble gentlemen are high because they were chosen by God and given noble blood. It is God's grace that allows them to be the managers of the earth. It's different in Iida. Old York said triumphantly, looking at these poor people with their heads bowed and silent. An inexplicable sense of superiority surged in his heart. There are no nobles or churches there, most people work in workshops, and everyone can eat delicious bread and camel meat. Old York talked endlessly about the magic of Iida. The workers in those workshops could make the sand on the ground into exquisite glass vessels, and the wood into whiter than parchment and hundreds of times easier to use. Paper, and the wizards only need to wave their hands, and the soil will be piled up automatically, and a house will be built in no time. Then do you want to do farm work? Where does the food come from? A poor man couldn't help but ask loudly. Yes, it's just that we are different from you. Those alchemists have developed a machine that can automatically cultivate the land. It only takes one person an hour to cultivate a land that is 2 kilometers long and wide. Old York said confidently, although he had never seen this machine before. His younger brother's nephew was fortunate to be the first to experiment with this machine. Everyone present looked at each other, thinking that Old York must be bragging, let alone one person. Even if 10 people were exhausted, it would be difficult to finish so much work, but they were very interested in the novel scenes that Old York said. The voices of questioning one after another made Old York curl his lips. It is indeed a wild area outside the wizard's land, and he has no knowledge at all. Whether you believe it or not, this is the truth. Old York, after a pause, announced another extremely important news. Also, tonight, Mrs. Lynn said that an experiment will be carried out in the territory to make the night as bright as the day. A group of poor people were confused about who this Mr. Lynn was, and then they discussed it. Could it be that they set up a very, very big bonfire? Won't they be able to pick off the sun? For wizards' experiments, what they think of is dark and weird, resuscitating bones or drawing weird patterns on the ground to summon devils. In view of this, most people chose to stay behind closed doors at night, but there were also quite a few people who were curious. An open space in the Earl's land was soon filled with people, all of whom stared wide-eyed, looking at Lynn and others in the center. Under the light provided by the torch, they could see a lot of strange alchemy instruments that they had never seen before. For this experiment, Lynn got out the latest generator, and connected a light bulb with a very simple workmanship with a thin copper wire. Since there is electricity, of course we have to point out the relevant electrical technology, and the most representative one is undoubtedly the electric light. Lynn searched all over the wizarding land but couldn't find tungsten ore, but accidentally found a substitute. The reason why tungsten can be used as the best material for filaments is firstly because of its high melting point. The temperature of the filament is as high as 2000 degrees Celsius when it emits light. The second is that the resistance is larger and the conductivity is poor. Under the condition of equal conduction time, tungsten generates more heat than other metals. Finally, the chemical properties are stable and the antioxidation ability is strong, which makes the life of the bulb very long. If it is well made, it will not be a problem to use it for decades. There are not many cheap and large volume metals that can meet these conditions. Lynn had a headache for a long time, until Philip reminded him that he could try the hair of the fire lion. When Lynn heard this proposal, his expression was extremely weird. Isn't it funny to use the hair of a creature as the material for the filament? However, after the experiment, Lynn suddenly felt ashamed. The ignorant person was actually himself. The strangeness of magical creatures was beyond his imagination. Chapter 276, Light Up the Night Sky. I've put it away, Dean Lynn. On the high ladder frame placed in the open space, Lydia waved her hand and shouted loudly, "The reason why the light bulb is placed so high is naturally so that everyone can see it. Let's start." Lynn nodded, looked at A.I. Look and others beside him, and asked them to start the motor. The sound of thump, thump, thump immediately resounded in the castle, startling the poor people who were watching from a distance. This motor also uses the principle of cutting magnetic flux lines, without the protection of a casing, and everyone can see the tiny arcs flashing around the rotor of the motor when it is moving at high speed. The continuous current is passing through the wire to the bulb. Dozens of intertwined and twisted fire lion hairs glowed faintly inside. After a while, the light became brighter and brighter, and soon overwhelmed the dim light brought by the surrounding torches, illuminating the entire open space as if it were daytime. Raider and the others, who were looking directly at the light source, could not help squinting their eyes under such a powerful and dazzling light, or subconsciously blocked them with their hands. The sun is average. Lightning, they trapped lightning in that ball. Someone in the crowd shouted tremblingly. Ham and the others also stared in astonishment at the light bulb constantly emitting light in mid-air, and at the motor that was constantly rotating. They thought about what kind of means those master wizards would use to make the night the same as the day, but they didn't expect that their method would be to bind the lightning. The light emitted by the light bulb spreads far away, and the poor people hiding in the house can't help but look through the window at the open space where the crowd gathers. It's like a small sun has risen here. Lynn, who watched this scene, was also extremely satisfied. They had already verified it in the laboratory before, but this should be regarded as the first experiment conducted outdoors. This is their first step into the electrical age. The performance of the fire lion hair is much better than Lynn expected. The only disadvantage is the short life expectancy. According to his estimation, even the hair that is ready-made from the fire lion will be burned by high temperature if it cannot last for half a year. Of course, in a sense, that is not a disadvantage. And compared to tungsten wire, this biological material is extremely environmentally friendly and can be infinitely regenerated. It seems that there will be no more dark nights in Iida in the future. Philip said with emotion, the material for making this kind of light bulb is not complicated, and there are many magnetic mines in the kingdom of Hadrada. He can foresee that in the near future, lights will light up every corner of the city. It's like a little sun. Redder murmured. It's still far away, the real artificial sun is tens of thousands of times more dazzling than this. Lynn said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone present looked at Lynn and with weird expressions, as if they could really create a sun. So light is electricity, and electricity is light, right? Professor Lynn. Johnny pondered for a long time, then asked suddenly. They introduced electricity into the hair of the fire lion to create light. Is that how the light they usually feel comes from? This question stopped Philip, the official wizards, from asking for a while, and everyone frowned and began to think. It shouldn't be right. The forms of light and electricity are different, and we can also create light in other ways. Orlando shook his head, raised his hand and condensed a fireball. For example, can we say that fire is light? In the land of wizards, there has always been a theory of light elements, and many wizards want to understand the secrets of this. It's just that the light element is very difficult to deal with. It seems to be everywhere and elusive, and it is impossible to perceive it with magic power. However, they still summed up many laws, such as light is often born with heat, can be reflected, absorbed, etc., and developed a lot of magic using light. Your idea is very good, Johnny, but you have to explore this secret by yourself. Lynn couldn't help laughing, and didn't mean to say the answer directly. After all, the exploration of the laws of the world has to be done step by step. Only by stepping on the wrong and the right can we have a truly perfect magic theory. Which of you can study light thoroughly? No, even a little superficiality is enough to get a corona medal and leave a strong mark in the history books of magic. Lynn said solemnly. Corona medal? Hearing what Lynn said, A.K.A and the others were very excited. That is the highest award in the wizarding world. Even Lydia is a little bit ready to move. She doesn't have any magical talent, and it may be difficult to pass the official wizard exam, but this does not prevent her from becoming the first wizard apprentice to receive the Corona medal. Professor? Then where should we start to explore the secrets of light? Lydia asked eagerly. Orlando laughed for a while. If the dean knew, he would have brought it up long ago, and he would have left the opportunity to them. However, to his surprise, Lynn took out a crystal clear glass from his pocket and waved it in front of everyone. You can start with it. Dean, isn't this just a piece of ordinary glass? A.K.A pouted. Glass products may be very precious in the kingdom of Hadrada, but in Iida, even ordinary civilians can afford them, and even when the school is expanded, in order to make the light transmittance better, it is planned to be pressed on the windows. There is nothing special about it. To be precise, this is a prism. Lynn explained with a smile, and placed it under the light, and everyone present discovered the difference. This triangular prism looks like an exquisite gemstone. The light enters from one side of the prism, and after being refracted, it exits from the other side. However, the refracted light is not bright white, but an extremely gorgeous one, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The gradient color layer composed of 7 colors is extremely dazzling when projected in the shadow. A.K.A and others looked at the scene in front of them in amazement. Was actually separated. The white light we saw was so beautiful. Lydia said in surprise and joy. Professor, what is the principle? Pierce tried to stretch out his hand, swinging back and forth on the spectrum. The colorful light shone on the palm, and he felt a little warm. Is this only a phenomenon of light generated by electricity? Or all light? Philip on the side also asked eagerly. Chapter 277, take control of the kingdom's last obstacle. The strange light dispersion experiment aroused everyone's curiosity. They never knew that light is composed of so many colors. Or is it only artificial light that has such characteristics? Whether it is the light or the sunlight, they are all the same, of course, and they all belong to polychromatic light. Lynn explained to the curious A.K.A and others. The principle of prism splitting light, to put it bluntly, is that different colors of light have different refractive indices in the glass, so when passing through the prism, the light of each color is deviated from one direction, which constitutes a gradual spectrum. A group of wizard apprentices listened thoughtfully. Lynn's explanation was very simple and easy to understand, even Rattle and others who didn't know magic could barely understand it. Wait, I seem to have seen this kind of thing. Ham stared at the colorful light reflected from the prism, with a thoughtful look on his face, and then said suddenly. Yeah, like a rainbow. When Ham said this, more and more people realized that although the rainbow phenomenon is not very common, there are still many people who have seen it. Is there a mirror in the sky? Lydia asked with her hands raised high. Without waiting for Lynn to reply this time, Philip explained. Should it be the refraction and reflection of water? There is a lot of water vapor in the air, every wizard knows this very well, and the water surface also has the ability to refract and reflect light, so Philip immediately understood its principle. Not bad. Lynn nodded, and then handed the prism in Lydia's hand. As for the other characteristics of light, I leave it to you to explore. Lydia took over the prism very excitedly, put it under the light and rotated it constantly. The light was continuously flowing and reflecting in the prism, changing its size and color. A.K.A and the others looked at Lynn eagerly. The dean just gave Lydia the only three-sided mirror, so what should they do? Don't wait for such partiality. Glass is not difficult to make, and you can make the formula. I taught it in chemistry class. If you want to, can you make one yourself? Studying the spectrum of the sun is also your homework assignment. Lynn shrugged and spoke freely. As soon as they heard the homework assignment, the expressions of A.I. Look and the others suddenly drooped, and they tried hard to recall the chemistry class that Lynn taught them some time ago. What is the main ingredient of the glass? It seems to be silicon dioxide. I heard that in Green Real City, many wizards are also studying the mysteries of light. Even the speaker is very interested. You have many opponents. Lynn added. Although the wizarding land has been busy with war matters recently, the council still pays great attention to academic research work. After all, this is the foundation of all magical powers. After the popularity of glass products, more and more wizards have discovered the use of this thing in research, such as the simplest concave convex mirror surface, which can make things magnify or shrink in their own eyes. This means that wizards can not only rely on magic to perceive things, but can intuitively see the microscopic world that was invisible before with the naked eye. Lynn has no doubt that after this war, the theory of magic in the entire wizarding land will usher in a wave of leapfrog development. When they heard that many wizards, even the legendary speaker, were studying this, all the apprentices suddenly felt that they had no hope. And Lydia was thinking about how to get a little more theoretical knowledge from the dean, which is much faster than doing research by herself. By the way, Professor Philip, how is your research on the electromagnetic gun? Lynn suddenly remembered this, turned his head to look at several people, and asked. The principle has been figured out, and the model has been made, but the power is a bit unsatisfactory. I can only launch a 100-gram projectile at a speed of 100 meters per second. Philip said helplessly. The generator they made is fine for lighting a light bulb, but it is too weak to be used on an electromagnetic gun. If there is not enough power, this thing is not as good as a cannon. For this, Lynn was not surprised. The generator needs to be improved for at least several generations to meet the needs of the electromagnetic gun. After thinking about it, he asked someone to bring over a basket of black stones and an engraved plate. Here are the thunderstones and several magic runes representing electromagnetism. You can study how to use them. Lynn explained. Since the old method does not work, then simply change to a new way of thinking. These two things are the results of Anthony's research for most of his life. The Thunderstone is like a natural battery, and it is the super powerful one, and these electromagnetic runes are the key to the magic power conversion current. Philip and the others felt their eyes light up when they heard the words. In this way, they can store all the excess electricity on weekdays, and try to export it when they need to use the electromagnetic gun, and even directly use the Thunderstone as the material of the guide rail, and coat the outside with a layer of mithril. On electromagnetic rune. In such a short 10 seconds, many ways to improve the electromagnetic gun emerged in Philip's mind, and many difficulties that troubled him in the past were directly solved. Thinking of this, Philip left in a hurry, and took a few colleagues with him to do research with a basket full of lightning-leading stones. The huge light bulb was lit in the castle for a whole night. This was not only a test sample, but also Lynn's intention. So early the next morning, rumors about electric lights spread rapidly throughout the Earl's territory, and then became more and more outrageous. Some people swore that they saw that Lord Wizard flying into the sky, knocking lightning and a huge rainbow out of the sky. Grab it from the clouds and put it in a ball and a gem. For these rumors, Lynn did not bluntly defend, but sent a new task to the musketeers who went out for training every day, which was to use the water mist method to create artificial rainbows in the square, and handed over this method to for every child who is curious and wants to learn. The change of concept is often subtle, and Lynn is going to let these people know that wizards are not terrible, and the knowledge they spread is not a trap for the devil, but an explanation of the laws of everything, which even ordinary people can understand and understand. Use it. The next question is how to solve the last obstacle to their control of the kingdom, the Church Cardinal Enrique. Chapter 278, This is simply blasphemy against God. A few days passed in a flash, and the news that Grand Duke Rickman led nearly half of the kingdom's elite troops to conquer the minor rebellion, and the result was a disastrous defeat, is well known in the capital. Then a piece of news came out from the church: the riot of the miners was related to that group of notorious wizards. It was the followers of these devils who bewitched the miners to sacrifice their souls to the devil behind their backs, which led to such an incident. Terrible disaster. Panic is spreading rapidly. What was even more unexpected was that King Basil didn't seem to be in a hurry to organize forces to quell the disaster that was about to sweep across the entire kingdom. The nobles at the top didn't seem to take any action either, and they all chose to remain silent. Under such a situation, the church has become the spiritual support of the poor. The only thing they can do is to go to the church and pray to the great Lord to protect themselves. North sent away the last batch of poor people who came to atone for sin and pray, and turned his head to look at the holy and solemn statue of the goddess in the main hall in a trance, but when he closed his eyes, his mind was still filled with the horror of fire and rain scene. North fell into deep confusion, why the forces of evil are so powerful, and why the great Lord failed to give him any response when they fought against these evils. This is the punishment from the Lord. The familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. North opened his eyes, and a figure in a golden red robe had appeared beside him at some point. It was the pillar of the kingdom, Cardinal Enrique of the church. Lord Enrique. North saluted very respectfully, and then asked in confusion. You just said that this disaster is God's will. No, it should be said that the ignorance of the nobles and royal family in this kingdom caused this disaster. Enrique said slowly. They are no longer satisfied with ruling this land under the glory of God. For this reason, they do not hesitate to collude with the believers of those evil gods in an attempt to shake God's pasture in the mortal world. Speaking of this, Enrique's gaze became very sharp. He has naturally noticed all kinds of actions of His Majesty the Kingdom against the Church in recent years, and he is even more aware of Basil's little thoughts. Shoo! This kingdom, whether it is the dull poor, the cunning nobles, or the fatuous royal family, needs a complete purification. After the catastrophe, the glory of the Lord will cover the entire land again. But, my Lord Cardinal, why does the great Lord want to punish the most devout believers? North said confusedly. In this disastrous defeat, in addition to the complete annihilation of the tens of thousands of troops, a whole group of more than 60 believers of the Lord also died on the battlefield, and only a few people escaped with him. North was incomparably bewildered and in pain. He had stayed in the temple for the past few days and confessed his shameful act of abandoning his companions and fleeing alone because of fear. This is a baptism, Bishop North. Ryok's voice came. The souls of the pious will enter the kingdom of God in advance, enjoying endless joy and feasts, while the sinners will be punished to and burn forever in the eternal fire of purgatory. North finally realized that life and death are not important, they are just two different states, the birth and death of all things. God has his own decision. Just then, a priest came in from the door. Master Ryok, Viscount William sent a message saying that he needs to find you on very important matters related to those wizards. Then let him in. Ryok said, and North also put away his emotions and stood aside. About 2 minutes later, Cody walked into this magnificent church under the leadership of several priests. The solemn setting made his already uneasy mood condense to the extreme. Lowering his head slightly, he saluted cautiously. "Where's William? Where is he? Why don't you come to see me in person?" Ryok suddenly asked. "Master Viscount accidentally contracted the plague recently, and now he is sick in bed, unable to come to listen to the Lord's teaching," Cody said, slightly trembling. "In that case, what message did he ask you to bring?" Ryok said slowly. "My lord, the spies we sent out have discovered a group of strange people these days and entered the mansion of His Highness the Second Prince Hatter. We suspect that they should all be wizards," Cody replied in a low voice. "Is that all?" Unsik continued to ask. Cody hesitated again and again before gritted his teeth and said, "We also discovered that His Royal Highness Hatter seems to be plotting to seize the throne, and many nobles from the kingdom are involved. I'm afraid we will do it soon." "How did you know this secret?" Unsik's face became a little moved, and his tone became a little more serious. Kaidikyang faced Ryok's gaze, and spoke with difficulty. "A baron who participated in the conspiracy is a good friend of Lord William. He was unwilling to betray the kingdom, so he disclosed this news to Lord William. What I need is the truth." Ryok suddenly became cold. "Before the Lord, liars will surely fall into hell." As soon as the voice fell, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared on the holy and solemn statue of the goddess, engulfing everyone present. North and the priests, who had firm beliefs, were not affected, but Cody fell to the ground as if possessed by a demon, tears streaming down his face, and said repentantly, "It's William. Lord William has been secretly helping those wizards transport ores and goods. The glass and paper that have appeared in the market in recent months are all made by believers of the devil." As soon as this remark came out, Nord and the others were astonished and angry. They also bought a lot of these novel glass products, and some of them were even used to decorate the entire church. As a result, Cody now actually told them that they were all wizards. Their creations? This is simply blasphemy against God. What made them feel chills was that William, the lackey of the wizard, was actually hiding under their noses, and he became a nobleman of the kingdom majestically. North couldn't imagine it. This is no longer a simple dereliction of duty that can be described. Ryok was not surprised by this, but just nodded. "Go on and tell me everything you know." Cody was like peas pouring out of a bamboo tube, crying about his sins, and at the same time telling the whole story of how William colluded with wizards and continued to grow his power through maritime trade over the past 10 years. Chapter 279, Such a person should perish in forever. The lackey of the devil should report to the kingdom now, arrest William, and remove his title. Under Cody's constant talk, several bishops and pastors in the church were furious, and the crusades continued one after another. Especially North, his face was as gloomy as water, and there was a burst of icy aura around him. If it wasn't for Cardinal Anrioke who hadn't spoken yet, he would have already entered William's mansion. The great defeat outside the Earl's territory, and countless soldiers and colleagues who died tragically in front of him made North's inner anger continue to surge. As a lackey of wizards, William, who continuously sent supplies to the land of wizards, is simply beyond words. Even if thrown into hell, it is not enough to relieve hatred. Since William is working for those wizards, why did he tell me those 2 pieces of news? Anrioke continued to ask. The church is not ignorant of the change of the second Prince Hayter, or most of the nobles in the kingdom are aware of it. After all, Hayter's performance in the hall is too clumsy. The only thing they didn't expect was that the other party had the guts to seize the throne by force. Apart from being bewitched by the devil, there was no other explanation. Master Haram, Lord William's successor, is dead. Cody said hesitantly. Under the confession, the power of divine magic is slowly fading, and Cody has regained some consciousness, but facing the most powerful man in the entire kingdom, the cardinal of the church, he dare not tell any lies. After all, it will be easily seen through by the other party. Not to mention that he has revealed too much information, what should be revealed and what should not be revealed. At this moment, only by continuing to talk can there be a trace of life. Also, there may be troubles in the wizard's land. Recently, the fog in the Sea of Mist has gradually dissipated, so Lord William feels that the end of those wizards is coming. Sea of Misty. North and the others couldn't help but paused, and immediately turned their heads to look at Anrioke. It was the first time they had heard of the so-called Holy Land of Wizards. Sighed. Anrioke didn't show any emotion at all. Regarding the changes in the Sea of Misty, as early as 2 months ago, the Bible gave a foreshadowing. Is the riot of those miners related to this group of evil believers from the land of wizards? North snapped. Lord William doesn't know much about this matter, and the newly appointed wizard doesn't trust us, but Lord William found out that His Excellency Anthony also appeared on the battlefield. Cody swallowed, and said in a low voice. Said out loud. Anthony. Anrioke whispered softly. He was no stranger to this name, and he even knew that the school of magic created by this great wizard was active in the capital. He was not in a hurry to attack this group of people. Firstly, it was because the royal family blocked them openly and secretly, and secondly, he wanted to take this opportunity to uproot the moths in the kingdom. But he didn't want the other party to get mixed up with the land of wizards, causing a massacre of tens of thousands of people. How many wizards have arrived in the kingdom from that demon land, and who is their leader? Anrioke asked. I don't know, but the number should not be too many. The leader is a wizard named Lynn, who looks very young and is also the current controller of Iida. After a pause, Cody continued. I heard that he went to Iida from the Sekas Empire 2 years ago. Only A.K.A. inexplicably remembered that in the information passed by North and others, there was a kind of strange hellfire mentioned. With a thought, a golden tome was untied from his waist, and he flipped it spontaneously. The page stopped and was displayed in front of Cody. Name, Carl, unconfirmed real name. Extremely dangerous, great wizard. Crime, killing the bishop of the empire, destroying 3,000 black armored guards, and destroying half of the harbor town. Notes, proficient in elemental and shaping magic, able to control a powerful and inextinguishable flame. Reward amount, Sekas gold coins. 50,000. Except that the name doesn't match, this should be the wizard who is in charge of Iida. Cody said with certainty, recalling the information he obtained in Iida harbor. Anrioke pondered for a while, and then suddenly put his hand on Cody's head. The magical technique of probing memory flooded into Cody's mind in an instant. Compared with Cody's words, he trusted what he saw with his own eyes. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Unsik, who probed Cody's memory, confirmed this 100% of the time. No wonder the army led by Grand Duke Rickman was defeated so quickly. It turned out that their opponents were 2 great wizards. From Cody's memory, A.K.A discovered a lot of important information. In the past, when they were sailing, they would use a special compass to locate the wizard's land, so as not to lose their way on the sea. However, this very important appliance has been taken back by the new master of A.K.A. Obviously Cody wasn't lying. After Hiram's death, there was indeed some rift between William and those wizards, and now the transportation business has nothing to do with William. Those wizards are using a magical alchemy tool that can fly in the sky to transport a large amount of ore from the kingdom. The purpose should be to produce weapons and deal with wars. As for the purpose of inciting the miners to riot, Enryoke could guess that it was nothing more than creating turmoil within the kingdom and attracting their attention, thereby delaying the pace of the Holy See's destruction of this evil place. Thinking of this, Enryoke looked at Cody with cold eyes, and said, "The Lord is tolerant and merciful. Go and tell William that more sincerity is needed to redeem his sins. This is your only chance. Since these wizards can come and go freely between the two places, they must have mastered the method of locating the wizard's place. As early as 2 months ago, the church was preparing for the war to destroy the land of wizards. The reason why it took so long to do so was because the ship that went to the sea to find the land of wizards had not returned. If he can get the compass to locate the wizard's land, or even seize the strange alchemy equipment that can fly in the sky, it will undoubtedly be a huge achievement." Seeing that the cardinal wanted to forgive William, North and the others were extremely upset. In their view, William was just a double dealer sitting on the fence, not even repenting an atonement. They just saw that those wizards were about to be destroyed. He hypocritically changed his position, pretending to be suddenly repentant. Such a person should sink into forever. Chapter 280, Is this the infallibility you promised me? Are we going to let this sinner go just like that? Lord Enryoke. After Cody left, North couldn't help asking, William was also guilty of the tragedy of tens of thousands of deaths outside Earl Joyce's territory. We have more important things to do now, Bishop North. As for the crimes committed by William, it won't be too late to settle the case after those wizards are executed. Enryoke replied casually. The rest of the priests in the church were discussing the information they had just heard. The amount of information revealed in Cody's words is too great. No one could have expected that this riot of miners would involve the land of wizards, the stronghold of those evil believers. If they can successfully capture this group of people, it will undoubtedly be a great achievement, but it also means that the situation is completely out of their control. Especially after hearing that the opponents might be the two great wizards, many people proposed to report it immediately, requesting the assistance of the Empire and the Holy See. However, Enryoke shook his head, because it was already too late. He saw from Cody's memory that the second prince, A.K.A, was going to implement his plan to seize the throne in the last 2 days, and even attracted a large number of nobles in the capital. Once the opponent is allowed to succeed, the Empire may face a civil war within the Empire. This is undoubtedly what the wizards want to see the most. In that case, the attention of the Holy See will be diverted from the Sea of Mist, and they will be forced to focus on quelling the rebellion. However, facing the two great wizards, Enryoke did not dare to say that he was completely sure of taking them down. Now we can only use the holy artifacts of faith stored in the church. On the other side, Cody, who came out of the church, went straight back to William's castle in a carriage, and went to the underground of the castle under the leadership of Muert, feeling uneasy. Originally, the task William gave him was to disclose a little information about wizards, to gain initial mutual trust, and then to see the reaction of the cardinal to decide whether to disclose more information. Now, I have established a certain degree of trust with the cardinal, but I have also leaked a lot of information that should not have been leaked. Especially the intelligence that Lord William has been helping wizards transport supplies for decades. Cody can already imagine what kind of punishment he will suffer. Although these were all forced to say under the power of divine magic, with Lord William's temperament, he would not care so much. The only thing to do is to complete or fail the task. Thinking of this, Cody couldn't help but shudder. In fact, he didn't really support Lord William's hostility to wizards. After inviting Lauder to the manor for negotiations, they reached a new cooperation agreement. Those wizards were even willing to compromise and change the benefits to a 50-50 split. But in the eyes of Lord William, this has become a symbol of wizards' weakness and inability to fight against the Church. Instead, they are more determined to stand on the side of the eldest Prince Harold and the Church. It's a pity that the disastrous defeat in the southern part of the kingdom showed that the group of wizards might not be as weak as Lord William imagined. Mert, what about Griphook and the others? I haven't seen them in the manor recently. Cody suddenly thought of this on the way to the base of the castle, and asked strangely. Molt's eyes flickered, and he replied with a smile. They were all sent to various parts of the kingdom by the Lord to win over the nobles for His Highness Harold. We have been very busy recently, otherwise it may not be your turn to meet Lord Anrioke. I'd like to change our jobs. Cody said with a wry smile. The Cardinal can only be described as terrible, as if everything about him was transparent in front of him. Cody didn't have any doubts about Muirt's explanation. After the death of Rickman and others, William became the #1 supporter of His Royal Highness the current Prince Harold, and there was a lot of mess to deal with. They also have to monitor those dangerous wizards, so it seems that their work is not easier than their own. The two quickly passed through the heavy protection, arrived inside the bunker, and saw William sitting on the Iron Throne. Cody knelt down without hesitation, not daring to hide anything, and told all the things that happened in the church. Sure enough, William's face became very ugly, and the anger and fear in his eyes almost gushed out. Is this what you promised me to be safe? William's tone was extremely cold, like a blade, his overweight body trembled, and he stood up from his seat, like a towering mountain, his eyes like lightning. Cody lowered his head and leaned against the floor, trembling too much to answer. A dull sound soon came to his ears. It was the sound of a glass being squeezed and burst. Just when Cody thought he was about to die, William suddenly suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Put people down first." Several attendants immediately stepped forward and dragged Cody out, and soon there was only Muirt left in the room. William at this moment. No, it should be said that William's stand-in, Dorrel, changed from his fierce appearance before, and knelt down on the ground, and Muirt beside him was no exception. Lauder's figure quickly came out from behind the curtain, but the two worshipped obviously not him, but the figure that appeared in the secret room out of thin air. Master Lynn. Dorrel dragged his fat body, eager to explain, but Lynn was the first to speak and praised. "Yes, you did a good job this time, Dorrel." Dorrel was at a loss, and he hadn't turned the corner for a while. "You must know that Cody leaked a lot of information about the wizard's land this time, and Lord Lynn actually praised himself in turn." Molt's face revealed a somewhat thoughtful expression. Laud looked at the confused Dorrel, and said with a sneer. "Idiot, don't you think Lord Lynn is trying to deceive a cardinal who masters divine arts with lies? Since you want to attract people, the bait must be real enough." As a psyker, Lynn knows how to detect and modify memories, so how could he not be on guard against this? Since magic has the same root as magic, there may not be similar means. Facing a cardinal or in front of a church statue, any lie or even memory modification, may make the other party discover the clues. So Lynn's coping method is also very simple, that is, only tell the truth. As long as you don't lie, you won't be able to detect it. The method is not complicated, that is to continue William's previous plan, and retain a suitable confidant who knows part of the truth, and go to the Holy See to explain the part of the truth he knows to Anrioke. Chapter 281, A lie is the truth, and the truth is a lie. When is a lie most likely to be believed? Of course when the liar himself firmly believes that it is the truth. This is also the game that Lynn worked hard to set up for the Cardinal, and the core performer is naturally Cody. More than 2 months ago, when he killed the real William and cleaned up the opponent's forces, he faced a decision as William's confidant, Cody, who knew part of the information about the wizard's land, should be cleaned up together. Neither Dorrell, Mert, nor Lauder dared to make decisions without authorization. After all, Cody had been to the port of Iida and had contact with that adult for a long time, so this question was pushed back to Lynn. After a short period of deliberation, Lynn finally chose to spare Cody's life. This was not because of his sympathy, but because the other party didn't know the existence of William's substitute, Dorrell. When Lynn heard the news, he was also extremely surprised. After all, Cody was William's confidant, and he was able to be in charge of the shipping between the two places, which shows how much trust he has. But Lynn soon realized that the reason why William wanted to get a substitute was not only to guard against the church, but also to guard against Haram. In case the Great Wizard would have the idea of finding someone to replace him one day, Cody, who had direct contact with the wizards, would be the least aware of the existence of the substitute. In view of this, he kept Cody, and now is the time to use it. The other party is William's confidant, and it is reasonable to go to the church to contact Unsik, and he also has the reasons for William's rebellion in his mind, and everything is natural. So the more he probed his memory, the more Unsik would trust Cody's words. After all, smart people are often more willing to believe everything they investigate. Under Lynn's explanation, Dorrell realized that he had also become the person being played. The order he had received before was only to send Cody to the church to discuss matters with Enryoke. Unexpectedly, the memory in Cody's mind is the real bait. "I don't mean to distrust you guys, Dorrell, it's just that sometimes acting skills are not as credible as real reactions," Lynn said with a smile. "But Mr. Lynn, is this too risky? Cody has a lot of information about the wizarding land in his memory, and even the airship has been exposed." Molt asked with a little hesitation. After becoming a wizard, Mert realized that he had no way out, so he naturally stood on the side of his compatriots wholeheartedly. In his opinion, Cody is too unstable and knows too much information. They can find another guy who knows less information, and then deliberately tell the other party the false news they want to convey. No, that was too deliberate, there is no one more suitable than him. Lynn shook his head and rejected Molt's words. Cody knows a lot, and some of the information is very important, but most of it is information that the Holy See has already known, such as the changes in the Sea of Mists, and the riots in the Land of Wizards. While wizards are preparing for war and transporting ore through airships, information that the Church does not know can be used to strengthen the credibility of Cody's words. After all, if the information held by William highly overlaps with that of the Church, then he will not have any value. The second factor is that they have no time to wait any longer and must take some risks. It has been several days since Duke Rickman's fiasco, and Lynn has been looking forward to the kingdom and the Church organizing another army to attack the earldom, waiting for the moment when the cardinal leads people away from the Church. When Raydell attacked the Church in the Earl's territory, Lynn discovered that those clergymen would become more difficult to deal with in the Church than in the outside world, and the Church in the capital was the center of faith in the entire kingdom. Know what kind of strange things will be in there. Even if the idol suddenly revives and does it himself, he won't be surprised at all. But things were not as he expected, neither the King Basil nor the Church took any action, which made Lynn somewhat uneasy. These people were probably waiting for reinforcements from the Empire, that is to say, they had to settle the battle quickly. Row. It would be great if I could choose the battlefield by myself. Master Lynn, what should we do with Cody now? Are we going to kill him? Dorrell asked, frowning. According to William's temperament, Cody leaks such important information, there is a high probability that he will be killed. Just kill it. No, punish him heavily first, and then let him perform his crimes and meritorious deeds, and continue to be responsible for the affairs of the Church. Lynn said after pondering for a long time. This is also a move that William may make, and it should not arouse suspicion. The information in Cody's brain has been leaked, and sending other confidants there will only reveal more information, so it is better to use waste to let the other party play a little bit value. On the second day after Cody went to the church, the wind in the capital changed 180 degrees. First, King Basil severely reprimanded the eldest Prince Harold at a routine meeting and put him under house arrest. The fault of the defeat in the war was all attributed to Grand Duke Rickman, who believed that the other party was in command. It was a serious mistake that led to such a tragic result. Then it was reported in the palace that King Basil intends to hand over the throne to his second son Hader, and will announce the candidate for the crown prince at another day. Hader was naturally very happy about this, and he once again experienced the feeling of fatherly love, and even felt that King Basil's indifference before was confusing Harold and others, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Disintegrate the opponent's power. Hader had such unrealistic thoughts that when he received a report from his attendants that his father had invited him to a banquet in the capital, he had already begun to hesitate whether it was necessary to continue his plan to seize the throne. Seizing the throne by force is a big stain after all, and this is a last resort. I think this just proves that your good father is about to attack you. Anthony reminded with a sneer. If you really go to the palace, you won't be able to come back. The kingdom of Basil is not even pretending now, and the sudden change shows that the other party is in a hurry. The action should be tomorrow, or even tonight. Under Anthony's persuasion, Hader had no choice but to ruthlessly reject the servant's invitation, evading that he was seriously ill, and he really couldn't go to the capital to meet the king. Kin not fetching your URL. Chapter 282, Miraculous Artificial Rainfall. Master Dean, are you sure this is really possible? If you sprinkle these things into the sky, it will rain heavily. Hadrada outside the capital, in a secret residence, Lydia looked at the boxes on the ground, then looked at Lynn and asked in doubt. Because just now, Lynn arranged a special task for them, which was to transport a special powder to an altitude of several thousand meters, and then sprinkle them down. According to the Dean, this is called artificial rainfall. But in the eyes of Lydia, Darren, Raydell, and others, how does this look like a scene in a fairy tale? For example, it is recorded in the Bible that in the 182nd year of the Holy Calendar, the empire suffered a severe drought, and God sprinkled nectar, causing heavy rain to save those poor people who were trapped in the drought. Even Philip and the others felt a little unreliable, casting a magic that covered the entire city, or even the entire territory of the king's capital. Even a great wizard could not do it. They may be able to extract a large area of water vapor to irrigate the fields, or create a large thick fog, but it is a bit too extravagant to use it for rain, and it takes a lot of magic power. Maybe only legendary speakers can try it. It must be known that there has been no rain in the capital for more than half a month, and it may be a sign of drought. This is completely using magic to reverse the laws of the world. At the same time, several people are also guessing what is contained in these boxes. With such a magical ability, it is possible that it is some kind of auxiliary material for performing spells. Don't worry, there must be no problem. Lynn said confidently. He could sense the concentration of water molecules in the air through magic power. Coupled with the calculation of the brain, he was very sure that the demand for artificial rainfall had been met. Even if they don't interfere, there will be a heavy rain in 3 days at most. He just moved this time forward. The reason why this heavy rain is needed is because Lynn found out from Anthony before that the cardinal in the capital is a 6-ring priest with incomparably powerful strength. In the case of one-on-one, Anthony does not have 100% confidence in defeating the opponent. The safest way is to apply to the Parliament for reinforcements. However, he said before that the Magic Kingdom plan was formulated by the secret society, and asking for help from the Parliament now would damage the lofty image that the secret society had finally established in the hearts of these people. And this time he has plenty of preparation time, so he can play some new tricks. In short, when you see the signal I gave, you immediately fly the airship to sprinkle these catalysts in the sky. Lynn told Lydia, and then looked at Raydell. When it rains, it's also the time for you to prepare to attack. Several people present looked at each other in blank dismay. Although they all agreed, they still couldn't help muttering in their hearts, "Is this really possible? What if there is no rain? Then wouldn't they stand here stupidly all night?" At night, in the royal capital of Hadra Tower, under the cover of the night, under the secret mobilization of the king's warrant, thousands of imperial guards quickly gathered in front of Hader's mansion and surrounded it tightly. The nearby spies, they were also cleaned up one by one, and no mistakes were spared. "Are you sure those wizards are here?" Enruok said in a deep voice. "According to Lord William's investigation, they will all gather in the mansion tonight to complete the final plan." Cody knelt on one knee and replied in a low voice. "In addition, we got news that those miners who started a rebellion in the southern part of the kingdom are also rushing here, and it won't be long before they reach the outside of the king's city. Then it's time to join forces inside and out to seize the throne." Enruok nodded. This was the same as the news he had received. According to the distance, the miners would arrive at the city in about a day. However, they will only be greeted by the encirclement and suppression of the army. Without the help of wizards, these slaves with hoes and mine drafts will only be easily crushed. "What do you want to do?" "This is the residence of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Hatter." The imperial guards surrounding the entire mansion quickly attracted the attention of the guards inside the mansion. A strong knight walked out of the gate and glared at the imperial guards outside. After seeing clearly that the leader was Cardinal An after Liu Ke, his complexion changed suddenly, and he hurriedly sent others to inform His Royal Highness. However, it was already too late at this moment. Dozens of crossbow arrows pierced through the air, and with a strong wind, several people were shot to death on the spot. "Let us go," Enruok said indifferently. More than 70 bishops and hundreds of priests stood up behind him. Everyone held a Bible in their hands, and as the pages of the book were turned, the erratic hymn suddenly appeared in the silent king. It resounded throughout the city. At the same time, a faint white light appeared on the bodies of thousands of imperial guards, and their backs showed fanaticism, and they rushed into Hader's mansion one after another. The attack was too sudden this time, and many guards in the mansion were shot through by arrows and crossbows without even reacting. But such a chaotic scene did not last long. After solving the peripheral guards, they soon encountered resistance. Dozens of fireballs the size of a human head arrived in an instant, blowing up hundreds of imperial guards in the front row. However, due to the protection of divine magic, only a dozen or so unlucky imperial guards were hit by the fireballs. He died on the spot, and the rest of the people were only slightly injured. They quickly got up from the ground and fought back with the crossbow arrows in their hands. "Those believers of evil gods are indeed hiding here." Bishop North spoke angrily, raised his hand, and prepared to use magic to kill the one who appeared suddenly. However, these wizards were very cunning, and they didn't seem to dare to fight them head-on. After casting their magic in secret, they retreated towards the interior of the mansion without stopping, not staying for a second. North immediately thought that there might be other secret passages leading out of the city in the mansion, and these people were probably delaying time to help Hader and the others escape. Thinking of this, North immediately became anxious. After reporting his thoughts to Enryok and receiving instructions, he brought 300 guards with him and went deeper into the mansion together with a dozen bishops. The rest of the people scattered in all directions, sealed off the entire mansion, and searched for those wizards who were hiding. Enruok was walking in this manner full of blood and mutilated limbs, and the screams kept ringing out everywhere, including enemies and royal guards, but he turned a deaf ear to them. He was waiting for the moment when the two great wizards could not help but jump out. Chapter 283, Occupying the Royal Capital. In just over 10 minutes, North, who moved the fastest, had already led people into the main house, and what greeted them was a series of magical blows. The brilliance of magic and divine arts intertwined in the main house, scorching fireballs, solid ice, rising earth walls. Fulla, who was originally hiding everywhere and fighting guerrilla warfare, changed her attitude just now and started to fight head-on. North and the others discovered that these wizards were all wearing a strange armor. The clothes were thick and wide, with solid wire wrapped around them, and there was a small iron cage on their heads, which looked very funny. What kind of weird witchcraft is this? Fula and others' unique appearance design made all the priests dare not go forward for a while, so they could only hide behind and bless the kingdom's guards with various magical arts to test the depth of these wizards. Hundreds of strengthened guards rushed into the main house again, and bursts of shouts came from the house. Chain lightning. Blue-purple thunder flashed continuously in the dim night, and the speed was extremely fast. Before the shouts of Fula and the others sounded, they had already hit the guards. Iron armor is an excellent conductor of electric current. More than a dozen wizards jointly released the chain lightning, which quickly made the guards experience the feeling of electrotherapy, followed by the extremely hot flame torrent finishing off, sending these twitching, immobilized Praetorians to hell. By the way, why do we have to wear such ugly things? After solving the guards who rushed to die, Fula awkwardly pulled the iron cage-like protective gear on her head, and said with a slight complaint. And obviously their strength is not weaker than those priests, but the teacher doesn't let them go out to fight head-on, instead let them pretend that they are invincible, as long as they stay here and stick to it. Since the dean asked us to take it, it must have a deep meaning. Johnny said with confidence. And don't be too careless, Fula, these people are not easy to deal with. With the blessing of divine arts, even ordinary guards may not be fatal if they are hit head-on by an extremely lethal ring of magic like fireball. If you want to ensure that these guards are killed, you must use a more powerful the second and third ring magic will do. Johnny knew that those priests wanted to use this method to consume their magic power. Outside the door at this moment, North was very anxious. He organized several attacks and was still easily repelled. Obviously, he was not mistaken. Most of the wizards should be hiding in the main house. There are a large number of them, and they alone are not enough to attack this fortress. After losing a lot of manpower, North looked to Cardinal Anrioke, who was beside him, for help. Unsik, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally raised his hand. A ray of light flashed on his fingertips, and then the light gradually expanded, turning into a huge beam of light, flying towards the main house. This is exactly the magic spell of the four rings, the judgment of heaven. Fula, Johnny, and the others inside the house immediately had an inexplicable warning in their hearts, and then saw a huge light beam speeding towards them. The white light seemed to be able to dissolve everything, and the door panels, tables, and chairs along the way began to disintegrate and disappear under the inexplicable force. But the inevitable blow was blocked. It was Anthony who made the shot. Teacher! Fula shouted in surprise, her face full of excitement. Anthony didn't pay attention to Fula, and his eyes were on Anrioke from the beginning to the end. He knew the church's sworn enemy quite well, but it was the first time that the two had actually fought each other. Where's Hader? Anrioke suddenly asked. Of course His Royal Highness is doing more important things. Anthony responded casually. Such a response made Anrioke vaguely uneasy, and another wizard named Lynn in the intelligence, who was suspected to be a great wizard, did not come forward to deal with him together. Is it arrogant to think that one person is enough to solve himself, or the other party is not in this mansion? Complicated thoughts flashed in Ansik's mind, but he didn't care about it. The flickering lightning had already appeared all over Anthony's body, and the terrifying electric arc was hitting him directly. At the same time, outside the city, Lydia and others who received the signal drove a dozen invisible airships to the sky together, and sprinkled the catalysts made of salt powder, silver iodide, and other things into the sky. Is this thing really useful? Darren muttered. Should it be useful? Lydia was somewhat confident. After all, the Dean had done many incredible things in the past, although she couldn't understand why throwing some powder into the sky could cause heavy rain. But anyway, their mission has been completed, and Lydia was about to return in the airship, but a thunderous sound resounded in everyone's ears. Darren immediately ran to the edge of the cockpit, stepped on the stool and looked down. At some point, the sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning flashed. "It's raining, it's really raining," Darren said in amazement. Lydia and the others didn't even start the airship, so they rushed up. On the other side, Raydell, who was waiting, looked at the sky in astonishment. A strong gust of wind blew past, and drops of rain and dew were continuously falling from the air, falling on their clothes and hair. It actually rained. Redder was both surprised and delighted, and hurriedly called everyone to act according to the plan. Different from the information received by Enruok and the others, although their big troop is still in the southern part of the kingdom and is rushing to the capital on foot, it is just a show. Their real elites had already taken the airship in advance, divided into several groups, and arrived at the capital of the king, and tonight is the best time to capture the capital. As the vanguard, Redder, and a group of hunters holding hooks and ropes, under the cover of night and thunder, quietly touched the city, threw the hook with extremely unskilled techniques, and then grabbed the ropes to climb up. The ear-piercing sound of gunshots soon rang out from above, and only 10 minutes later, the gate of the capital was opened, and Ham and others who stayed outside the city immediately rushed into the city. Since the powerful Imperial Guards were all dispatched to Hayter's mansion, and they possessed cross-era flintlock guns in their hands, Redder and the others felt as if they were in an uninhabited territory for a while, and quickly controlled 1/3 of the capital. Many citizens of the royal capital who were immersed in their sleep were also awakened by successive gunshots. Unlike Hatter's mansion, where Enryok had set up a soundproof magic spell, Redder and others who entered the royal capital did not. To cover up, what they need is to occupy the entire capital as quickly as possible. Chapter 284, Thunder Legendary Magic. The Miners. It was the group of miners who were bewitched by the devil who came in. Shouts of horror resounded from all over the capital. Since the army led by Grand Duke Rickman fell into the sand in the Earl of Joyce half a month ago, various rumors have been spreading wildly in the capital. There are rumors that these miners were controlled by witchcraft and became crazy and thoughtless walking corpses, and tens of thousands of people in the Earl's territory have been used as bargaining chips for blood sacrifices to summon evil gods. Many small nobles and wealthy businessmen gathered their guards, packed up their belongings in a panic and prepared to flee for their lives, and those civilians who were unable to resist hid in their homes in fear, hoping that the imperial guards of the kingdom would break into the mines of the royal capital. The slaves were driven out. There is also a church in the royal capital, with an extremely powerful cardinal, the great lord of the stars, and the goddess of the moon. They will never abandon their pious believers. Chaos spread rapidly in the capital, and the drops of rain and dew quickly turned into torrential rain. The flashes of thunder and gunshots in the sky mixed together, like an impassioned symphony. Although the flintlock guns in the hands of Redder and others were all waterproofed in advance, they were inevitably affected, and about 1/6 of the guns could not be fired. Fortunately, they had the defense map of the capital provided by the second Prince Hayter, and with the internal response of some temporary rebellion, the process of the battle was still very smooth. Before the resistance was assembled, they had been defeated one by one. Dell led people to attack their final goal, the palace. The sudden change in the capital did not affect North and the others who were in the soundproof magic, but everyone could feel the sudden heavy rain. It's just that no one cares about this at the moment. North let the cold raindrops seep into his collar along his cheeks, and his eyes were fixed on the battle in the center of the mansion. An invisible magical barrier surrounded Enryok's body, isolating the crystal rainwater, and a huge glowing spirit world guard stood in front of him, blocking the incoming thunder, but the next moment he was blocked by a magic power. It was blown out. Due to the need to take into account another great wizard who might come out from any place to attack him, Enryok did not use all his strength, but simply protected the opponent's magic, but his heart became more and more uneasy, because Anthony in front of him was really too weak. He barely possesses the power of the great wizard, which does not match the information he collected before. If you only have this ability, then stop here. Enryok didn't hold back anymore. The brilliance of divine magic appeared all over his body, and rusty chains stretched out from the void, breaking Anthony's design. The protective barrier under him quickly bound the opponent up. This is exactly the six-ring divine art god's lock of retaliation. From the endless purgatory, it represents the chains of the Lord's judgment on sinners, which conceal the power of magic and make the bound ones like a useless person. Teacher! Fulla yelled in horror, and immediately wanted to run out of the house, but was firmly stopped by Johnny and others. Lynn told them not to leave the house no matter what happened, and immediately retreated to the bunker in the main house after Anthony made a move. However, Fulla and the others were worried about Anthony's safety, so they didn't fully follow. Has this reached the limit? Anthony's expression remained unchanged, and his whole body was like butter being cut by a hot knife, making the sound of sizzling. Fortunately, his task has been completed. Anthony's body was quickly cut open under the shackles of God's punishment, but no blood flowed out, but it split apart like a mirror. Enruok's pupils shrank slightly, and only then did he realize that the great wizard in front of him was just a projection of magic power. At the same moment, complex inscriptions appeared on the floor tiles of the entire mansion. Powered by the lightning guide stone stored underground, a strong electric field was formed on the surface, echoing the flashing thunder in the sky. This is a trap. Enruok finally understood where the uneasiness in his heart came from. A ring-shaped magical enchantment emerged from his body while being activated by the divine magic, but it was obviously too late to figure it out now. At the moment the electric field is formed, the channeling technique has been completed. The next moment, huge thunder pillars crashed down from the clouds, intertwined with the electric field formed by the magic runes. The violent electric current was firmly restrained in the mansion, and the substantial electric arc covered the entire area at a speed of tens of kilometers per second. The falling rainwater was being electrolyzed rapidly, and everyone in the entire manor was at 0.0. Within a second, it was included. Everything happened so quickly. North and the others were even immersed in the joy of the cardinal defeating the great wizard Anthony, and only the extremely dazzling thunder was left in front of them. The magical protection blessed on the body exploded in an instant, and tens of billions of volts of high-voltage lightning flooded into everyone's body, and the muscle cells gradually dissolved, and then, under the high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees, turned into a pool of rotten meat. The air constantly exudes a strong smell of burnt. Fulla and the others in the main house, who were also within the range of the spell, closed their eyes tightly at the moment when the thunder came, but they didn't feel any discomfort after waiting for more than 10 seconds. Standing in place without damage. This is a Faraday cage. Fulla was stunned for a while before she suddenly realized this. Although the copper wires wrapped around their bodies seemed to be put together randomly, it was still a small Faraday cage, so even the terrifying electric current can't cause any harm to them. But before she felt the magic of the Faraday cage, Johnny had already sensed something was wrong from the rapidly rising hydrogen and oxygen concentrations in the air, and immediately shouted eagerly. "Don't stay here, go to the bunker, it will explode soon." The power of billions of volts of high-voltage lightning itself is already extremely terrifying, but the power of thunder will also electrolyze rainwater into hydrogen and oxygen. After the concentration of hydrogen and oxygen reaches a certain level, a new round of explosions will be triggered under the high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees of lightning. This process will be repeated continuously, releasing a large amount of energy. It is equivalent to eating a 5-ring magic elemental torrent. This is the killer move Lynn prepared for Enruok, the legendary thunder magic that can only be used with the help of celestial phenomena and alchemy formations. Chapter 285, Marquis of Morden, No one can resist the wrath of God. Half an hour ago, in the royal capital of Hadra Tower, in Hader's mansion, in a temporary tower built with magic power, the second prince, who had never been seen before, was gathering here with a group of nobles from the kingdom. "Your Highness Hader, what are you trying to do by bringing us here on purpose?" A nobleman of the kingdom couldn't stand the almost imprisoned treatment, and asked quite dissatisfied. The rest of the nobles were also talking about it. Without exception, they all came after receiving Hader's sincere invitation. Because in the last 2 days, King Basil's sudden change of attitude and the behavior of the Grand Prince Harold under house arrest have made many people realize that the change of the throne may be a certainty, so Hader only used one invitation after receiving a letter. All the nobles of the kingdom except Harold's family were invited over. However, as soon as they entered the door, everyone discovered something was wrong, because the attendants did not take them to the hall of the mansion, but brought them to this heavily guarded tower. Everyone is the most important pillar of the kingdom. I have invited you here this time to discuss the future of the kingdom. Hader sat on a chair and said with a smile. If you have anything to say, you may as well speak directly, Your Highness Hader. The Marquis of the Kingdom, Morden, spoke first, looking at the second prince with a look of pity. Hader didn't care either. The great count of the kingdom glanced at the crowd and asked slowly. I would like to ask you all, does the current kingdom belong to the king and lord, or to the bishops of the church? The sharp words made everyone present pause for a moment, but Earl Bell stood up and responded loudly. Isn't there an argument for all this? Of course, the spirit and faith belong to God, and the world and flesh belong to the king. Really, Earl Bell? But I heard that 5 years ago, you had the support of a certain bishop, so you killed your brother and took over your father's territory as the second son. Hader sneered retorted. Bell's complexion suddenly changed. Apart from the fact that only his confidants and the bishop knew about this secret, it was supposed to be safe, but now it was directly exposed, but before he could explain it, Hader had already turned his attention. The rest of the nobles present said solemnly. Everyone, over the past 100 years, the power of the church has grown stronger and stronger. Some bishops have even stopped adhering to their creeds, frequently meddling in secular affairs and interfering in the kingdom's internal affairs, to the point of using the name of witch hunting to eliminate dissidents and gather power. Compared to you and I'm afraid they are more like the real lords of the kingdom. Hader's words directly hit the things that the nobles of the kingdom were most unwilling to mention. The citizens of the kingdom are also believers of gods, and the blind obedience brought about by their beliefs is far higher than their lord's status. In addition, these priests have powerful divine arts, and any orders issued by them, even nobles with status don't dare to disobey easily. As for the saying that the spirit belongs to God and the flesh belongs to the king, it is nothing but a fool. Although the priests are the most devout believers of the goddess of the moon and abide by the creed of the church, it does not mean that they are saints without any ambitions. The rights in their hands are undoubtedly unbearable for most of the kingdom's nobles. However, the church's baptism of faith over the past century is obviously not in vain. Even though there are conflicts of interest, the church's crowd is no longer a minority. Even before Bell could speak, the Marquis of Morden said angrily. That's enough, His Highness Hader, you are scaremongering. The great Lord is the creator of all things. It is she who sprinkled nectar on the barren land that made life appear. Whether it is nobles, kings, or churches, it's just that they are performing their respective duties, taking over the Lord's place to rule this land together. These words immediately attracted many nobles to nod their heads in agreement. It is mentioned in the Creation Bible that everyone's destiny is written in the book of destiny from birth. All suffering and pain are the Lord's test, and joy is the gift of the Lord's generosity. Being able to become a lord does not come entirely from the canonization of the king, but the will of God. They were empowered by God to have the ability to rule civilians. With Morden at the front, the crowd of the church no longer cared about the watchful guards in the tower, and some people even shouted fanatically, "The reason why the kingdom is so prosperous is that the great Lord gave the leader. It is through faith that the people find the meaning of life." While the rest of the nobles either watched with cold eyes or remained silent, more people looked at Hader, waiting for his response. "Count Morden, I didn't expect you to believe in that Bible full of loopholes like those brainless poor." Hader said with a sneer. "The church has only been established for more than 800 years. Could it be that the whole world has never been born before that? Until 100 years ago, the subjects of the kingdom still believed in the spirits of the elements. This is not the territory of the church. Hadra Tower was not conquered by the empire until 100 years ago, and was forced to become one of its subordinate kingdoms. After the War of Conquest, although the church burned a large number of folk classics, it was not enough just 100 years ago. All traces are erased. For those aristocratic families that have been passed down for a long time, the belief in the elemental spirit is not a secret. Seeing that Hatter dared to slander the Bible so bluntly, and even despise the gods, Morton showed great panic on his face, and couldn't help scolding. "Do you know what you're talking about? It's blasphemy." Earl Bell also questioned. "Could it be that you plan to be hostile to the Holy See and the entire Sekus Empire?" "Your Highness Hatter." "Why not?" Hatter didn't deny it, but nodded as usual. The nobles present were in an uproar. Although many of them supported the second prince's ascension to the throne, they only hoped that Hatter would continue to restrict the church's privileges after he ascended the throne. They did not expect the other party to be so crazy, actually wanted to confront the empire and the entire Holy See. "Crazy, really crazy!" Marquis Morton yelled in horror, and immediately decided to unite with his allies to make King Bazel change his mind and abolish Hatter's crown prince, otherwise the other party would just will bring the kingdom of Hadrada into a dead end. No one can stand against the wrath of God. Chapter 286, The Survival of the Kingdom is Today. In the tower, exclamations and doubts resounded continuously. Hatter saw everyone's reaction. The reason why he summoned the nobles of the kingdom tonight was to find out who were the supporters of the Holy See. Who are the internal agents sent by King Bazel to his side, and how many people really support him? Devout church believers like Morton and Bell are obviously the ones that must be cleaned up. What exactly do you want to do? Your Highness Hatter. A nobleman of the kingdom snapped. Of course it is to drive the power of the church out of the entire kingdom and regain the rights we should have had 100 years ago. Hatter said firmly. Think about it, my friends, we will build a brand new kingdom, there will be no more churches that are above us, pointing fingers at us, and we will not have to pretend to rely on prayers to decide whether a war should continue. The kingdom all internal affairs will also be decided by you and me, no one can shake the authority as the Lord. Hatter said impassionedly, this is a great achievement surpassing his father Bazel, and he himself will become the real king of this kingdom. Impossible. Ridiculous, do you want to draw the wrath of God? Hatter. His Majesty Bazel will never agree. All the nobles present retorted fiercely. Although the new kingdom described by Hatter is very attractive, it means fighting against the two behemoths, the Holy See and the Empire. Of course it is possible. Hatter's voice sounded again, overwhelming the noisy words on the field. But we need some capable allies. Allies? Bell and the others paused for a moment, and then saw two figures, one old and one young, coming out from behind the curtain of the tower. The man in the lead looked very young, about 20 years old, with cold and shrewd eyes. The old man behind him was wearing a black robe with white beard and hair. He was always half a step behind like an apprentice, following the other side step by step. Please allow me to introduce Master Anthony to you. Hatter turned his head to look at Anthony, and introduced words, but when he saw Lynn, he paused and hesitated. As for the other, this one is His Excellency Lynn from the Land of Wizards, and also my teacher. Anthony took the initiative to take the conversation, and replied in a deep voice. Anthony, with an old face, pointed to Lynn, who looked younger than his grandson, and called him a teacher, with an inexplicable sense of humor. But everyone present couldn't laugh, because it wasn't difficult to hear from Hatter's words that the two people in front of them were wizards. The Land of Wizards. The gathering place for the followers of evil gods and devils? You must be crazy, Hatter, to cooperate with these demons. A nobleman of the kingdom said in disbelief. It seems that His Royal Highness Harold guessed correctly, the riot of the group of miners is indeed related to you. This is all a necessary sacrifice for the recasting of the kingdom. Hayter admitted generously. Everyone should have heard it. Earl Bell immediately stood up and said loudly. His Royal Highness Hatter may have been corrupted by the followers of these two devils, so he came up with such a stupid idea, trying to fight against the Great Lord. The survival of the kingdom is today, we must unite and kill these two followers of the devil, otherwise the whole kingdom will never have peace. Bell shouted excitedly. Although they were confiscated with their weapons and taken to this heavily guarded tower, it did not mean that they had no ability to resist at all. Hayter should never have gathered them together. Every king and aristocrat is a knight who is skilled in bow and horse and can kill the enemy. Among them, there are many nobles and blood knights who have inherited the power of excellent blood. Even if they don't have suitable weapons in hand, they are by no means easy to deal with of. In fact, the moment he entered the tower, Bell had already activated the communication relic that the cardinal gave him. If he could create some chaos before the church personnel attacked, then he could annihilate the biggest hero of the kingdom's rebellion. In a trance, Bell seemed to see the scene where he was rewarded and made the Duke of the Kingdom, and his mood became more and more excited. However, the situation was different from what he had expected, and no one stood up to support him. Bell soon understood why, and he felt terrified that his body suddenly lost control, as if being caught by an invisible animal. Hands grabbed the neck fiercely. Anthony's whole body was windless and automatic, and the huge magic power oppressed everyone's heart like a wave. The great wizard of the Six Rings was undoubtedly terrifying, and he instantly suppressed everyone's sense of resistance. At the same time, Lynn's voice also sounded. You should all know my identity. I am here to help you get rid of the exploitation and of the Holy See. Of course, this is not coercion. The land of wizards is different from the church. We are a democratic parliamentary system, so each of you has the right to choose. Lynn said with a smile. Although the smile on Lynn's face is very kind, the nobles are not fools and dare not take it seriously. This choice. I am afraid it is the right to choose life and death. Lynn raised his hand to signal Anthony to let go of these people's actions, allowing them to speak freely. Don't try to confuse us. The Marquis of the Kingdom, Morden, was the first to stand up and shouted loudly. As the most loyal believer of the Lord, he will never surrender to the wizard. It's just that not every nobleman is as decisive as Morden, and more people hesitate. At this moment, several attendants ran in and shouted eagerly. Your Highness, the Cardinal has surrounded our mansion with a large number of imperial guards. Hearing that Enruok had brought over to kill him, some of the nobles who had been shaken immediately became firmer, and their hearts burst with joy. Even Hatter felt a little uneasy. Although the appearance of the Cardinal was in their plan, Hatter was not fully sure, so he hurriedly looked at Anthony. Anthony didn't reply, but Lynn said with a smile. In that case, let's go and have a look together. Lynn took the lead, but he didn't take everyone out of the tower, but brought them to the top of the tower. Below, the chaotic scene of the entire mansion quickly caught everyone's eyes. Under the light of the torches, thousands of guards in refined armor beat the guards of the mansion with crossbows and long knives. In defeat, anyone can see that the fall of the mansion is only a matter of time. Chapter 287, Anthony, this must be some kind of legendary magic move. It seems that Lord Enriok will bring people to kill here soon, His Highness Hayter. If you are willing to draw a line with those believers of evil gods now, you may still have a way out. Seeing the guards in the mansion being quickly defeated, the Marquis of Morden said with a sneer, not afraid of the two seemingly powerful wizards beside him. It is recorded in the Bible that those who fight against evil and die bravely will surely ascend to the kingdom of heaven. Although the rest of the nobles did not have the courage of Morden, they secretly rejoiced in their hearts that they did not rush to stand in line just now in fear of Anthony's terrifying power, otherwise, when the Lord Cardinal came over, they would inexplicably become the lackeys of the demon up. Hayter was very anxious, and looked at Anthony frequently. The other party asked him to bring the nobles to the manor, and then brought Enriok over by the way, but he did it all, but the great wizard still had no intention of doing anything. However, what surprised everyone present was that they were standing on the tower, but no guards approached here, as if no one could see themselves. They didn't know that polarized light magic was applied to the magic tower, and it was located in the corner of the mansion. It was temporarily created by Anthony with magic, so it was not within the search range of the other party. Of course, this does not mean that staying here is completely safe. This kind of large alchemy circle is difficult for ordinary priests and bishops to see through, but if the cardinal is about 100 meters away, he is very likely to find the clues. Lynn naturally also considered this situation, so whether it is Cody's information, the direction of Fulla and others' escape, or the information they deliberately revealed, they will all lead them to the main house in the center of the mansion. Your projection technique is pretty good. Standing on the top of the tower, Lynn said with a smile as he stared at the battle in front of the main house using his long-sighted magic. For this fishing operation, he specially taught the projection technique to Anthony, so that it can be used to restrain the cardinal, so as to prevent the real person from being accidentally injured by his magic. I just didn't expect that Anthony not only learned quickly, but also used it very well. It seems that Nsik has not realized that he is fighting with just an avatar until now. Although this kind of magic that uses the mirror surface as a basis for casting spells is interesting, it is only a 4-ring spell in the final analysis. If I can't master it in 2 full days, I'm not worthy of being your disciple. Anthony stroked by Must, said proudly. In order to hide the truth from Enruoke, he suppressed most of his magic power, so even if he was very close, the other party could only feel a huge surge of magic power. This cardinal may be stronger than I expected. If it's a direct fight, I'm not an opponent. I'm afraid you will need to do it yourself this time. Anthony frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. Thanks to the vast amount of knowledge gained in the field of magic power, he has successfully promoted to the 6th ring Great Wizard, standing on the same level as the opponent. But after all, the promotion time is still too short to master enough 6-ring spells, and it is estimated that he will suffer a lot in real fights. After all, Enruoke has become a 6-ring priest 10 years ago and has incomparably rich experience. The cross-shaped holy emblem on the opponent's chest made him faintly feel palpitations. But this is also a rare opportunity, maybe you can get a glimpse of the legendary power. Thinking of this, Anthony looked at Lynn. The apprentices and wizards who have been staying in the mansion these days are burning thunder runes in every part of the mansion according to the other party's instructions. The meaning of these runes is very clear to him, more like some kind of alchemy circle that stores and transforms the power of thunder, and it doesn't have much lethality. Anthony put on an attitude of asking for advice, and expressed all the doubts in his heart. Your guess is right. To be precise, the function of this alchemy formation is to form a weak electric field. Of course, it can also bind the power of lightning in this mansion. Lynn explained. Very delicate design. Anthony nodded, and then said again. But this alone shouldn't be enough to deal with that cardinal, right? Even if the electric field is powered by the lightning stored in the lightning stone, after the power is distributed to the entire mansion, it is only equivalent to the power of 4 to 5 rings of magic. Of course not, so we still need some help from the sky. Lynn said with a smile. Anthony raised his head in confusion. There was only a bright moon and countless twinkling stars in the dark night sky. Lynn didn't say anything to explain, but raised his finger to the sky, his eyes were cold, and he shouted loudly. Rain is coming! A tiny, undetectable magic fluorescent shot up into the sky, flickering like a shooting star in the dark night sky. This seems to be just a variant of a ring of magic luminescence, but Anthony did not dare to neglect. He remembered Lynn's every move in his heart, secretly pondering the deep meaning contained in it. This may be the origin of some kind of legendary magic gestures. That was the realm he was eager to step into. Morton and the others watched all this indifferently, wondering what the two wizards were pretending to do. Hadra Tower, the royal territory, has been in drought for more than half a month, and a drought may be unavoidable. Where is the rain coming from? Could it be that he thinks that he can control the sky like the Lord with infinite power in the Bible, and bring rain to the whole kingdom? Hader is even more anxious, like an ant on a hot pot. His mansion is about to be demolished now, but Lynn and Anthony still have time to pray for rain here. He had seen Anthony's power before, and he had a lot of confidence in this great wizard, but this wizard named Lynn came out of nowhere. Hader began to suspect that Master Anthony might have been fooled by someone, and he was so respectful to a wizard who was only 20 years old, and even called himself a disciple. Just as Hader was about to urge him, he suddenly felt something wet dripping on his cheek. Is it raining? Hader looked up at the sky in astonishment. The starry night sky was covered by thick clouds. Raindrops from rapid to slow, falling from the sky, hit the leaves, bricks, and grass, stirring up slight ripples. Less than 10 seconds, a heavy rain came. The expressions on the faces of Belle, Morton, and others immediately froze. The tiny raindrops fell on their bodies like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts, indicating that what they saw and felt was not an illusion or an illusion. Rain, really coming? Chapter 288, The Royal Nobles in Despair. Coincidence? This must be a coincidence. Fine raindrops fell from the sky, soaking Morton's hair and robe, but even so he couldn't believe that this extremely young wizard in front of him could do this miraculous scene. The other party must have calculated that it will rain tonight, so they deliberately pretended to be like this, trying to fool them. Thunder. Lynn ignored the horrified crowd, but spoke again. Dazzling thunder began to appear in the clouds, and the lightning generated by the interweaving of positive and negative charges gradually gathered together. Although the violent thunder was blocked by the soundproof barrier, everyone on the tower could still feel the terrifying power. At the same time, countless magical inscriptions emerged on the floor tiles of the mansion, and one of the nodes was this towering tower. Fall. Lynn slowly spit out the last word. That is a light that shines brighter than the scorching sun. The clouds seemed to be torn apart, and a huge incandescent lightning flashed across the night sky and struck straight towards the tower. Thunder resounded through the sky and the earth, and the so-called soundproof barrier shattered as early as the moment the lightning fell. A huge thunder pillar stood horizontally between the sky and the earth, and the scattered arcs illuminated the entire capital like daytime. This is divine punishment. The hairs of all the nobles present stood on end, and only despair and horror remained on their faces. The speed of lightning was even faster than their thinking, and it landed on the top of the tower in the blink of an eye. A series of tiny, connected copper wires shrouded the top of the tower, forming a Faraday cage, directing the power of thunder to all parts of the mansion. The incandescent electric arc was like a long whip, spreading towards the entire mansion in a circular shape. Several imperial guards had grim faces, and were about to swing their long knives at a guard, when they were engulfed by the violent thunder. In an instant, all the movements of the people were all frozen at that moment, with limbs flying across the body, and the sturdy flesh was baked into a pile of rotten meat by high temperature, and then turned into ashes under the flying plasma. The violent thunderous power raged in the mansion regardless of enemy or friend, and the battle on the field stopped immediately. The guards nearby couldn't react at all, and disappeared and melted into the electric light. People who are further away can clearly see the terrifying arc whip coming towards them, but there is no time to escape, and they can only watch the of death come. Shouts and screams came one after another, but they were soon suppressed by more violent thunder, as if the of thunder was bursting into anger, and the accumulated lightning fell from the clouds one after another, but this time they did not aim at the tower, but scattered in the sky. Everywhere, the entire mansion became an extremely unique thunderstorm area. The lightning and high temperature evaporated the rainwater, and even the strong iron armor was rapidly melting. The nobles inside the tower had already been terrified and slumped on the ground, and there was a weird smell of urine in the air. Ray, Ray. Morton trembled his lips, his face was as pale as paper, but he stuttered and couldn't even understand the words. Is this the power of legendary magic? Anthony murmured to himself. Although he had developed a lot of lightning magic, none of them could compare with it. If the person who is in it now is himself, then he will definitely be dead. Thinking of this, Anthony couldn't help looking at Lynn next to him. He didn't expect that just an incarnation of magic could also call thunder and cast such a powerful legendary magic. The power of the legendary wizard is far beyond his imagination. However, what Anthony didn't know was that Lynn was also extremely shocked. Although he created this chain magic, it was the first time he actually used it, and all he did was push the first link of the clue. It's unavoidable that he accidentally messed up the matter completely, and he also asked Philip and others to prepare a guarantee, which seems to be useless now. Lynn thought with emotion, but soon noticed the subtle changes in the hydrogen and oxygen content in the air caused by the electrolysis of rainwater. Of course, this was within his expectations, but the power of the posture might exceed his previous expectations. Anthony, use the most powerful protective magic you have, the big one is coming soon. Lynn said solemnly. Yep. What's the big one? Anthony was a little puzzled at once, but seeing Lynn's serious expression, he immediately cast the strongest protective magic he had mastered. During the surge of magic power, the mimicry transformed into pieces of armor like snake scales stacked together, buckling upside down and covering the entire body. Tower protection included. Almost the second after the shield was formed, another bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit the inside of the mansion, instantly detonating the surging hydrogen and oxygen. The entire capital shook violently, the violent explosion even overwhelmed the sound of thunder, and the tongues of fire spread out with powerful energy waves, rolling up dust all over the sky, and everything in the mansion was wiped out. The protective magic released by Anthony also quickly collapsed, and finally created 3 layers of the same barrier one after another before barely defending it. The explosion lasted for more than 3 minutes, until the floor tiles engraved with lightning runes were completely smashed, and then gradually subsided. It was not until the snake-like armor protection disappeared that the appearance of the mansion appeared in front of everyone. No, it is not appropriate to describe it as a mansion. In fact, it has become a mess of ruins. Thousands of Praetorian guards and priests and bishops of the Holy See are all gone now, together with the armor that was disintegrated into molten iron. They were buried under the pile of rubble. Fortunately, Lynn had asked Hartar to evacuate all irrelevant personnel, leaving only some guards as bait, and almost all of them were killed before. As for Johnny, Pierce, and others, as well as Anthony's apprentices, Lynn left them double insurance. As long as you follow the instructions, you will naturally not suffer any harm, but if you insist on dying, then he has no choice. After all, this magic is really beyond his control. But I just blow up the mansion of others, isn't that a bit bad? Lynn turned his head to look at Hader apologetically, and said. This magic power is stronger than I expected, and it seems to have caused some additional losses. I don't think you will mind, Your Highness Hader. At this moment, Hader was no better than the others. His whole body was knocked to the ground by the explosion that shook the capital. His body was covered with dust, and he managed to get up with difficulty. Facing Lynn's kind inquiry, it was difficult swallowed his saliva. No. Don't mind. Does he still dare to say he minds? Chapter 289, The Power of Magic Surpasses All Mundane Things. Looking at the ruined mansion, Hader's heart was bleeding. He knew before that this place would be turned into a battlefield, but the 2 days were too hasty, and it was too late to remove all those precious things, and he never thought that the entire mansion would be destroyed so cleanly. There was nothing left for him. The gold, silver, and all kinds of rare treasures stored in the treasury are now all turned into ruins all over the floor. However, Hader did not dare to have the slightest opinion. The thousands of guards who broke into the mansion before, together with the extremely powerful Archbishop Anrioke, were all wiped out with one blow. This kind of change of the sky and the power of thunder can be described as terrible. Before he heard that the army led by Rickman was annihilated in the rain of fire. Although he was extremely frightened, he didn't have a definite concept in his heart. Now Hatter has experienced this indescribable powerlessness intuitively. The power of legendary magic surpasses all worldly things. Whether it is the thousands of strong crossbowmen he carefully cultivated, or the blood knights he secretly raised, it is especially ridiculous under such power. Hatter can only comfort himself silently in his heart. The stronger these wizards are, the more they can resist the attack of the Empire and the Church. They must rely on the control of the king and nobles over the grassroots to suppress the wave of resistance from the majority of believers. And I will soon become a king. When the time comes, the palace will be my residence, and the treasury of the palace will be my treasury. Compared with what I will get, what I will lose is insignificant. Lost the guidance of the alchemy circle, the man-made thunderstorm soon stopped. However, the powerful electric current and scorching high temperature still filled the entire ruins, forming an electromagnetic area, which ordinary people could not approach at all. Do you think Enryoke is dead? Lynn stared at the completely destroyed mansion in front of him, and suddenly asked. I'm afraid no one can resist that kind of magic. Anthony said solemnly, and then laughed again. I think the cardinal was either burned to coke or turned into fly ash. Not necessarily. Lynn shook his head. Anthony's wizard level is much higher than his, but his knowledge may not be wider. After all, he once fought against the magic Star Oak Saint who broke through the realm of the great wizard in the city of Green Riel. The opponent can turn the entire magic city into his own god's domain. No matter what injury he suffers, he can quickly heal by drawing power. Special, maybe it is really possible to survive. Although the power of thunder brought out by the celestial phenomena is terrifying, the range is the entire mansion after all, which is too scattered. Let's go down and have a look first. Lynn raised his hand, and the gravel around the tower trembled immediately, as if guided by some kind of force. They flew up and piled up spontaneously, forming a pile. Long slopes. Anthony turned his head and looked at the frightened slumped on the ground. The muscles on his face were contorted due to twitching, and the nobles who had not yet recovered from the power of the legendary magic casted magic to bring them together. Superior. Although these people have no courage and no ability, but for the time being, they have to be counted on to control and quell the resistance of the entire kingdom. At this moment, the outer perimeter of the mansion has been controlled by Ham and others who rushed here with the musketeers. As for the thousands of imperial guards who had surrounded here to prevent people from escaping, they were all frightened by the thunder that fell from the sky, and they all surrendered without the slightest resistance. Cody was no exception. He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. His face was pale, and he understood that everything was over. All of them made a wrong bet, and Sick died, and destroyed together with most of the elite forces in the capital. Cody kept complaining in his heart that Lord William refused to follow his advice, and insisted on breaking with these wizards who were difficult to deal with at first glance. It was too late to say anything now. Cody could imagine that those wizards would use the most terrifying magic to treat him. After all, he was the one who lured Enryoke and others here. He just wished it was a quicker way to die. However, to Cody's surprise, Lynn smiled and patted him on the shoulder, speaking with satisfaction. You did a great job, Cody. If it weren't for you, the plan wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Ah! Cody's expression suddenly changed from panic to doubt, and finally to weirdness, almost wondering if he heard it wrong. Lord Lynn, what's going on? Cody stammered and asked. In fact, William has always been my man. Lynn replied with a smile. After leading Enryoke and the others here, Cody was useless, but Lynn had no intention of crossing the sea and demolishing the bridge. Although what the other party did was unfavorable to him, he did act according to William's order, that is to say, he acted according to his own plan. He had persuaded William several times before not to confront them rashly, which was why Lynn was willing to give him a way out. Cody was stunned for a long time, and it took a while before he suddenly realized that Lord William was actually playing himself. Bringing Enryoke and others to this mansion was not to catch these wizards, but to lead them into a trap, Lord Lynn, what should we do with the surrendered guards? Are they all killed? At this time, Ham approached and asked cautiously. No, they were just bewitched by Ryok, it doesn't mean they have betrayed the kingdom. Hader hurriedly interrupted, and then revealed the identity of the crown prince, and quickly frightened the group to pieces. The brave Janissaries were subdued. The royal guards of the kingdom are indeed the most elite and loyal army in Bazel's hands, but it would be overthinking to say that everyone is loyal and will never surrender. Taking advantage of Hader's time to subdue the imperial guards, Lynn told Ham to lead people to surround the mansion. If there is any abnormality, they can shoot at the sky, and they will rush over soon. Hader's mansion is very large, even if it uses magic to completely clean up these areas, it will take at least half a day to find Anne, who may have been crushed into pieces or simply turned into fly ash. Sulfur is undoubtedly an extremely difficult task. And they still have more important things to do now. If King Bazel is allowed to run away, all the things they have done will be in vain. Even if Hader takes the throne, it will not be enough to convince the public. Chapter 290, Times have changed, idiot. Protect the king. Kill these rebels. In Hadra Tower, Simmons, the leader of the guards, shouted loudly, ordering his guards to rely on the shields in their hands to resist the fierce musket attacks. Most of the troops in the royal capital were dispatched to carry out the mission tonight, but Bazel also considered the possibility of failure, or even the possibility of diverting the tiger away from the mountain. Naturally, it is impossible for the palace to be unprotected. In addition to a part of the guards who stayed behind, there were several bishops and a dozen priests to assist in the defense. Therefore, even if Redder led a larger number and used flintlock guns, he would not be able to attack in a while. It wasn't until the huge thunder pillar that was enough to illuminate the king's capital fell from the sky that the balance of the situation was broken. Raider and the others were also taken aback. Fortunately, they had been ordered before, and they could vaguely guess what was going on. The guards guarding the palace inevitably fell into chaos, especially the priests and bishops who assisted in the defense, because the thunder pillar that fell from the sky did not belong to any kind of divine art they knew. Don't panic, it's Lord Ryok punishing those rebels, God is with me. Simmons shouted hoarsely, barely stopping the chaos of the army, but still couldn't prevent rows of soldiers from falling to the ground. Gunshots and bullets rained down. The only thing that made Simmons breathe a sigh of relief was that after a few salvos, the gunfire stopped. Raider and others have run out of ammunition. From the capital to the palace, there were several battles on the way. The ammunition they carried had been exhausted. Everyone raised their muskets and prepared to start hand-to-hand combat. Simmons quickly realized this from the actions of these people, and immediately became agitated. Everyone, cheer up, our chance to fight back has come. Those believers of the devil are no longer able to attack with powerful witch weapons, now is the time for us to win. The guards, who were forced to huddle in the shield wall and were beaten by rounds of musket fire, clasped their long knives tightly and rushed towards the opposing crowd like wolves and tigers. Simmons was no exception, and immediately set his sights on Raydell, who was in charge of commanding the crowd. As long as he killed the leader first, it would greatly damage the morale of such rebels. Simmons swung the heavy night sword in his hand, and he swung the lightness of the rapier, beheading the two musketeers who surrounded him in an instant. As the leader of the Imperial Guards trusted by King Bazel, although Simmons is not a noble knight with excellent bloodlines, he has taken a potion of divine grace by virtue of his military exploits, and possesses physical fitness beyond ordinary people. Once the sword edge fell, someone must have wailed and fell into a pool of blood. Get away from me! Redder shouted loudly, stopping more people from surrounding him to protect himself. It's a bit courageous. Simmons shook off the blood on the weapon in his hand quite unexpectedly, and then a ferocious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. But I will accept your life. The moment the voice fell, Simmons' whole body was like a fierce wind. He crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in 3 or 2 steps, and swung the knight's épée in his hand to strike at Laird. However, Raydell, who was facing him, dropped the musket in his hand directly, and instead took out a palm-sized, pitch-black short gun from the chain bag, and pointed the black muzzle at Simmons. A chill suddenly rushed from the soles of his feet. Simmons, who had just seen flintlock shooting, could of course guess that it was something similar. But now that the distance is too close, it is too late to dodge. Simmons can only turn his sword horizontally and turn from offense to defense. With his outstanding reaction speed, he can even easily block the flying arrows. Even though this kind of weird witch weapon shoots projectiles much faster than the arrow crossbow, he is sure to be able to block it. The next moment, gunshots rang out suddenly. The expression on Simmons' face also changed from dignified to horrified, because what burst out from the muzzle of the gun was not a single bullet but dozens or hundreds of them. Dense bullets flew out from the muzzle, and then spread out in a conical shape. Within such a wide range of bullet coverage, Simmons couldn't even do the most basic dodge. His left arm, shoulder, waist, and abdomen were all in the same area. It was pierced by the flying lead bullets at all times, and even shattered, turning into fragments all over the sky, sprinkled all over the ground. Simon's body fell to the ground like a dead leaf, his eyes were full of resentment and unwillingness. This is not the way a knight should fight and die. The times have changed, idiot. Redder shook his head. This is a boutique specially made for him by the alchemy workshop. It was originally intended to deal with those bishops in an emergency. Since Simmons insisted on coming up, let him try the gun. Redder put away the short spear, picked up the opponent's knight's sword, and strung up Simmons's broken body high, shouting that the leader was dead, disintegrating the fighting spirit of the Imperial Guard. At this moment in the palace, the attendants and ministers were in a mess, and there was constant sound of swords and gunshots from outside, but Basil was still sitting on the throne, not intending to move. Your Majesty Basil, those miners are about to rush in. If they don't leave, it will be too late. A loyal attendant knelt down on the ground and said anxiously. No, they're already outside the door. Basil's face was very calm. The moment he got the report that the palace was attacked, he already guessed that the action against those wizards tonight was just a bureau. They got into the game, like prey in a spider's web, struggling in vain. Basil was very aware of this, and had no intention of running away. His lifespan has come to an end, death is a matter of time. Moreover, this is his own kingdom, the territory of the Basil family for generations. He still needs to examine the new successor, whether his stupid son has the ability to rule the kingdom. A loud noise came from far and near, accompanied by a lot of killing and footsteps. The whole palace began to tremble slightly, as if it was about to collapse. After a while, everything returned to calm, and the gate of the palace was finally opened. Hayter was the first to step into the palace, holding a blood-stained saber in his hand. Lynn didn't mean to steal his limelight, and followed behind with Anthony. King Basil's gaze swept across Anthony's body, and stayed on Lynn's body for a long time, and finally turned his head to look at Hayter, and sighed. If you walked into this hall alone tonight, I would be very happy, Hayter. Chapter 291, Uncontrolled power will bring disaster to this kingdom sooner or later. Of course you will be very happy. If I came to the appointment alone, I would have become the ghost of the guards. Hayter replied with a sneer. I didn't expect you to look at me like this, Hatter. The king said with a sigh. But that's what you do, isn't it? My father. Hayter's expression suddenly turned cold. He stared at the very old Basil sitting on the throne in front of him, and his tone was a little louder. Asked loudly. Why Harold? That trash who is useless except to please the church, what point am I inferior to him? Answer me, father. Hayter growled, gritted his teeth, his eyes widened, and roared angrily. Basil stared at Hayter in silence, but Hayter continued to question him persistently. Reducing the authority of the church and putting all the rights in your hands, isn't this what you have been doing? Or are you afraid? Afraid of the power of the church, like Harold, willing to be a puppet king. If you don't understand this, it means you are not qualified, hater, and far from being able to take on the important task of king. Bazel looked at his second son in great disappointment. Really? Hater's face was contorted, but he quickly regained his composure and laughed loudly. But now it turns out that I was right. Harold lost and Anrioke died. From tomorrow onwards, I will be the new king of Hadrada. And I have surpassed you, father. I will expel all those priests from the kingdom, bring every piece of territory into the rule of the king and nobles, and become a veritable Hadrada king. Hader said incomparably. Said excitedly. If that's the case, then come. Bazel stood up from the throne with great effort, drew out his shuriken, and pointed at Hader. More than 100 years ago, your grandfather was here. He beheaded the previous king and seized the throne of Hadrada. Let me see your majesty as a king. Hadal, who was pointed at by the sword, paused for a moment. He didn't expect Bazel, who was over 80 years old, to plan to fight him to decide the ownership of the throne, and he was at a loss for a while. Although he did come to seize the throne, he didn't mean to kill the king. He just wanted Bazel to understand that he was the best candidate to become king. Of course, you can also choose to let other people come and kill your father. Bazel's words were very sharp, with a touch of sarcasm. Now that the matter has come to this point, Hader no longer hesitates, shakes off the blood on the long sword, and rushes towards Bazel while holding the hilt of the sword tightly. Ching! There was an ear-piercing sound of metal collisions, sparks splashed, and the two long swords intertwined. Bazel was already old and out of shape, as if he could be blown down by a gust of wind, but his hands held the long sword firmly, blocking it. Take the blow. You only have this strength, Hader. King Bazel said disappointedly. Power and status are very important, but power is what really belongs to you, and it will be your last resort. Hader was enraged in an instant, swung his sword and slashed towards Bazel's head, while roaring angrily, "That's why I didn't want to kill you just now." The sounds of sword blade clashes kept ringing in the huge palace. Hader's movements were fast and beautiful. As a prince, he had naturally received the best guidance and the most rigorous combat training. With the power of the powerful bloodline, the strength should not be underestimated. But his opponent is the king of Hadra Tower, who once led the army to open up everywhere, and is known as Bazel, a lion. Don't let your anger affect your actions. This is a big taboo, and don't let me see your expression, which will reveal your next move. Bazel blocked Hartar's hard blow again, then he turned the sword and left an obvious bloodstain on the opponent's face, and said in a cold voice. The enemy's blade will show no mercy. Lynn observed the battle between the father and son with great interest, and was very interested in these so-called royal families and nobles who inherited the blood. According to magic creator Vittorio, these inherited excellent bloodlines should be remnants of the old era, and they may all be descendants of some powerful shaping wizards. It's almost the same as Owen, who took the fusion potion to gain the power of a monster. Of course, this is not certain. Wizards have various means, especially when there was no mainstream school of thought hundreds of years ago, it was possible to gain power by any means. As for the strength of the two, Hader has about the physical fitness of a second-level shaping wizard, while King Bazel is obviously stronger. Even though his body is old, he can still take every sword of Hader calmly. On the surface, the two were evenly matched, but the gap soon became apparent. Hader became more and more impatient after being unable to attack for a long time. Forcibly using uncontrolled power, all you get is backlash. Bazel's face remained unchanged, this time he was not defending, and the long sword in his hand took the opportunity to hit the blade at a tricky angle. For the sword, the faster the better. Hader felt a numbness in his right hand, and the long sword was already out of his hand. However, Bazel did not take advantage of the victory to pursue, and dropped the sword in his hand. The old hand was holding on to Hader's collar, and he opened his mouth to say something, but the next moment he felt a pain in his chest. A dagger pierced straight into his heart. The person who did it was Hater. "This is what you taught me, father, you should never let your guard down." Hater was calm in his madness, and these words almost came out from his teeth. Globs of blood gushed out from the corner of Bazel's mouth, but a smile appeared on his face. He actually held Hater's hand and stabbed the dagger deeper, his eyes burning like torches. "Don't be afraid, remember this feeling, my son, the throne is made of iron and blood, and the only one you can really trust is yourself. There is no difference between priests, nobles, and wizards. Uncontrolled power will bring disaster to this kingdom sooner or later." Bazel's voice was very low, mixed with a painful moan, almost in Hater rang in the ear. "You did it wrong, you shouldn't have completely ruined the church and broke this balance, but it's too late now. I am the same to you and Harold." Bazel wanted to continue talking, but the blood gushing up had already blocked his throat, and his body soon collapsed limp. Chapter 292, The Bloody Crown, Happy New Year. In the palace hall, there was a scene of father and son fighting each other. As Bazel's body fell heavily to the ground, a golden crown fell from the top of his head and rolled all the way to Hater's feet. Finally got what he wanted all along, but Hater couldn't bring up the slightest joy in his heart, because Bazel's words kept echoing in his mind like a spell. Lynn's gaze stayed on the Hadrada king for a while. Whether he was bold enough to use wizards to fight against the Holy See, trying to find a balance between the two, or accepting death calmly, and teaching his son the last lesson with death, he felt the ability of this Lion King and temperament. But he is too old. In comparison, the level of the two sons is far behind. Perhaps this is the reason why Bazel has not decided the candidate for the throne for a long time. Lynn waited for a long time, seeing that Hatter hadn't recovered for a long time, he couldn't help reminding him. "Congratulations on winning the throne, Your Highness Hatter." "No, I should call you His Majesty. The situation in the capital is still very complicated. We need to mobilize more manpower to suppress those resistance forces. More importantly, we haven't caught your brother Harold yet. This is not a small threat." Hater picked up the crown on the ground, then looked at the frightened attendants shivering in the corner, and said in a cold voice, "Kill them, Master Anthony. These people saw Bazel die in their own hands, and they must not be allowed to live again." Anthony did not act immediately, but glanced at Lynn first, and stretched out his hand when he saw that he did not refute, and the blue-purple electric current immediately enveloped the audience. In an instant, these palace attendants died in a burst of convulsions and wailing. Hater saw Anthony's hesitation in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. He just called the guards stationed outside the door and issued an order to arrest Harold in the whole city. On the charge that he was dissatisfied with his father's imprisonment, hooked up with Cardinal Enrique, and assassinated the king, let me spread the word throughout the entire capital in the shortest possible time. "Yes, Your Majesty." The guard replied without hesitation, and then hurried out to deliver the order. At this moment, a strong wave of divine magic suddenly came from a distance, and Anthony immediately noticed something was wrong, and looked out of the temple with a slight frown. Now that Enrique is dead, who else can use such a powerful magic? Lynn didn't notice it at all, but he also noticed Anthony's movements, and was about to ask, when he saw a crimson beam flying into the sky, and then exploded. "It's a firework bomb." Outside Hater's mansion, the musketeers stationed here are idly thinking about what kind of rewards they will get after contributing to the king's capital. The Hadrada king's capital is messy everywhere, not as beautiful as Iida. Old York curled his lips in disdain. He heard that they were attacking the capital of a kingdom and was looking forward to it, but after entering only to find out that there is nothing remarkable. Didn't those wizards say that? There are a group of barbaric and stupid people outside the wizards' land. They can't even tell whether we are standing on a continent or a ball. The musketeer named APU responded with a sneer, then he shook his body and muttered. "You just stare here, I'll go and relieve you." APU, who was born in the land of wizards, didn't have any respect for the so-called nobles. He turned his back and pointed at the pile of ruins all over the ground. He took off his pants and peed in the prince's mansion. He should be the first people? APU thought proudly. A burst of water gushed out from under his body, and at the same time he released the water comfortably. He also saw a crystal clear thing that seemed to be shining in the ruins. Could it be the treasure that His Royal Highness kept in the mansion? APU immediately changed his mind. Although the musketeers expressly forbids hiding and looting, as long as other people can't see it, it means that he has not violated the rules. Using this extremely fast method on weekdays, he has secretly searched for a lot of good things. Thinking like this, APU quietly squatted down, but unexpectedly, the crystal reflecting object flew towards him directly. This thing is actually delivered to the door by yourself? This last thought flashed through APU's mind, and then he was hit in the head by a small batch, and immediately lost consciousness, and fell limply to the ground. APU, you didn't trip over your own urine, did you? Old York saw APU lying on the ground, walked over, and said jokingly. APU stood up unsteadily, with a beautiful badge inlaid on his forehead. Old York also discovered this after walking a few steps. Just as he was about to ask, APU suddenly raised his musket. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at his head, and Old York's hairs stood on end. As the trigger was pulled, the two people present paused for a moment. Because the gunshot did not ring out, Old York realized that the musket in APU's hand was probably useless due to the rain and damp, and the other party would never use the musket to joke with him, so he immediately shouted towards the surroundings. Be alert! APU may be controlled by someone, and everyone will tie him up. Several musketeers who heard the yelling immediately surrounded him. Since APU was their companion, no one used muskets and only wanted to tie him up. However, APU, who likes to steal and play tricks on weekdays, showed extraordinary strength and fighting skills. In turn, he used the musket as a hammer, and knocked everyone to the ground in 2 or 3 hits. Fortunately, more and more people rushed over soon, and many people even pulled the bolts and shot towards this side. APU's face became extremely solemn, his mouth moved lightly, and then he stretched out an index finger. The glaring white light immediately dispelled the darkness, blinding the eyes of everyone present. There were bursts of exclamations, and the temporarily blind Old York and the others could only rely on their senses, aiming their muskets at APU's direction and shooting indiscriminately, causing quite a bit of accidental injury. When they regained their sight and Ham led his men back, APU had long since disappeared. Hurry up, use fireworks bombs to notify Lord Lynn. Old York shouted loudly. Ham didn't have time to ask for details, so he immediately took out the special bullet and stuffed it into the musket, and fired a warning shot into the sky, and a burst of red light exploded in the dark night sky. Chapter 293, God's Projection Reappears. Hadra Tower on a street in the royal capital, APU, who escaped, clutched the pierced wound on his left shoulder, and stopped in a dark alley. Blood was dripping from the wound, turning the dark leather armor stained red. APU frowned and activated the healing spell to heal the wound, but he could feel that the fragments of the shattered projectile still remained in his body. This body is too weak. APU frowned and muttered to himself. As an extremely powerful sixth-ring priest, he never thought that one day he would be reduced to such a point. If it weren't for the power of the holy emblem, he would have died by now. And this holy emblem is made of the finger bones of the first saint. It is placed in the church to accumulate the power of faith of the believers, which can be used to assist in the casting of more powerful divine spells. It is also his confidence to face the two great wizards. However, what Enruok did not expect was that Cody, who had searched his memory by himself, used unknown means to hide from the detection of the magic spell, and led them into a trap. Inside, the power of magic came so fast that he had no time to react, and his whole body was paralyzed and lost consciousness. Ryok could only put his incomplete consciousness into the holy emblem, and then his whole body was destroyed in the thunder and explosion, exhausted. He must now decide whether to stay and deal with the two devil followers, or to pass the news back to the Sekus Empire. Great Lord, save your most devout believers. Please send down punishment and punish those villains. Your most devout believers are willing to sacrifice everything here. Indistinctly, shouts came from the holy emblem, but it was the citizens of the royal capital who were hiding in their homes in fear, praying to the great Lord. Ryok immediately sensed that this was an opportunity to fight back, and the prayers of tens of thousands of people were enough for him to perform the divine descent technique in his current state, allowing a trace of the incarnation of the great Lord to descend. Come, all the most devout believers of the Lord, come here. Ryok conveyed his words to every believer through his consciousness through the holy emblem, over and over again. All over the capital, the citizens who were praying devoutly heard the call in their minds. This is God's will. Lord, you have not abandoned your believers. The believers shouted excitedly, regardless of the scuffle that was still going on in various parts of the capital. They resolutely opened the door and walked out, gathering from various streets in the square in the center of the capital. What's going on? Are these people crazy? Raydell, who led his men to occupy the three gates of the capital and was about to capture the eldest Prince Harold, saw such a strange scene. Many leaders who were hiding at home took to the street together, shouting that this is the will of the Lord, and the darkness was like a wave. The musketeers responsible for maintaining order were also taken aback. Even though they kept firing warning shots, they could not stop this situation. What should we do now? Are we going to kill these people? A musketeer teammate said at a loss. Redder was struggling. Although these citizens did not attack them, anyone with a discerning eye could see that something was wrong with these people. But shooting defenseless civilians defeats their purpose. The sound of prayer in the center of the square became louder and louder, and the belief of tens of thousands of people became a key and a description point. Seeing that the time was right, Ryok took off the holy emblem above his head and threw it into the air. Praise the kingdom of heaven comes. Enyuk spoke an ancient and obscure incantation. In an instant, a white beam of light in the holy emblem shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire capital, as if stars were shaking and falling down in the night sky, and the pure white light gradually turned into a holy and noble goddess phantom. She looked down at all living beings, exudes an endless majestic and sacred atmosphere. Melodious hymns echoed in the sky, and an unspeakable majesty spread across the sky. All the believers knelt down on the ground, praising the Lord's benevolence and greatness with the most humble gesture. Redder and the musketeers were also stunned. Looking at the phantom of the goddess in the sky, cold sweat dripped from their foreheads, and their legs couldn't help but feel weak. Believers like Ham who had given up their faith knelt on the ground uncontrollably, confessing their sins loudly. I didn't expect Ryok to retain such power. Lynn, who was in the capital, was also watching this scene. He had already received a report from the musketeers, so he naturally knew what happened in Hader's mansion. APU, who suddenly behaved strangely and disappeared inexplicably after injuring his colleagues, was probably controlled, and the only one who could do this was the Cardinal Ryok. The other party also cunningly mixed in with tens of thousands of people. Using these poor people as a shield, Lynn was not willing to carry out a massacre unless it was a last resort, which was not conducive to their long-term rule. Do you have a solution to this thing, Anthony? Lynn asked curiously. You're joking. Although this is just a projection that contains a little bit of her power, it is already at another level. Anthony's expression was extremely solemn, and it was only then that he realized that he had seriously underestimated the Cardinal's power. Even if he has become a six-ring wizard, the power of a school alone is far from enough to establish a magic kingdom. With your current power, can you still release the second legendary magic? Anthony asked tentatively. I sensed a powerful magical power just now, and the support for this incarnation should be the center of her eyebrows. Of course not. Lynn shook his head. He is just a three-ring wizard, but he doesn't have this ability. The magic Lynn had been preparing for several days before, and it achieved such a good effect with the help of celestial phenomena and alchemy formation. Then we can only evacuate now. Anthony sighed. He didn't expect that they had done so much and seized control of the entire capital, but they could only flee in a hurry. Nothing is more anxious than Hayter. He managed to ascend the throne, but now he wants to withdraw and hand over the capital to his elder brother. This is something Hayter will never tolerate. Where's the musketeers in the capital? Isn't the fire-breathing long sticks in their hands very powerful? I still have 3,000 crossbowmen, adding up to thousands of people can always shoot her down. Hayter's face said ferociously. Anthony glanced at him, and was about to speak out to ridicule Hayter's unrealistic assumptions, but he heard Lynn speak. It's not necessary to evacuate. I just prepared some things to deal with this unexpected situation. I didn't think it would be necessary. Lynn said suddenly, bringing everyone back to the bottom of the mood. Chapter 294, Lynn, I just want to her now. Your Excellency Lynn, do you have a way to deal with her? Hayter asked eagerly. He didn't want to lose his capital on the first night of seizing the throne. Anthony also looked at Lynn in great surprise. Didn't it mean that he could no longer use legendary magic? Lynn didn't explain, but said with a smile. They've arrived. As soon as the words fell, a dull sound of wheels rolling came from the other side of the street, and Anthony and the others turned their heads to look over. On the brick-paved street, several camels were struggling to pull 3 carriages covered with black curtains towards this side. The leader was Philip and others who had disappeared for a long time and had evacuated from the mansion before. Johnny, Fulla, and others also followed the convoy and rushed over. Are you all okay? Lynn looked around, counted the number of people, and was relieved to see that there were not many people. There is nothing wrong with it, but I was scared to death. A.K.A muttered in a low voice. Although Lynn had ordered them to run away immediately when they saw Anthony making a move, and retreat to the bunker of the residents, Fulla and the others refused to retreat, and they were delayed for a long time, which almost made them fall from the sky. Thunder and subsequent explosions were killed. You should have told us in advance, Dean Lynn. Pierce also said quite palpitatingly. Lynn didn't answer. The most important thing in making a trap is not to leak information. It's not that he doesn't trust A.K.A and others, but he needs to consider the possibility of them being captured and searching for their memories. Anthony on the side pulled down the curtain covering the carriage, only to realize that what was in front of him was not a carriage, but a very strange thing that looked like a cannon. But much smaller and much bigger than that. It is more than 2 meters high, and 4 wheels are installed on the solid base. The most interesting thing is the 2 long cannon rails, which extend straight to the distance. There are a lot of electromagnetic inscriptions engraved inside. What is this? Anthony asked in surprise. A powerful electromagnetic weapon. I thought I wouldn't need it this time. Lynn walked in front of an electromagnetic gun, and immediately began to adjust the muzzle, aiming it at the huge goddess void in the sky. Film. This was originally a backup plan to prevent the Cardinal from deviating from the plan and not leading people into the trap, or if something went wrong with his alchemy formation and it could not operate as usual, let Philip and others hide in the dark and find a chance, fire the electromagnetic gun and take Enryoke away directly. Didn't expect this move to be used against a real god. Although it's just a projection. As the lever was pressed, a strong wave of magic power suddenly appeared, and a large amount of lightning stored in the thunderstone was mobilized, and the runes on the gun rail lit up one by one, creating an extremely powerful magnetic field. Tightly bind the head-sized cannonball in the center. Because the research time is still too short, this experimental version of the electromagnetic gun can only boost the projectile to about 7 times the speed of sound. This is certainly a terrifying power, but it is far from its limit. Everyone use chain lightning. Lynn shouted loudly, while reaching out to cast a spell. The azure current immediately hit the rune used to receive electricity. Fula and the others also understood the urgency of the situation, and did so without hesitation. Hundreds of wizards from the entire school poured all their magic power into the electromagnetic cannon. The long gun tracks were soon stained crimson by the high temperature, and the more powerful fluctuations in magic power also exposed their whereabouts. The projection of the goddess hanging high in the sky immediately cast its sight over. Time seems to have returned to 2 years ago. Lynn clearly remembered that when he escaped from the Sekus Empire by boat, he also faced the same scene. At the beginning, he could only escape in a hurry with the help of the Sea of Mist, but now, Lynn just wants to her. The Great Lord has come. At this moment, in the square of the capital, tens of thousands of believers are kneeling on the ground piously, praying continuously, and expressing their excitement by kissing the ground under their feet. All the fear and troubles in their hearts disappeared, leaving only peace and joy. Enruok stood alone in the center of the square. After liberating the holy emblem, he could only manipulate the body with a slight connection, and even lost the ability to use divine magic. But it doesn't matter anymore. Because the will of the Lord has come. Through the God's eye connected with the holy emblem, Enruok quickly found his target. The great wizard Anthony was gathering with his apprentices on a street on the west side of the capital. The second Prince Hatter is also here, and there is also a young wizard who appears with a magic projection, probably Carl, Lynn, who is wanted by the Holy See. We just dealt with together. A trace of anger and killing intent flashed in Enruok's eyes, and then he closed his eyes and asked the Great Lord to punish those blasphemers. The motionless goddess in the sky raised her right hand, and that green finger seemed to have crossed the barrier of space and time, and in an instant, it reached in front of everyone. The index finger is as huge as a mountain, from top to bottom, as if crushing a few ants to death. But even ants have a few fangs. Anthony took a step forward and activated the strongest protective magic he had mastered. The magic power quickly turned into pieces of snake scales stacked together, forming a semicircle to resist in front of everyone, and collided with the mountain-like index finger. The solid snake scale barrier immediately sank, and then fine cracks appeared, which exploded violently after only a second. Under the strong magic backlash, Anthony's figure shook violently. Fortunately, at this moment, 2 azure streamers of light flew past, directly piercing through the index finger that tried to crush them into pieces. But the other 2 of the 3 electromagnetic guns, under the control of Philip and Orlando, launched an attack first. It's just that the injuries caused were very limited, no blood flowed out, and no flesh and blood flew across. What was pierced was just a phantom, and the pierced index finger also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Afterwards, the index finger became a whole palm, and a thick and strong smell appeared in the palm. The divine light pressed towards the crowd. The range covered by the palm has turned into a unique domain, and the air inside has become condensed, so that breathing has become particularly difficult. At the same time, the electromagnetic gun located in the center is finally ready. Gathering the power provided by hundreds of wizards, the projectile firmly bound by the magnetic force let out a roar that resounded through the world. Driven by a belly, it flew towards the palm covering the sky at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 295, Time Distorting Light and Railgun. 25 times the speed of sound. At the moment when the projectile burst out of the chamber, the intelligent brain had already calculated its exit speed. The combination of magic and technology erupted with unimaginable power, raising the power of the electromagnetic railgun to a new height. The instantaneous sonic boom directly shattered the floor tiles and the earthen walls of the surrounding houses. Furlaw, Pierce, and others who were very close were directly knocked to the ground, tightly covering their ears. And at this moment in the sky, the shining streamer has collided with Jishin's palm, the solid metal projectile has been burned red by the scorching heat, and the surface of the sphere is engraved with magic spells such as breaking magic, sharpness, and solidity. Runes. This scene was like a pebble crashing into a majestic mountain, but the result was completely reversed. At the moment of contact, the palm of the hand was like paper, and it could not even be blocked slightly, so it was easily crushed. Pierce through. The red streamer flies past, and the target is the center of the forehead of the projection of God. As if aware of the threat of this weapon, endless light emerged from the divine body. The distance from the starting point of the electromagnetic gun to the eyebrow of the body of God is only 700 meters. For a projectile with 25 times the speed of sound, it only takes 0.08 seconds. However, this journey has become extremely long, and the speed of the electromagnetic gun has decayed to a degree visible to the naked eye, from 25 times to 20 times, then 15 times, and finally 9 times the speed of sound. Lynn, who has practiced the deflection force field, understands that this is not because the speed of the electromagnetic gun has slowed down, but that space and time have been distorted to varying degrees at this moment. The slowdown is just the appearance of space-time distortion. But even so, the terrifying power of the electromagnetic gun still easily broke through the barrier built by the divine light, and penetrated directly through the shell that constituted the projection of God. The only difference is that the interval of 1/10 of a second caused the goddess phantom to deflect slightly by a few centimeters, and did not hit the center of the eyebrows. The holy emblem of the looming looms in the void. Enruok, who watched this scene through the pupil of God, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the core of the support is not damaged, the rest can be repaired with divine magic. It's a pity that Enruok forgot that there is more than one electromagnetic gun. Lynn was not so naive as to block everything on this blow. With less than a second between them, the two electromagnetic cannons that had been adjusted made another thunderous noise. This time, although there was no magic power from hundreds of wizards, the speed of the projectiles was much slower, but there were still a full 7 double the speed of sound. With the support of the powerful computing power of the wizard, it was like 2 silver threads hitting the small holy emblem with great precision. No! Unsik let out a heart-piercing roar. The electromagnetic force at 7 times the speed of sound is comparable to 6-ring magic. Even if the holy emblem was made of the finger bones of the first saint, it could not withstand such a powerful impact, and was shattered in an instant. 2 supersonic projectiles collided together, and the rolled-up sound waves and violent explosion echoed over the entire capital, and the whole city trembled under the violent shock waves. The light of the pupil of God dimmed rapidly, and the huge body of God also began to disintegrate, like a shattered mirror, peeling off piece by piece into bright spots of light, and finally disappeared into the void. Also destroyed was the soul body of Enruok enshrined in the holy emblem. Enruok's consciousness is being withdrawn bit by bit, Yinhong's blood is continuously overflowing from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes are full of despair and unwillingness. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. Tens of thousands of the most devout believers were excitedly shouting the great Lord to punish those evil blasphemers 1 second, and witnessed the projection of the will of the Lord being destroyed the next moment. Smashed by several dazzling streamers. The Lord is defeated. Is this impossible? Illusion, this must be an illusion. Horrified cries resounded from all over the square. Countless people with collapsed beliefs either shouted hysterically that what they saw was hallucinations, or broke down and kept hitting their heads on the ground, but they couldn't change the situation anyway. Result: the will projection of the Lord is destroyed. Finally, seeing the terrifying projection disappear into the void, Lynn also breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't have much confidence to win just now, he was just holding on in front of Anthony and the others, but fortunately he moved this big killer in advance because of an accident, otherwise they could only be disheartened this time withdrawing from the capital. All previous efforts were nullified. What kind of magic is this? It seems to be related to electromagnetism. Anthony couldn't recover from the streamer that seemed to be able to break everything, and kept asking. This is called an electromagnetic railgun. Lynn replied with a smile. Using the strong magnetic force generated by the current to push the projectile. Anthony, who has recently begun to study Maxwell's equations, quickly analyzed the principle of this thing. In the past, he directly used the power of thunder itself to kill the enemy, but he didn't expect that electromagnetic magic could be used in this way, and its power was so powerful. That's right. Lynn nodded, and didn't explain too much. After all, they still have a lot of troublesome things to solve tonight. By the time Lynn and the others arrived at the square, the chaotic situation had been brought under control by the musketeers led by Redder. Although there were a large number of these believers, they all lost their spirits and no longer wanted to resist. The missing APU was also found, but the body was already cold. After checking, Lynn finally confirmed that the other party was indeed under control. Master Lynn, what should we do with these civilians? Raydell turned his head and looked at the kingdom leaders who were either knocking their heads on the ground, or breaking down and crying, a little worried that Lynn would order them all to be killed. But in his heart, he knew very well how much these people kept was a hidden danger. Let's control it first, and then decide whether to let them go after interrogation. Lin said after pondering for a moment. It has to be said that Enruo gathered so many devout believers in the square, which helped him solve a big hidden danger. If these fanatics mixed up in the capital and made some small moves, they might create trouble for them from the inside. Little trouble. Now is good, all these troubles have jumped out, and we can solve them together. Those who are willing to accept ideological remolding will continue to be the subjects of the royal capital, and he will not blame the past. As for the completely brainwashed diehards, it can always be used when building bridges and roads for infrastructure construction. The labor of tens of thousands of people will not be wasted after all. Chapter 296, Even gods will eventually fall under the power of magic and technology. One day passed in a flash, and under the joint control of the incorporated royal guards and musketeers, the chaos in the capital finally calmed down. The church was directly destroyed, and all the clergy inside were captured and executed. Even the eldest Prince Harold failed to escape the pursuit. When he fled the capital in the chaos, he was shot in the chest by a round of muskets, and he was killed on the spot. No life. Hayter immediately announced to the outside world that the culprit who caused the chaos in the capital and caused heavy casualties had been executed, and the next day he ascended to the throne in a hurry under the witness of a group of nobles, and then he was rewarded generously. Some nobles who were willing to express their support were all given gold, silver, and territory. Lynn and Anthony, who contributed the most, were canonized as dukes of the kingdom, and as promised, all the large territories in the south of the kingdom near the sea were canonized. These territories originally belonged to Earl Joyce and several marquises of the kingdom. Now they either died in the battle, or were arrested in the wrong team. In order to win over the wizard and fight against the Empire and the Church together, Hatter is naturally very happy. Generosity. As for other people who made contributions in this battle for the throne, Hatter did not treat them badly. For example, Redder was conferred the title of Earl. After all, he was the one who led people to attack the royal capital and defeated the guards of the royal city. Not small. The musketeer who was lucky enough to kill Harold also became a nobleman and obtained the status of Viscount. How does it feel to be a nobleman, Raydell? Lynn teased. It's not good, Mr. Lynn. Accepting His Majesty Hatter's canonization would run counter to everything we did before. We wiped out those old nobles, and then became new nobles. Raydell said in a confused voice. Of course our efforts will not be in vain, but things have to be done step by step, right? Lynn shook his head. Lynn is a little happy that Redder can still stick to his original intention and not be affected by the sudden change of identity. In history, there are many people who can burst out with amazing willpower in the early days of revolution. Corruption, this is also the root of the widespread existence of the law of historical cycles. In a few days, you can come to Iida. I think you should be able to find some answers there. Lynn said with a smile. Is it Iida? Redder whispered longingly. He had heard those wizards talk about this magical place. It was a city built by wizards, full of magical power. My lord, the fireworks you want us to make are all ready. Just as the two were chatting, Lydia hurried over and shouted excitedly. Okay, let's go and have a look together. Lynn nodded. Tonight, in order to celebrate the new king's ascension to the throne, a grand banquet was held in the capital, but Lynn is not interested in making false claims with those nobles. He has his own way of celebrating. At this moment, the square in the capital was already crowded with people. After a long journey and fighting all night, the musketeers and miners were finally able to relax completely. They lit a bonfire in the middle of the square and ate the food delivered to them. Barbecue and wine, while talking about last night's victories and honors. Especially those musketeers who followed Ham to the prince's mansion, were using their superficial vocabulary to describe the shocking scene of the thunder falling. Even some civilians from the royal capital also participated, which was specially arranged by Lynn. After the battle in the capital, Lynn asked the idle people to help the civilians who were affected by the disaster rebuild their homes, and gave a certain amount of compensation in exchange for the trust of the civilians. As for the money, it is naturally generous from the new king. Hader doesn't pay much attention to the life and death of these civilians, but he won't refute their face because of this trivial matter. So when the celebration was held tonight, Lynn asked them to invite all the civilians they helped. In the end, less than a quarter of the civilians dared to accept the invitation, but this is undoubtedly a good start, and the change of concept always comes slowly. Master Lynn. After seeing Lynn's figure, bursts of cheers erupted in the square immediately, and everyone stood up and stepped aside spontaneously. After last night's battle, no one would know that the wizard is so powerful that he can change the sky with a wave of his hand, and send down terrifying thunder to destroy thousands of imperial guards. There are even rumors that the projection of God that appeared above the capital yesterday was also smashed by this young wizard. In the eyes of many people, Lynn is the incarnation of the god of thunder, a true god, or the messenger of God. Looking at the excited expressions of everyone, Lynn showed a smile and said, "Everyone, sit down. This victory is the result of the joint efforts of all of us, and everyone's strength is indispensable. But you have to keep in mind that this victory is only temporary. The Empire and the Church still exist. They are trying to destroy our victory and drive all of you back to the dark mines. Hard work can't get you due reward." Lynn looked around at everyone present, watching the expressions on their faces gradually turn into anger. "Then beat them." A drunken miner yelled loudly, as if detonating a bomb in the crowd, which immediately made the whole square boil, and the crowd shouted to overthrow the church and the empire, and to blow it up with muskets their heads. "That's right. The empire and the church have nothing to fear. Use the muskets in your hands to smash them all. Even gods will eventually fall under the mighty power of magic and technology." Lynn shouted loudly. He said, raising the wine glass in his hand. "As for now, enjoy this banquet and celebrate our victory. From now on, your identities are no longer mine slaves, and you will not be hunted down by the kingdom. All of you are free." Listening to Lynn's words, deafening cheers resounded in the square. Everyone held up the wooden cups in their hands, shouting "Long live freedom and God to fuck" in their mouths, and then laughed and poured the strong wine in the cups poured into the stomach. Lynn quietly made a gesture, and Lydia, who had been waiting, hurriedly lit the fireworks placed on the square. Accompanied by the muffled sound of, everyone in the square soon saw the gorgeous scene. Streamers of various colors flew into the sky, and then exploded, colorful fireworks like a bouquet in midsummer, gorgeous and colorful blooming in the sky. Chapter 297, A sword can be made into a plow, and a plow can also be made into a sword. The flickering fireworks broke the tranquility of the capital. Many citizens of the capital who had just experienced the flames of war almost thought that the war had started again. They were all frightened enough. Even when they saw the beautiful fireworks outside the house, they couldn't help worrying about is it some weird witchcraft? Fortunately, after waiting for a long time, no one rushed in, and these civilians who had experienced the war began to watch the unique fireworks show. "It's so beautiful." Johnny stared at the bright night sky, where colorful fireworks continued to bloom, and the flickering fireworks even overshadowed the light of the stars. "Is this also made of gunpowder?" Johnny turned her head and looked at Lynn. This unique black powder was a terrifying alchemy powder in her image. Whether it was the thousands of elite guards that were wiped out in Haegong Town, or the muskets and artillery that could penetrate armor and split rocks, they all showed their power to the fullest. But this time, Johnny saw the other side of gunpowder. These fireworks are like small cannons, but what fly out of them are not murderous artillery fires, but bunches of fireworks that shine brighter than the stars. A sword can be made into a plow, and a plow can also be made into a sword. It just depends on how the knowledgeable person wants to use it. Lynn said with a smile. "It's like thunder magic, you can use it to kill people, and you can also use it to light up the night. Maybe one day there will be no more wars, there will probably be more wizards willing to learn these construction magics, and use the power of magic to improve everyone's life." Lynn said with emotion. "In the future, maybe there will be architectural wizards who are proficient in cement ratios and steel structures, or engineering wizards who are proficient in the manufacture and maintenance of various tools. There must be such a day." Johnny said confidently, "Everything Lynn said so far has been realized, and she believes that this will not be too far away. Dean Lynn, don't you come over for a few drinks together?" A.I. Look and others gathered around the campfire waved and greeted. Lydia on the side was carelessly mixed in the crowd, sharing wine with the soldiers, and poured a large glass of Guro wine into her stomach, which won warm applause from everyone. "This body can't drink alcohol." Lynn wanted to refuse, but then he thought it would be better, so he didn't disturb everyone's interest, and joined in with a smile. On weekdays, they are not less troubled by those weird questions given by the dean, and now they have the opportunity to naturally want to revenge back. Lynn was very clear about the careful thoughts of A.I. Look and others, and he never refused to come. He drank cup after cup without changing his complexion at all. In fact, all these wines were secretly decomposed into basic elements by him, who made him just a magic projection now, and he couldn't drink it even if he wanted to. Until someone remembered that the dean should still be in Iata now, but it was too late now, and the drunk Alok and others had already poured a slice. The next day, when the first ray of morning light shone on the capital, Redder woke up, rubbed his head swollen from a hangover from drinking too much yesterday, surrounded by a strong smell of alcohol. The floor tiles of the square were full of people, and the miners were all blushing and lying faceless on the dirty, wine-stained ground, snoring loudly. Raydell stepped forward to wake up Ham and the others, and then asked them to call one by one to get up together to clean up the messy square. Lynn went to the palace early in the morning to discuss the next affairs. Although the battle is over, there are still many things that need to be dealt with within the kingdom. For example, the churches in each territory are guarded by priests and bishops. This means that they have to solve all these internal troubles as much as possible before the news is fully spread, before they can prepare for the next war with the empire and the church. But the whole kingdom is so big, there are probably no less than 200 territories where churches are stationed. It is not an easy task to remove them in a short period of time. Marquis Gad, who was promoted to the kingdom's chief minister, frowned and said, "We can take advantage of the speed of the airship and cooperate with the lords in various places to implement beheading tactics. A few wizards and a musketeer team of 100 people are enough to ensure that a church is taken down." Lynn said in a deep voice. "If the speed is fast enough, all the areas in the core area of the kingdom can be brought under our control in a few days. As for other places, we can only take it slowly. Maybe you can also consider releasing some fake news to lure those bishops to the capital," Anthony suggested. Hart Alton felt his eyes light up, which was also a good idea. Although the battle in the capital 2 days ago was very fierce, with thunder surges and projections of gods, the final result of the war was still limited to the scope of the capital because of their blockade of news. I'm afraid that no one in the churches in each territory could have imagined that the huge capital would fall overnight, and that Ryok, who had an absolute advantage, would die so easily. "Lord to the capital," Amidst the discussions among the crowd, a plan to completely eradicate the church from the kingdom was quickly formulated. Generally speaking, the beheading operation and the deception plan were carried out together, depending on the distance of the territory from the royal capital and the strength of the local church itself. Whether to lure him to the capital or directly kill him. Then, should the death of His Majesty be concealed first? A nobleman of the kingdom suddenly suggested. The entire hall immediately heard the needle drop. Although this proposal offends the current king hater, it is indeed a method. If it is pretended that King Basil is still alive and the kingdom still obeys the orders of the empire, then maybe this war can be delayed or even avoided. The empire and the church are like a towering mountain, enough to overwhelm anyone. Hater's face was extremely ugly, and he was the least agreeable to this proposal, because it meant that he, the king, would not be recognized by the subjects of the kingdom for a long time. I'm afraid it will be difficult. The death of a cardinal is unlikely to be hidden. Lynn shook his head and directly rejected the proposal. If you can directly capture him alive like Cassimo, close the 5 senses and imprison him, maybe you can prevent the other party from returning to the kingdom of God in the form of soul. Not to mention that Enryoke had projected that persons will before and summoned it. Now the high-level church may have obtained the oracle and the information about the fall of the kingdom. The church will never let a kingdom escape from its control. Chapter 298, Breakthrough Great Wizard. On the afternoon of the 3rd day after the war in the capital, airships loaded with soldiers and wizards slowly lifted off and flew to various parts of the kingdom to carry out the task of beheading. 3 of them flew to the crossing between the kingdom of Hadrada and the Sikas Empire to monitor the movements of the enemy troops. Once they found signs of troops gathering and crossing the border, they would report back immediately. In addition, Redder, Ham, and others also boarded the airship, but they went to Iida. As the new lord of the southern territory of the kingdom, Raydell has no clue about the construction of the territory and the resettlement of the poor. This time he went to Iida to explore for those who got rid of their status as minors and gained freedom. A new way out. Along with him are the great wizard Anthony and others. Although most of the wizards of the entire school were dispatched to assist in the execution of the beheading operation, the core disciples such as Fulla were still kept by Anthony's side. He went to Iida to meet the Lynn in person. Lord Maxwell, by the way, you are invited to participate in this year's academic seminar. Although the war against the Empire is imminent, it will take time to assemble the army and prepare war materials. No matter how fast the church moves, it will not come here tomorrow. According to their estimates, it will take half a month at the earliest to make preparations, and there is a high probability that information about guns and artillery will be leaked. It may not be easy to rely on these technological weapons to gain an overwhelming advantage again. Fortunately, Lynn doesn't intend to carry it alone this time. Without the help of the Parliament, it will be difficult for them to win this war. The power of the Holy See is extremely huge, and the territory of the Empire is several times larger than that of the kingdom. There are at least dozens of cardinals like Enryoke, and high-level personnel such as the Pope and the presiding judge. Their strength is unknown. However, before Anthony and others arrive, Lynn is preparing to do an extremely important thing, which is to break through and become a great wizard. He has been waiting for this day for a long time, and it will come sooner than expected. This is due to Lynn's uninterrupted practice of high-level material deconstruction through the mental connection of the brain during this period. The most core technique of a wizard is also the only way to exercise mental power. Now the time for a breakthrough has arrived. Master Dean, are you ready to make a breakthrough now? Kevin, the professor of plastic surgery who received the news, was startled and even more nervous than Lynn himself. No way, the hope of the entire Iida school is with Lynn, so they can't help but care. A great wizard is extremely important to any school. This often represents the prosperity and decline of the entire wizard school, and it is also a guarantee of strength and right to speak. But will this be too fast? Do you want to delay it for a few days? After the initial joy, Kevin hesitated again. After all, the great wizard's breakthrough was accompanied by a lot of risks. Once he failed, he would fall into a long period of mental breakdown, and at worst, he might have a mental breakdown. It's today, no more preparations. Lynn said confidently. Now he needs more power. In this battle to seize the capital, he basically relied on external forces to defeat the cardinal. If he relied on his own strength alone, he might not even be qualified to stand in front of the opponent. This is not a good thing. No matter how much preparation you make, there will always be times when you make mistakes. Your own strength is the foundation of your guarantee. Lynn turned down the Dean's affairs, and took Kevin and others to the Tower of Screaming, which is the core area of the entire A.K.A. harbor. It was previously used by Hiram to arrange the soul-devouring formation that covered the entire southern city. Now after the transformation, the Tower of Screaming has become a place to store important supplies. On the last floor of the ground, where a large number of magic crystals are stored, the great alchemist Dennis is concentrating on drawing a huge alchemy circle. This is the alchemy circle elemental vision used to assist official wizards to break through to great wizards. It can provide an environment with extremely abundant magic power, and allow people inside to briefly enter the elemental world that only great wizards can see. The person who created this formation is Element Master Altok. Before breaking through the great wizard, one needs to take a powerful potion Cynthia's Moonlight, which can increase the upper limit of the mental power of the drinker within 1 hour, thus let a 3-ring wizard go beyond his own limits. However, due to the strong side effects of this potion, once the breakthrough fails, it will increase the risk of mental breakdown, so it was banned 70 years ago. Dennis explained to Lynn the precautions for breaking through the Great Wizard very solemnly. Generally speaking, both the alchemy circle and the potion are just auxiliary means. There is no tricky way to become a great wizard, otherwise there would not be only 30 great wizards among the thousands of official wizards in the entire wizarding land. Lynn listened very seriously. It is one thing to have confidence, but it does not mean recklessness. Let's start. Lynn took a deep breath, and after adjusting his state to perfection, he walked to the center of the alchemy formation. A slight sound of surging magic power suddenly sounded, the alchemy pattern on the ground was illuminated by a foot, and the entire bottom layer of the Screaming Tower was soon shrouded in blue fluorescence. Speaking of which, Your Excellency Lynn should only be around 20 this year. Dennis asked suddenly. This? I don't know, but 2 years ago, when Dean Lynn first came here, he should have been under 20 years old. Kevin paused and said hesitantly. If the breakthrough is successful this time, it will be another new record. Dennis said with emotion, a great wizard who is less than 22 years old, this is no longer a genius. Previously, this record had been kept by August. However, this star of magic had been proven to be a fraud, so naturally it cannot be counted. When he broke through to the great wizard, he was already over 40 years old, even if it was considered fast. Along with the operation of the alchemy circle, a massive amount of magic power was extracted from the magic spar and continuously gathered in the center of the circle without any intention of stopping. Seeing this, Dennis frowned involuntarily. Master, is there any question? Kevin hurriedly asked, and the wizards of the school gathered in the Tower of Screaming also had nervous expressions on their faces. So much magic power is needed. Dennis murmured to himself in a low voice. Now it is not he who controls the formation, but Lynn who is in the center of the formation, but now the 100 magic crystals prepared before it was drained, but the magic circle still didn't mean to stop. Chapter 299, Constructing Domains and Seas of Elements. Go get some more magic spar. Dennis said solemnly. Kevin quickly followed suit, and together with more than a dozen school wizards, moved boxes of magic spar over as quickly as possible, placed them in each core area of the magic circle according to Dennis' instructions, and then continued to ask. Master, what is going on here? Is there something wrong with this promotion ceremony? Seeing the concentration of magic power in the center of the magic circle soar, even Kevin, who is not very good at alchemy, can see something is wrong. It stands to reason that you don't need so much magic power. In the past 70 years, more than 10 great wizards have been promoted through elemental vision. Even if they failed in the past, this situation has never happened. Dennis also said. Confused, after pondering for a long time, he spoke again. However, there are still too few relevant examples. Everyone has different talents, strengths, and fields of construction. There is no guarantee that my prediction is correct. All we can do now is wait. Kevin looked at the figure in the center of the alchemy circle with great worry, and had no choice but to secretly hope that everything would go well. At the same time, Lynn, who was being babbled by Kevin, devoted himself to the control of the alchemy circle. A large amount of magic power was pouring into his body, and his mental power seemed to be greatly boosted by the magic circle. Big boost. Originally, his mental power could only cover about 3 meters around his body, and he could control the elements within this range. Now, with the influence of the alchemy circle, it has expanded by more than 10 times. The key to being promoted to a great wizard lies in 2 points. One is to complete a breakthrough in mental power, and the other is to build a small domain. In this domain, all elements are composed of magic power, and the wizard can easily manipulate and transform them, and even raise his hand to vacuum an area. This also makes the great wizard have a strong suppression of the official wizard. Because all the elements in the field are under the control of the former, this means that the opponent will not be able to directly use any element in the air as a boost, but the danger may come from any place in the field. Lynn tried to keep shrinking the coverage of his mental power, from covering the entire alchemy circle, to being 20 meters, 18 meters, 15 meters away from the body. The various elements in the air have become more and more clear under his perception. Although he can't directly see their appearance, it is much easier to control than before. When the coverage of mental power reached 12 meters around his body, Lynn felt that he had almost stopped, and then devoted his mind to the vast space of consciousness. Everything here is dark and empty. But in this empty space, there are faint points of light appearing, as dazzling as stars twinkling in the night sky. Each point of light represents a spell slot. This is the rudiment of the wizard's domain, or the essence of the domain is the external projection of the consciousness space. Now he needs to build his own sea of elements, use it to replace external elements, and then stabilize the entire field, so that he can complete the most important step of being promoted to a great wizard. With a thought in Lynn's mind, 2 light spots appeared in the empty space of consciousness. These are hydrogen and oxygen elements. They are the 2 elements that Lynn has come into contact with and used the most since he crossed, followed by nitrogen, phosphorus, fluorine, helium. More and more elements are floating in the space of consciousness, like tissue cells. Duplication soon filled every corner of the consciousness space. After condensing more than a dozen basic elements, metal elements such as copper, iron, and aluminum are followed. This is also the first time Lynn has converted magic power into metal elements without the help of his brain. This process is particularly difficult, and it took nearly 10 times the time to generate other elements. Fortunately, Lynn had already recorded these metal elements using advanced substance deconstruction technique, so after spending some effort, he finally mimicked and manufactured 9 common metal elements. At this moment, the sea of elements has formed, and a total of 49 elements are displayed on it. They are all treasures of the magical world, the crystallization of countless wizards' exploration of the natural world, but Lynn is not ready to end there. Taking advantage of the double blessing of the promotion and the alchemy formation under his feet, Lynn wanted to see if he could continue to improve the sea of elements. The premise for a wizard to manipulate and imitate an element is to use material deconstruction to thoroughly analyze this element, so what about the reverse? After knowing the model of an element, can it directly skip the process of finding and analyzing this element, and directly use magic to mimic it? This is definitely a crazy idea. If feasible, he could theoretically manufacture any element on the periodic table. At that time, let alone building a nuclear bomb with bare hands, it will be no problem to rub an antimatter bomb. Thinking of this, Lynn couldn't wait to experiment, and the target he selected was the plutonium, bulletin, element. This is a radioactive element that is an important raw material for the atomic energy industry. It can be used as a nuclear fuel and a fission agent for nuclear weapons. It is extremely rare in nature, and it is usually necessary to separate very little plutonium from uranium ore. Lynn directly extracted the Federation's research data on the plutonium element from the brain, and used magic power to try to reproduce it based on this. The number of extranuclear electrons and protons of the plutonium element is 94, the number of neutrons is 145, and the relative atomic mass is. Lynn murmured softly, dots of magical light shone in the space of consciousness, and a new element was gradually forming. Everything that happens in the space of consciousness is also projected into the field that is being continuously consolidated, and a large amount of magic power is being continuously consumed and transformed into various elements. Dennis also finally understood why the consumption of magic spar was so terrifying. Generally speaking, the initially formed domain was only about 5 meters long, but the prototype of the domain built by Lynn already exceeded 10 meters. Not only that, but the other party also built 49 elements in one go to enrich the sea of elements. Is this a one-step preparation? It's really reckless. Now the most important thing is to stabilize the field and complete the promotion. You can take your time to build the sea of elements. Dennis shook his head, then his face suddenly froze, and he looked straight at the center of the alchemy circle. He could feel a new force gradually forming, and he spoke in astonishment. This is a new element. Chapter 300, He is creating a new element. Dennis couldn't help but took a few steps forward, staring fixedly at Lynn, who was in the center of the magic circle. A new element was gradually forming on the other's outstretched right hand. Incomparably tiny, invisible to the naked eye, but especially clear under perception. Dennis is extremely sure that this is definitely not any element he knows, and it doesn't even belong to any known element type. Because this element has been exuding a certain strange power from the moment it appeared. Thinking of this, Dennis couldn't help becoming excited. What is the element? According to the magic theory of the wizard's land, elements are the core of everything and the root of all existence. But how many elements are there? As long as a wizard who has systematically studied elemental science can answer it, there are a total of 49 kinds. In order to find these elements, they rummaged through everything they could find in the wizard's land, and used material deconstruction to decompose them one by one, and then classified them. These 49 elements are the answer. Some wizards of the elemental school even assert that there may not be any more elements in this world. Based on the creation of the corresponding magic. Dennis naturally scoffed at this statement. Especially after calculating the area of the eternal star through experiments, Dennis was shocked to realize that the world is so vast, and there must be many unknown new elements that they have not found. However, the entire magical world has not discovered new elements for nearly 30 years. It is precisely because of this element controller Altok pins his hope on a more microscopic world. And now, a new element appeared in front of him, and it might even be a brand new element type. How could this not make Dennis feel excited? For all wizards who are proficient in elemental science, this is great news. If it wasn't for Lynn's breakthrough and the alchemy circle not stopping, Dennis would have rushed in immediately to ask what was going on with this new element. While Dennis was waiting anxiously, the alchemy circle that was running smoothly suddenly became chaotic. The core of this instability came from the new element in Lynn's hand. Stop it! Dennis' complexion changed suddenly. He couldn't care about any new elements for a while, and hurriedly shouted. However, before the words fell, a huge elemental power erupted, and the huge magic power bound in the magic circle lost control instantly, forming a strong elemental storm, sweeping everything around. The entire alchemy circle shattered, and the elemental storm hit the surrounding masonry, smashing it to pieces. Kevin and others who were very close staggered and were almost caught in the elemental storm. After finally standing still, they all showed horror. Could it be that the breakthrough failed? Kevin thought worriedly. After the elemental storm dissipated, Lynn's figure quickly appeared in front of everyone. It seemed that there was nothing serious except for his disgraced face, but he kept frowning tightly, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing Lynn's frowning, Kevin immediately understood. A look of regret appeared on his face, and he stepped forward to comfort him with a sigh. Dean Lynn, breaking through the Great Wizard is not an easy task. You still have a lot of time, and a temporary failure is nothing. Wait, who said I failed to break through? Lynn paused and asked, puzzled. In other words, you succeeded? Kevin asked in astonishment. Of course. Lynn nodded with a smile, and then with a thought, the magic power in the domain spontaneously transformed into iron elements, gathered together in an instant, and turned into an A.K.A. several meters long, suspended in the air. 12 meters around his body is within his domain, and he can control these magical powers to change and combine them at will. Great, now the A.K.A. school will have another great wizard. Kevin said excitedly, no doubt in his heart, mimicking metal elements, this is indeed something that only great wizards can do. The wizards of the other schools are also rejoicing. Since the death of Master Haram, A.K.A. has lost a pillar. Although many novel theories put forward by Lynn have shined in academic seminars, the name of A.K.A. school has resounded throughout the land of wizards, but in any case, a great wizard is the guarantee of the strength of a school. Wait, now that you successfully completed the breakthrough, what happened to the previous magic riot? Kevin suddenly remembered this and asked in confusion. Before Lynn could answer, Dennis interrupted eagerly. Dean Lynn, were you going to create a new element just now? Dennis's tone was extremely solemn, and he even used the word creation. The elements in the past can only be described as discovery, because they all exist in nature. They just found out that element, and used material deconstruction technique to analyze and use it. What Lynn did was different. At first Dennis thought that the other party was just using magic to imitate an unknown new element, but at the moment when the element got out of control, he realized something was wrong. Lynn was clearly building something from scratch. A new element. But, how is this possible? Even the legendary speakers could not do such outrageous things, but Lynn almost succeeded just now. No, it's not a creation. I just heard a master of the secret society mention the structure and corresponding model of this plutonium element, so I want to see if I can reproduce it. Lynn shook his head and explained. It's a pity that it still failed in the end. In his opinion, wizards' use of elements can be compared to writing programs. All they have to do is to use magic to copy and paste the code that can run successfully. As long as they don't make random changes, they can make do with it. What Lynn did just now was to guess what the code was written in, followed by writing it, and then found a bug in the process of running it. However, judging from the normal generation of elements, there is no problem with the plutonium element model in the federal database, but it suddenly got stuck when mimicking the electron layer, because it involves the quantum realm, and he still doesn't know how to make it the transition of electrons outside the nucleus, how to make them have a probability distribution. That is to say, he can only write this piece of code blindly, and the result is a problem.